dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dravian X suit. Get now.
जब मैं खेलना शुरू किया था कस्टम्स, तब मैं ऐसा इंटरनेशनल टीम्स के अगेंस्ट खेलता था। उस समय मेरे को ज़्यादा डिफरेंस तो दिखता नहीं था। अभी का टाइम बहुत चेंज हो गया है। अभी सब लोग एकदम डेडिकेट, लेज़र फोकस हो गए और इंडिया को अभी 3 साल बाद फाइनली अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल गया है। थैंक्स टू गॉड एंड क्राफ्टन इंडिया ई स्पोर्ट्स फॉर मेकिंग दिस पॉसिबल। सो जो हमारी करंट टीम है वो पिछले टूर्नामेंट एक ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट में जीती थी। अभी पर बहुत टाइम हो गया, उसके बाद हमारी टीम में वापस चेंजेस हुए, शफल हुए, फिर इधर से उधर हुआ, फिर वो वापस आखिर में हम लोग एक साथ ही आ गए। बात रहा फिर अभी यहाँ पे करंट सिचुएशन हमारी टीम की, हमारे एक प्लेयर आइक्वोनॉक्स थी, फिंगर सर्जरी हुई थी, हमें उससे भी देख के चलना पड़ रहा था कि हम लोग उसको ज़्यादा फोर्स आउट नहीं करें और स्ट्रेस नहीं दे उसे कि उसको लॉन्गर ड्यूरेशन में फिर दिक्कत आए। अभी हमारा फोकस तो अभी स्टेप बाय स्टेप है, बिट बाय बिट, कि हम लोग क्वालिफाई पहले करें, फिर हम लोग लेटर स्टेजेस का देखेंगे। और प्राइमरी फोकस अभी इसी में हम लोग अभी से कुछ एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरी ट्राई करने का कोशिश नहीं कर रहे हैं। हमारा वही कि अभी क्वालिफिकेशन सिक्योर करो और फिर फर्दर हम लोग प्लानिंग करेंगे। अभी तक हम लोग से एक्सपेक्टेशंस बहुत है, पर हम लोग अभी तक प्रॉपर रिजल्ट्स डिलीवर नहीं किए हैं। एंड वी एक्सेप्ट दिस, it's our fault, but at the same time we are trying and we are trying our best. मुझे फॉर्मेट एक्चुअली बहुत पसंद आया और ये लीग स्टेज प्रॉपर बहुत अच्छे से प्लान आउट करके बनाया गया है, जिससे कि जो भी टीम क्वालिफाई करेगी उसका यहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा प्रैक्टिस हुआ है और उसका जोन, जो नया जोन है, उसके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा प्रैक्टिस हुआ होगा। सो ये फॉर्मेट बहुत फेयर है और बहुत अच्छे से प्लान आउट अगेन किया गया, क्योंकि लोअर ब्रैकेट के लिए भी दिया है स्लॉट्स, अपर ब्रैकेट के लिए भी अच्छे से डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन हुआ है। जो टीम प्रूव करते आई है BGIs, BMPS में उन्हें चांस दिया गया और सेम लो ब्रैकेट में भी जो ग्राइंड करते आ रहे लोग प्रीवियस कुछ अनऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट्स में प्रूव किए उन्हें वहाँ पे स्लॉट मिला। अभी तक हमें ज़्यादा चांस मिला नहीं, अभी पिछले बार टीम आरन गई थी पर होप्स थे पर रिजल्ट्स आए नहीं ज़्यादा। आई बिलीव कि अभी जैसे ओपनिंग मिली है और अभी पहले एक स्लॉट है, फिर आयन के आर जेपी से 2 स्लॉट है, वहाँ पे बाहर की टीम्स आएंगी, जो भी टीम्स रहेंगी उनका फिर मेंटालिटी उस हिसाब से बिल्डअप होगा, वो लॉबी समझेंगे, नया प्ले स्टाइल समझेंगे। और अभी मेरे को ज़्यादा होप्स नहीं है पर एट द सेम टाइम मेरे को लगता है कि अगर मैं ये बोल भी रहा हूँ तो मैं अपने आप को डिप्रिशिएट कर रहा हूँ, पर पता नहीं वहाँ पे जाके आखिर में पता चलेगा उस लॉबी को अडाप्ट कैसे करना है, कैसे पेस मेंटेन करना है। सो आई बिलीव कि अगर इंडिया से 1, 2, 3 जितनी भी टीम जाए और वो रेगुलरली जब भी ओपनिंग मिले वो जाते जाए, वहाँ पे जाके लॉबी को समझे, खेलते जाए, वहाँ पे प्रैक्टिस होते जाए उनके हिसाब से ग्लोबल मेटा को अंडरस्टैंड करके, तब अल्टीमेटली बाय टाइम रिजल्ट्स आएंगे। मैं जब लोअर ब्रैकेट के मैचेस देखा था तब मुझे 2 टीम्स बहुत पसंद आई, एक सिनवे और एक नेबुला ईस्पोर्ट्स। नेबुला ईस्पोर्ट्स में आदी है और इस बार वो कुछ अलग ड्राइव के साथ आया है और वापस हर एक बार वो नया प्लेयर लेके आता है कम्युनिटी में और वो शाइन करते ही है और उसके बाद कोई उससे पोच कर लेता है। तो होपफुली इस बार वो ना हो। एंड सिनवे अगेन वो लोग बहुत अच्छे से स्ट्रैटेजी बना के पेशेंटली गेम खेल रहे हैं, आई एम इम्प्रेस्ड। मैं पहले भी आया था यहाँ पे शूट के लिए और मैं देखा था कि वहाँ पे एक वेयर हाउस काइंड ऑफ और वेयर हाउस कोई अरीना बना दिया। सो या नाइस और थैंक्स टू टेजरेट कि उन्होंने इतना अच्छा एफर्ट डाला है और मैनेजमेंट भी बहुत अच्छे से सब चीज़ संभाल रही है, प्लेयर्स का लुकआउट करिए, जो दिक्कतें आ रही है उसका प्रॉब्लम का सोल्यूशन निकला है। सो दैट्स नाइस।
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to NoNx Esports presents Battlegrounds Mobile India Showdown 2025. My name is Salty and joining alongside with me is going to be Super Johnny, who is superb by the way. But welcome to the analyst panel. This time we are not on the other studio. We are in our home ground itself. How are you feeling, especially we have just completely finished off round 1, lower brackets, upper brackets. How are your thoughts?
I mean, it's an interesting mix of teams that we get to witness today in action. Of course, the top 12 from the lower bracket competing against the bottom 12 of the upper bracket. So it's the best of the rest versus worst of the best situation. And it is going to be interesting to see, can the worst of the rest, can the worst of the best actually be better than the best of the rest? I mean, kind of a tongue twister situation, but of course, it is going to twist our minds as well once we have a look at the matches. But before that, a lot more to discuss.
Absolutely, a lot more to discuss. And ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we're going to be starting off with the format itself. The tournament has been brilliantly starting off, but currently we are in the stage of the quarterfinals. We did start off from September 26 with 24 teams, 16 matches being played. Of course, the top 12 from the quarterfinals, of course, will move on to the semi-finals. And of course, from the bottom 12, every single team will just have to get eliminated.
Yeah, and then we move forward to the semi-finals with 24 teams again. 12 already moved through, 12 from the quarterfinals, 3 groups. 4 days of action, and of course it is going to be interesting because top 8 move to the grand finals while the remaining 16 they still survive. They go through the survival stage and there they get one last opportunity to secure the last 8 spots for the grand finale. And the survival stage, as the name suggests, is going to be about survival. It is going to be cutthroat, just 2 days of competition between 16 teams and only 8 survive. Everyone else is going to fall short of that finale stage.
I mean, the finale stage has been hyped up already, ladies and gentlemen. We know what is at stake inside of the showdown. It is that one slot to the global championships, of course.
Yeah.
We've seen the grand finals of so many bigger events. We've seen India Series, we've seen Pro Series as well. And Pro Series, of course, we saw Team Aryan take away the win. But this time, the grand finals, I guess it is going to be much more intensified. The players, of course, in action. But why so? For another thing which is at stake, which is going to be the total prize pool of 1 crore rupees. 30 lakhs for the champions, 15 lakhs for the second place, and 10 lakhs for the third place. A handsome amount of cash for the winners.
Yeah, every single day we're getting closer to the 16 names that will be competing for this prize money. And of course, there's going to be something for the teams that did not finish on the podium as well. 4th position getting 7,50,000, 5th spot getting 6,25,000, 6th spot getting 4,50,000, so on and so forth. But of course, individual accolades will be handed out. The best IGL walking away with 75,000 rupees. The best clutch 50,000. MVP of the finals 1 lakh. Fan favorite player gets 50k, and then the MVP of the tournament gets 2 lakh rupees in their bag.
This is interesting. We've never really seen a best clutch being awarded as well, Johnny. I think that is going to be, there's going to be a little bit of voting. I'm not sure how we are going to determine that, but it's something similar to football where we get to see the best goals, right? But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, the points distribution in front of us. Of course, you know it. You have been seeing it for a while now. The first position, of course, the chicken dinner gets 10 points. Second position gets 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It does descend down gradually, of course. From 9th to 16th, you absolutely get nothing. And of course, the most important thing, 1 point per finish. You've seen teams deploy the finish strategy, especially someone like a Team Soul in the upper bracket. Just go heavy on the finish points, not really on the position points so far. But we've also seen combinations of this entire thing in play. From the lower bracket, somebody like a Nebula Esports being so consistent that almost every time we look at the overall standings, the position and finish point seems to be similar.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be the case ideally for anyone who fights their way in the middle pack. And Nebula Esports did not really have that great of a start in their round 1 matches. But apart from that, I think finish points will always be of a little bit higher priority. Just a smidge, if you can consistently finish in the top 5 of those matches, once you have that survival instinct sorted out, I think it will be down to just getting those finishes. Without finishes, you can't survive. But I think talking about numbers, we do have the overall rankings of the lower bracket, the top 8 teams on our screens right now. And as you can see, there's a very big difference between the teams at the top with how they play around their finishes and the placement. And of course, as we move to the next page, I think it is just going to get worse and worse with every single team.
Absolutely. Look at that. At the top, Autobotz Esports, 148 points. Mysterious, 436. Nebula come high, flying 91 eliminations, 131 for them as well. As we move pages, ladies and gentlemen, there have been comeback stories and a half coming in from White Walkers and Wyld Fangs. They've been absolutely brilliant in the last 2 days of the competition, because of which they are at this stage. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated, just like the big names that you can see in red. Team Tamila's Gravity Esports, NoNx FM, Team Versatile. Team Versatile, a big name, a big banner, big players, especially champion players. 2024 was all theirs, but it seems like 2025, they haven't really been able to showcase that talent.
And it's not just them. You look at TWOB, they have a pretty stacked roster. Team Insane, the loss of Fadi, well, also means the loss of qualification from the later stages of the tournament. Altitude and Xtreme did wonderful in their later matches, but by late, I mean at the very last few days. But let's have a look at the upper bracket as well once. These are the teams that we will see in the future once we eventually reach the semi-final stage. They did quite well. Surprising entries inside of the top 8. I think for me, they will be First Curiosity and Cincinnati Kids. Cincinnati Kids were on the last page. I think when the last day began.
Bottom 3.
Yeah, bottom 3 at one point. Bottom 3 after day number 2 came to an end. Day 3 and day 4, they just completely turned around. And of course, the most impressive performance on this leaderboard is from Team Soul. 114 finishes with just 28 placement points in 16 matches. 28 placement in 16 games. You know how bad you have to play to get 28 placement in 16 matches. And yet, this team is there in the top 4.
They've been the bad boys, they've been the gunners inside of the lobby so far. But if we talk about the gunners, then we move on to the next page where we find a couple of them who are going to be playing today. All the teams in the red, they are inside the quarterfinals, ladies and gentlemen, including Godlike, your favorite potentially. Moving on, of course, you've got big banners, Medal Esports, Reckoning Esports, 4TR Official, Marcos Gaming, BotArmyEsports, and everyone else.
Yeah.
It must feel like a lot of these teams, including Victoria Sumus, who just missed out on that semi-finals bracket just by 1 point. It must hurt you.
I mean, for sure, it's going to be painful, but let's have a group over here, because Victoria Sumus, we see them in Group A. And as you mentioned, just 1 point, and they are here playing the quarterfinals and not waiting for the semis. I think Oves is locked and loaded. He wants revenge. And Medal Esports as well in Group A are going to be a big threat, considering Medal did bring the pace, did bring the aggression in the last day itself.
Yeah.
We saw them there on the last page of the overall leaderboard for the upper bracket. They were there with 50 plus eliminations, and majority of them were secured on the last day. So I have hopes for medal.
I have hopes for medal as well. I think I did have a small little conversation with Venom, who did say that he is coming here with vengeance. But let's have a look at Group C for now. You've got God's Reign, Godlike. You've got BotArmyEsports, Marcos Gaming, Nebula, SINEWY, White Walkers, and Wyld Fangs. The storyline, of course, continues this way. Upper brackets, all these teams who came down from the upper brackets, they're going to be struggling, Johnny, especially with all the beating that has actually gone down on them in the last 4 days. And now look at this, lower brackets, the teams who actually came in from there, everyone has been heavy hitters. You talk about Nebula, you talk about SINEWY, they're going to be looking ruthless. 4 days of action, which is 4 days of break, in fact, and they're completely fresh. I wonder if that break is going to hamper their momentum.
I mean, see, here's the thing, right? The problem with the teams from the upper bracket that's going to be there today is the fact, as I said, they're the worst of the best. On the other hand, there are a lot of teams that are playing from the lower bracket that a lot of people would argue actually are better than the teams in the upper bracket. You talk about the way Autobotz has been playing, you talk about the way Revenant Xspark has been playing, Nebula Esports. So all of them have been very impressive, but right now it's going to be judgment day for them. Day number 1, you have to start strong out of the bat.
You have to start strong. And I think we've seen this pattern inside of the lower brackets and the upper brackets as well, because for now, if you do talk about it, Bilal, are we doing something special right now?
You're supposed to say something.
Are we supposed to say something? Well, it seems like there has been a little bit of a change, ladies and gentlemen. 2 teams, they are not going to be starting off from 0 point mark. What I want you to bring your attention to is going to be the fact that 2 teams, Madkings Esports and Wyld Fangs, they've actually violated a little bit of tournament rules under rulebook 0.6. Considering the seriousness and the recurrence of these infractions, the tournament administrations will make them start the quarterfinal stage of their round with a -5 deductions. Now that is going to be painful.
Hey man, it's historic. This is the first time it happens, and I want to see the impact on their matches. But before that, this.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का क्राफ्टन इंडिया ई स्पोर्ट्स बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया शोडाउन 2025 में। और आज शुरुआत होने वाली है क्वार्टर फाइनल्स की। अभी तक हमने देखे अपर ब्रैकेट और लोअर ब्रैकेट के मैचेस, जहां लोअर ब्रैकेट की टॉप 12 टीम्स वो पहुंची है क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में और अपर ब्रैकेट की बॉटम 12 टीम्स पहुंची है इस क्वार्टर फाइनल्स की स्टेज में। अब यहां पे जहां लोअर ब्रैकेट है जो अपने पॉजिटिव मोमेंटम को लेके आगे आई है, वहीं अपर ब्रैकेट वो थोड़े मुश्किलों में ज्यादा है क्योंकि उनके पास मोमेंटम बढ़िया नहीं है, मे बी कॉन्फिडेंस भी उतना ज्यादा ना हो। और ऐसे में पड़ाव है क्वार्टर फाइनल्स का, जहां पे चीजें और सीरियस होंगी क्योंकि अपर ब्रैकेट की टीम्स को पहली बार इस टूर्नामेंट से बाहर जाने का भी मौका मिलने वाला है। तो उनको खेलना पड़ेगा कुछ और बेहतर बीजीएमआई जो वो पिछले राउंड में खेल के आए हैं, जो इतना आसान होगा नहीं क्योंकि लोअर ब्रैकेट की टीम्स जो यहां तक पहुंची है उन्होंने भी अपना पोटेंशियल बहुत ज्यादा दिखाया है। तो देर किस बात की, शुरुआत करेंगे इस महासंग्राम की, इस क्वार्टर फाइनल्स की, और देखेंगे कौन सी वो टीम्स होंगी जो बढ़ेंगी आगे सेमीफाइनल्स के लिए। तो बिना किसी देरी के चलते हैं हमारे एनालिस्ट की तरफ।
Wow, A blockbuster start to a blockbuster day. I am excited, Johnny. But of course, we'll bring back our conversation to the discussion where teams from the upper brackets, they should be having an edge, to be honest.
I mean, that is what you would think, but I believe the teams from the lower bracket are going to be the ones doing well over here.
All right.
You talk about Autobotz, they have been in incredible form. SINEWY Esports, Mysterious 4, Blitz showed up out of nowhere. I think it was the last 2 days where Blitz actually just went absolutely berserk, secured a lot of eliminations, and found a way to stay around inside of the top 5. That is one of those impressive teams. Then you add to the mixed teams like Revenant Xspark and all the big names that are there, and then it just gets more problematic for the upper bracket teams. I think there's a few names in the upper bracket that might survive. God's Reign is going to be one of them. Sumus is going to be one of them. Everyone else, I do not have a lot of hope for them.
I don't have a lot of hope for them as well, but have a look at these. The top players of the previous round, ladies and gentlemen. Round 1, lower brackets and upper brackets combined. Majority of these fights will be coming in from the upper brackets. Of course, Los Hermanos were absolutely brilliant. NoNx Esports, another one of those lineups who I thought to potentially move into the semi-finals. They had a good start for themselves, had built up the momentum as well. But when time came to close out their position on the overall standings, it seems like there was major slip-ups and this team could not, control that landslide.
For sure. I mean, NoNx, they were off to a great start in the initial days of upper bracket round 1. But then again, I mean, from the side of NoNx, it seems like there is always just Viper who performs really well, goes for those elimination, keeps his finish numbers up, is mechanically gifted as well. But that's just too much pressure on one individual player. On the other side of things, I mean, we did see a few clips of Meta NINZAs getting taken out. It seems like they were majority of the time on the wrong end of those team fights. Every single time we saw Meta NINZA, they were just losing bodies.
So they would come on the top plays mostly, but then they were the ones who were actually being hammered down. And this was a 1v3 from Admino. Hero Xtreme Godlike, for them, I think they did not really have a lot to cheer about in the entirety of last day, but this one clutch should have actually made a lot of fans happy. But you look at this fight, Team Soul versus FS Esports. FS Esports were at the edge of qualification. I think the last 2 days, the last 2 games they almost needed like, 20 points to qualify, and they actually did that. 2 back-to-back great games came in from Roman. I think this is extremely important. Teams and players, especially IGLs, who can kind of strive and thrive under pressure. I think that is the one quality which is needed, especially coming in the quarterfinals.
Of course, and for a team like Godlike, that itself might become a problem, because it seems like they are under too much pressure, and the struggles just keep on going and going. We do not see any changes being made. There's that one swap that has become very questionable, wherein Gods or Simp, who do you put on the playing for and who do you make sit on the bench? It is a big challenge for the team to figure out, but now they need to realize there's an opportunity with this leaderboard reset. You need to perform your best out of the gate. I think first few matches we see Godlike in, I would really want to see them cross that 40-point marker in 3 games. Anything less, if they just again stick around in the borderline of qualification, I am done with this team.
Well, talking about borderline qualification, well then you've got to talk about Tamilan Esports. This team did not finish on the greatest of positions, especially when it actually came to the lower brackets, but they were still fine. They still made it through 57 eliminations versus Victoria Sumus, somebody who actually tried their very best in order to actually make it to the semi-finals, but they're still here. 59 eliminations on Victoria Sumus. Look at the damage numbers. Just 1 chicken dinner on Tamilan. 13,000 points of damage on Tamilan versus 12,000 for Victoria Sumus, and then the total points.
Victoria Sumus fought their way out of the bottom 3 in the last 3 days to almost qualify. And of course, in that last game, had they just survived 30 more seconds, they would have had that 1 extra point needed for qualification, because that is when the next team got eliminated. They were in the top 9 when they got taken out without any placement. So that, no, they got 1 placement, 1 finish that game. Finish leaders on our screens, WizGod, of course, doing very well. We had FrazeGod here from Revenant Xspark, and he is the only player who's going to be playing today, who is also there in the top 5 list and is going to be playing the matches in the quarterfinals. Revenant Xspark, this man is insane. You add to the mix Fury and Goten. this Sensei himself has said it. You could remove me from the team and these 3 players would just 3 before everyone. And I believe Sensei knows what he's talking about. Always.
I think that quote is pretty iconic, to be honest, because I've never seen an IGL be like, all right, even if I'm not playing, the rest of the 3, they're just capable enough. Imagine having Fierce, Trace God, Goten, and Fury. Your bench is pretty stacked either.
Yeah.
But to be honest, Revenant Xspark, for them, we've seen that their momentum does fall pretty quick, and that is something which they will have to control, ladies and gentlemen. But we move on to the schedule of today, which is going to be Groups A and B, playing the first 3 matches, Erangel, Miramar and Sanhok once again. And moving on, of course, matches 4, 5, 6, Groups B and C, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel to follow up. So Group B plays all 6 matches today.
That is true, and we have been having this discussion. What is better, whether you have to play 6 games back-to-back on the first day itself, or wait for day number 3 and then play your 6 matches in a row when you know how the other teams have done. I believe day number 1 is the most important day. If you are off to a great start, you can have a great ending as well. And talking about the first few games, the start of it all, the start of quarterfinals, it is going to be Group A versus B. We did see the teams from Group A on our screens. I want to talk about Group B a little bit more. We did not really talk a lot on them because NON is there, God's Omen, they were a good name from the upper bracket. But it's the teams from the lower bracket that I feel are going to be a bigger threat. Mysterious 4. 2 tournaments in a row. They have been performing extremely well. Blitz Esports, as I mentioned, the last few matches of that low bracket round 1, Blitz Esports was so unpredictable that everyone they went up against had no option but just to bow out.
Absolutely.
And Phoenix is there as well.
Phoenix has been that outlier. I think they've been a dark horse, especially Veyron, with the way he's been playing. We saw that one match where he had about 10 eliminations all by himself. That was the highest before actually Skips crossing that record mark and getting 11 eliminations in that one game. But nonetheless, Phoenix Esports, I think under Ash has been, again, a very hit and miss as a team. We saw how strongly they started at the start of the lower brackets. You remember, I think they were closing in on Revenant Xspark's mark after playing the first 3 games, but then all of a sudden they just bombed their next 5 games and Phoenix Esports are struggling for qualifications. I feel like it's still very dicey with how Phoenix Esports and Revenant Xspark are going to play.
I mean, they're living up to their name, right? The story of the Phoenix, it grows old, then it burns to ashes and then rises from the ashes again. That's what Phoenix does. They're going to do well, they're going to bomb, and then they're going to do well again in the last few matches. It's a risky maneuver. It's exciting, but it's very risky. You can get kicked out at any tournament. And there was one thing that Anki actually mentioned during his opening. For the first time, the teams from the upper bracket are going to fear the threat of elimination. Lower bracket, they're used to it. They fought for survival in round 1. They fight for it again. For them, nothing changes. But for upper bracket, that pressure could change it all. And, well, talking about changes, we have our predictions on our screens.
Wow. See, I'm not really a big fan of the fact that Icy Baby is stealing my predictions nowadays, but he's going ahead with Revenant Xspark. Have a look at that. You have chosen Nebula Esports, which is a very safe pick either as well. Blitz Esports on Necro. Now, this is something which we have to talk about because I'm not sure. Blitz Esports starting off strong today. Maisie also thinks the same way. And then, of course, we had our Hindi talents over there. But majority of the people looking at Nebula Esports, looking at Autobotz, looking at Blitz and Revenant Xspark, these are the names which are popping up some way or the other. I think Blitz definitely have surprised us all. They've got decent numbers, but I think Nebula Esports, SINEWY Esports, these are going to be the biggest threats coming in from lower brackets because they've shown us the number of eliminations that they gather. Meanwhile, the teams who struggle at the upper brackets, the number of finishes they gather, it's hell and heaven difference.
I mean, it is because the teams at the top of the lower bracket as well were able to cross that 100-point mark. And as we keep talking about it, it's the top 12 of one bracket versus the bottom of the other. Even though they were called lower bracket and upper bracket, I don't think it changes the fact that the difference in skill level is basically negligible between the two sides. Whoever is having a good day is going to beat out the other. So anything can happen, anything can go wrong. Of course, the teams that are more consistent will do better in the long run. The teams have that talent in them. For example, Autobotz having Arib and Lobster. Nebula Esports, their talent is their IGL. We saw that interview with Somraj earlier on. It is a sad story what happens to Adi year after year, that he builds up talent, he grooms them to be some of the best players in the country, and then at the end of the year, there's going to be a money team that shows up, poaches his players, and he's going to be left with nothing. And he's gotten into the habit of rebuilding the Team Insane squad, but we all see Team Insane, he's not there anymore. And Adi gets an opportunity to kick them out of the tournament.
Isn't it iconic, right? Team
He
Insane
posed
Esports.
himself for Nebula, basically, if you can say that. He's
Exactly.
like, this year, I leave the team.
I leave the team, and well, the team is in shambles now. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, talking about shambles, there will be a couple of teams who were in shambles. NINZA absolutely not performing in the entirety of the tournament, but entirety of the first round, in fact. But I'm pretty sure I have a full faith in Dragon OP and the rest of his comrades. I think they've got immense talent. It's just one bad run of form, Johnny.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a form issue right now. But you want to hear something more funny? Not more funny, but equally funny.
What is?
If Tamilan Esports gave one of their points to Victoria Summers, they could have played in the semi-finals.
And Tamilan would not have actually made it.
Yeah, they would still be here.
Oh, they would still be here!
Yeah.
Wow! This is sad news, but ladies and gentlemen, do you know what good news is? It is the match 1 of the map of Erangel going to start off pretty soon. Are you guys ready? Because we certainly are seeing you over the map of Erangel.
Survival on the line once again for the 16 names that are on the stage right now, and of course the 8 others that are waiting and watching to see how things turn out in the quarterfinals. Game number 1 of the quarterfinals, day 1. Map of Erangel on our screens, and right off the bat it seems like the trend continues. We have a southern flight path on Erangel starting from Milta Power going all the way towards Quarry. That ferry pier shoreline, the Milta city, positions towards hospital, ruins, Rozok, and school. Oh, it is going to get extremely crowded. Salty, how are you feeling about this match, looking at the flight path?
You know what? I remember how the lower brackets had started. An onslaught coming in from Revenant Xspark, absolutely dishing damage to every team out there in the nearby vicinities. I think I want them to go on to that explosive start yet again. We're currently looking at Madkings Esports, who also suffered a -5 before even the brackets began. Now, I'm not sure how that feels. I'm pretty sure that might sting.
Oh, it is going to sting. I mean, when they get 5 finishes of 5 points is when they get to 0, basically.
Yeah.
It's historic. We have never seen this before, a point deficit at the start of a round. Usually it happens mid-round when teams actually are doing extremely well. Then they're like, yeah, we can break a few rules. We can take a penalty. But at the start of a round, Madkings, oof, it is going to get very intense. Let's see how things turn out. Though that's extra bit of pressure added on their heads. But right off the bat, Salty, there's a big change. We usually see Always drop towards the Lighthouse, towards Pancake, but there's a massive cluster of teams there. There's 40R, NON, NoNx Esports, NINZA, Tamilan Esports, all the way towards Ferry Pier, and Victoria Sumus. A change of plans as they start the game from Military Island. It is going to make things a little bit more interesting. How does this team progress forward now? We have a circle towards the northwestern quadrant of the map as well.
Now, this is interesting, right? Always stepping in the shoes of Destro. Majority of the time, this is Destro and his problem summarized, right? Just dropping in at the military base, the circle dropping in at the very north of the map itself to cover all that distance, to cross on over from that military base bridge. You've also got to deal with NoNx Esports and the threat that they pose. So this is going to be exciting. Right at the get-go, we can't really have an eyesight on fights. Initially, it seems like the teams are very well settled in terms of their drop locations, but I wonder if there will be those intermediate battles, because 40R officials, they're heading straight into NoNx, and they might actually collide.
Oh. I mean, NoNx, they do find cover in Pachinki. That gets them to safety for a little while, but 40R They continue to move along the northern side. Although we move towards Georgiapol City, where Blitz Esports have a little bit of a scuffle going against Madkings themselves. And Madkings, they have found a safe haven inside of the city. Blitz, we saw them circle around these buildings with those vehicles, but they're hesitant in picking up this fight, and it makes sense. No weapons on the players of Blitz, or at least Soham does not have a lot to work with apart from that Uzi.
They do have their outlier set. Blitz Esports, if they do rotate or if they do move out, I guess they will be countered. But have a look at this. Speaking of counter, there is that grenade counter. We've used 3,212 nades inside of the tournament so far, which is a brilliant number. But then Smokes, it topples it all. It's almost touching on to 5,000.
Yeah, I think 32 games have happened so far, if I'm not wrong. 16 from the lower bracket, 16 from the upper bracket.
No! 6 matches every single day, 4 days in total in one round. That makes 24 games in the lower bracket. Every single team has played 16 matches, but then if you combine them together, there are 24 matches inside of the lower brackets, 24 inside of the upper bracket, so 48. Almost 1,000 smokes used per game. 100 smokes.
If you count 6 matches per day, that this doubles up matches for everyone. Like, it adds 2 matches to every single team, every play day.
See, I get it, Johnny. Neither of us are good at math. We are
No,
terrible at math.
It is 32 total matches per team, I'm saying, if we have to calculate how much util is used by a team per game. That's a good point. But anyways, ignore that. Coming back to the game, it is going to be 40R going up against Mysterious 4 right off the bat. It is lower bracket up against upper bracket with an low bracket team third party, Vasista Esports chiming in. Bunny! The trade is found, and 40R, they are under pressure as the third party from Vasista Esports as well that they have to worry about, but peeking the window against Pain is live, and well, Bunny feels the pain for the first time in his life. Pain is live, still alive. The shotgun low on ammunition, so he goes for a reload. Snowjod, he's there, hero in cover. Mysterious 4 though, they are isolated. It could have been an opportunity for Pain is life to recover, but unfortunately, no, is the answer from Snowjod. They survive in this fight with 4-man roster, but Vasista Esports now can move in for a third party.
There we have our first duel of the quarterfinals, ladies and gentlemen, and once again the same conversation that we were having. Teams from the lower brackets versus the teams at the bottom of the upper brackets. And the results? Well, Mysterious 4 just absolutely dropped the ball on top of 40R. There is nothing they could have done over there. Of course, Spain is live and Bali just got caught off guard, but 40R, they've been wiped off right from the get-go of this game itself. Not a best of start inside of the quarterfinals. Vasista Esports, you did mention about that potential third party which was going on, but then it seems like Vasista Esports, they're off to a slower start. They have also subbed out one of their players for just Lean. Pretty interesting to find out if she is going to be impactful in Vasista and their journey. But have a look at this Blitz. They've been actually caught off guard. Troy Tamilan from the distance. They will pick up that one finish point, or will they not?
I think it should be an easy finish secure. A lot of HP loss, so Blitz Esports, they can't recover. There goes Nova 21. But Troy Tamilan Esports, they have to be cautious. Blitz is the same team that kept bodying them again and again in those mid-game fights. A 3-man roster survives from the side Blitz though. Soham running for his life. They're sticking around towards the northern Georgiapol City. Blitz Esports not really wanting to abandon their safe haven this early inside of the game. And it's going to lead to a lot of interesting developments. But before that, a little bit of a recap of how things went down. 440R, Hector stealing that one finish point, picking off Zegod, and then Bunny. This could have been the moment where 40R recovered, Pain is life, found the trade. He was looking for that second pick, but that fight happened so early in the game that 40R, first of all, had no utility, and second of all, just ran into a trap with Vasista Esports being towards the northern side. They didn't account for that.
Yeah.
Had they known that there could have been another team on that slope, I think they would have just approached this fight from the shoreline. That would have been a much better call, but that roadside play, a big mistake.
It certainly was a very big mistake, but then you'll have to move on, recover from that first game, and potentially come back on the map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. 40R, it seems like Miramar has always been their favorable pick. Scored a lot of points on the map of Miramar, but still not enough to actually move to the semi-finals. But on the other side, we did spot a couple of lads from NoNx Esports. Have a look at that. Blitz Esports closing in on Phoenix right now, who are in the middle of nothing. They are trying to aim for that center of the circle. It seems like they're looking to push forward, but then that further journey will be marked by the lads of Blitz Esports, who already have captured the territories of Ruins, which is not the best of places to actually go in for a 4v4 fight. It's extremely open. You've got some random covers, a lot of weird angles to actually hold, so not the best of positions, but elsewhere on towards Water City, it seems like NINZA are going to be thinking to make this their own turf, and now Max finally gives away the footsteps. Sound cues are there, Johnny. It seems like the fight will break open, but where are the rest of his lads? There they are.
Yeah, his teammates are quite far away, and that preemptive nade shows a lot of panic from Max. He's just throwing utility to try and keep NINZA at bay, but he doesn't even know where they exactly are. And because of that, a punish in play. NINZA, they find the opening. No, God's Omen. Now this, I wanted to say, was going to be the most interesting fight right now in the early stages. Both the teams just struggling for points in their qualification round for the next stage of the tournament. And of course, NINZA, even though the opener is there, a little bit hesitant in terms of moving in, charging at the remaining players of God's Omen, who were spread all over the map right now. But on the other side of things, Blitz Esports, they are extremely unlucky in this game. Salty, they lose yet another man from their side.
But how is the question? Where are they finding these fights is my question. They were at Ruins, again, which I said isn't really the best of positions to take your pit stop, but then to try and avoid fights, I think Blitz Esports just absolutely dropped the mic over there. Nonetheless, with the two-man roster, Blitz Esports, I don't really think this journey is going to be very favorable for them, but it wasn't really the case for God's Omen either. Max, one of their highest performers, has been taken down. And speaking of highest performers, I think this team, Revenant Xspark, they've had highest performers in many ways and forms. Initially, it was Goten, who was the star kid shining on the first day itself, and an absolute underdog who dominated the lobby. We had 9 eliminations, followed by 7, followed by 1. It was a performance and a half, but then we saw Trace God get back to his absolute best later on.
It was a slow start for Trace God, but Revenant Xspark overall are one of the beasts that move in from the lower bracket. It is going to be interesting to see when they actually kick things off. I want to see when Revenant Xspark engages into those fights, how do they approach those fights, and how does this early game turn out for them. Victorious Sumus, the team, finally make their way towards Everest, all the way from that military base. It's been a long journey for Victorious Sumus to reach here, and they're going to be the last ones breaching the zone, by the way. Apart from them, Tamilan Esports still sticking around in the northern Georgia Pool City. It is an off play. It is going to cost them a lot of their HP once they finally look to engage into those fights. So hope for Tamilan Esports, already dire due to that awkward decision making. But Victorious Sumus, the circle takes an eastern hard shift back towards Rozhok, and that is going to cause some problems for Victorious Sumus. We see them move out, but NoNx Esports up ahead can cause a lot of damage mid-rotation.
You spoke of the fights. It seems like the circle is is absolutely starved for those fights. A hard shift coming through, which does take us towards the regions of Rozhok. Really want to find out if there will be some fights midway while migrating. But these teams, they actually come pretty close against each other. Have a look at that. NoNx Esports just charging on towards Blitz. Now this is going to be a 4v2 affair. And right at the get-go, Soham did to try to find some retaliation going. Chandan was the first one to fall. Veron was the only unlucky chap as he could not get a finish. But NoNx Esports, it was pretty easy for them to close out this fight.
Quick in, quick out. Blitz Esports, like their name said, they were out in a blitz, but NON, Kaliug, it seems like he has poured out the players of EVOX up ahead, and Anonymous sent on an off position as well. They do not have a lot of utility, the players of NON, or at least Kaliuk doesn't. Otherwise, one nade from here could have actually found them an opening, but who cares about nades, said NON. And now EVOX is just running out in front of their eyes. The opening knock on RD07, almost secured, but the trade damage is going to force them to fall back. Oh, that was such a big threat in the face of EVOX that has been avoided. But Anonymous on the move, on the flank. Look at the radar. What is the intention from NON? Will they re-engage or are they going to back off?
I think they're going to back off, absolutely. They did try to actually get the opening knock, but since it's not there, there is no point in engaging right from the get-go itself. Because have a look at the mini-map. You've got a couple of teams in your backlines, and I think they are aware of it. They can sense their presence. In order to actually win the fight, you will have to be very efficient, pretty quick, just like Phoenix Esports did. And the fact that in a 4v4, you're much more vulnerable in making mistakes. One, if your pick goes down, there is always a third-party potential building up. And have a look at this. Phoenix Esports, we talked about Veron being unlucky, extremely unlucky in this match. Once again has been brought down from his buggy, will be finished off as well. Mysterious Fork, they get off the mark, and so did Madkings Esports, another one of those teams with that -5. Things aren't really going well for them because Shiraj finds Apollo. One of those players who will find the connection. Clutch God looking to retaliate with his vehicle, but it seems like Madkings Esports, they are struggling in the middle of nowhere, not finding position. Even Autobotz joined the party, Johnny.
And the circle moves away to make things worse for all of these teams that are present towards the west right now. Autobotz, as you mentioned, they show up. Madkings caught by Mysterious 4, both Phoenix and Madkings. It seems like taking a fight in the middle of nowhere, out in the blue, is not a good decision. Surprise, surprise. Who would have thought that? Look at that. Last two survivors from either side just running on the slope of the hill, and all of them are spotted out. Shiraj. I mean, mad props to Snowjord, by the way. He's trying to spray that distance with a hollow sight, and he runs out of ammunition on that M4. Now, if that man runs into a fight, I don't think he stays alive. Snowjord has to be careful, but Clutch God, last survivor from the side of Madkings, the only man to escape that circle of death. How long does he stay alive? He's just moving along the shorelines, and this will put a lot of pressure on him. There's a lot of teams towards the southern shorelines that can take him out.
And talking about the southern shorelines, it seems like there's still those couple of outliers who are making their way inside of the circle. The circle shifting towards another hemisphere, ladies and gentlemen. Rozok will not be your safe haven anymore. Talk about Revenant Xspark. They've got a Vasista Esports in just one compound, and that is not good news.
Yeah.
Fears through the smokes will be able to track a couple of those players. Did spot the hit marker, which means he knows there are multiple opponents ready for him. It's just about when do they open their triggers, when do they break open. Revenant Xspark, they're not playing in the same fashion that they started off the lower brackets.
I mean, Revenant Xspark right now, the ball is in their court. They have control of this game. They are smack center of the circle with decent cover available as well. But this is going to be the most interesting position for the next few seconds, or maybe a minute or two. Towards the northwestern edge of the zone, you have NoNx, you have Autobotz, you have Reckoning Esports, you have EVOX, Mysterious 4, and Tamilan Esports. It is 6 names, 6 teams, all with the same intention, to take control of this northwestern hill and then just maintain that high ground advantage. And as all of them collide, no one wants to commit. Everyone showing utmost respect to the competition. And Arib just pushing through that cluster, keeps charging forward with the rest of his squad mates in tow. And Ralphie, in fact, turns around, finds the opening into the players of NON. Autobots, this is a risky maneuver. Look at that. Instantly, as they start to take the fight from the backlines, it was Tamilan Esports that wanted to third party. Unfortunately, could not find the right opening, and a reset has been given to the Autobots. They find a decent position inside of the play zone as well, but Vasista lose out on Jasleen, Pro knocked out. Can this team make their way back into a fighting spot?
Do you really think they're going to actually make a comeback from this point on? Because one of their players has been knocked out in the open. Revenant Xspark is constantly taking chip damage and chip shots against them. So they are waiting for Vasista Esports to actually make a mistake on towards the other things. Have a look at this. Dionysus What was he doing inside the vehicle? He wasn't even trying to fight, potentially trying to hide, I'm not sure, but Tamilan Esports have got themselves 6 eliminations and they're looking strong from, of course, the northeastern quadrant of the circle. You've got Victoria Summers who've got so much real estate for themselves. It's a battle where everyone is just driving their vehicles to scout out information. Have a look at that, the nade from EVOX. Arshit was brilliant. NoNx, who were thriving for a while, all of a sudden find themselves absolutely cornered, and Kana from the backlines will be chipped off. Everyone is susceptible to damage. And it is because it is completely out in the open. The circle is merciless.
Yeah, there's so many third parties happening in this position, and Tamilan Esports, what a way to kick off their day, to be honest. I mean, this is a perfect game from Tamilan Esports. Their timing into those fights is spot on. They've gotten 7 eliminations so far. And I think they might not be done yet, as EVOX circles around them. Tamilan Esports, they sit at a lower ground at a disadvantage, so they will have to be patient about this. But Pekka spots out Archit, and it's going to be an instant knock finish coming through for Tamilan. We might just get to see double-digit finishes from this team in the game 1 itself.
The surprising fact for Tamilan Esports, Johnny, is the fact that they're yet to take a 4v4 head-on encounter. It's all 7 finishers who have been picked off in outlying positions, third parties, multiple places, and they just chip off a team and absolutely get the finish for themselves. They confirm it. But nonetheless, Victoria Summers versus NINZA can actually be a fight in hands, ladies and gentlemen. Victoria Summers on the better side of the circle. Meanwhile, NINZA just trying to break past that injection point. It's not going to be easy, especially with Cheyenne and Mafia just constantly keep on moving their vehicles around the top of the ridge. I think they want to get as much information as they potentially can. But I'm waiting for Victoria Summers to just charge in. We haven't really seen that ruthless approach from Cheyenne and the rest of the lads for a while now. Even Mafia, as a matter of fact, I think he's been very brilliant ever since he came under Ovis and his idolship. But this tournament, we did not get to see Mafia at his best.
I mean, for sure, but I think a lot of the lifting done by Cheyenne, NINZA has been on point. Also, by the way, an update to the Madkings situation. They got eliminated with 2 finishes in this game. That means their point tally is at a -3 after this match is done. Oh, the EVOX. This is a meat grinder, and they are just putting their heads in it. But Autobotz Esports, Revenant Xspark with a third party, and Autobotz do not survive for long. Trace God walking away with a few eliminations to his name, and EVOX, well, as I said, run into a meat grinder, and only their fingers remain. RD07, the last player surviving.
Well, talk about surviving. Tamilan Esports, they are thriving currently on the northwestern edge of the circle. Nades being popped off. They have been going against EVOX for a while now. And since they knew that this was the meat grinder, the finish feed was just popping off. It seems like Tamilan Esports, they don't really want to take this fight. They just want to land nades at that region. But I like the slow and steady approach coming in from Tamilan Esports. They're not diving into battle. They're not plunging. They're not throwing bodies. They are looking for positions, and they try to gather finishes what come at them. No risks taken, but only rewards reaped.
I mean, for sure, that seems to be the trend in this game in its entirety, because we haven't really seen those big 4v4s happen.
Yeah.
Apart from that, I think it's just 2 teams fighting. The third parties from a distance, and finishes are just spread out between everyone. Although the chicken dinner is not going to be shared. It goes to one and one team only. And before this game, we were talking about the importance of starting out strong. So this first chicken dinner can be where teams set their momentum and start building upon it from here on out. Revenant Xspark, 4 eliminations. And as of now, one of the prime positions in the game, all set to secure the win. Victoria Summers towards the, well, outside the eastern edge, along with NINZA. Both the teams stuck in a standstill situation, but Victoria Summers, they want to make a pounce for that rally. Sensei waiting to strike.
I think Revenant Xspark are extremely vulnerable for a third party. There will be multiple teams eyeing out these compound. There will be multiple teams eyeing out positions from where Sensei has been holding his ridge. Omen right next to Revenant Xspark. We just saw Victoria Sumus as well, almost just give a touch of boo to Revenant Xspark and go back as well. So this is going to be problematic. How many fights can you withstand? How much can you endure will be the question, as Meta NINZA just knocking on the doors of Revenant Xspark. Look at the nade being cooked up. Absolutely no idea where the player is, but Sensei now is going to be aware. Does he go and regroup with the rest of his lads will be the question, Johnny.
I mean, he should, but if this nade makes contact, then maybe it's gonna mean something else. And Sensei is gonna be the man kicking things off. The knock secured, the finish converted with a second. And Revenant Xspark, it looks like, as we were expecting, Salty, this is gonna be the game that they wanted. Wanted the second, gets too greedy. The third party comes through from God's Omen, from the backlines. And Revenant Xspark, oh, this is gonna be painful. Now, Goten might go down. Sensei, he needs to save his teammate. That nade is gonna just end up securing the finish, but Meta NINZA, the next team in line to feel the pressure. And Sensei, look at him. I feel so bad for him. He's surrounded from every single direction. We have God's Omen on one flank, Vasista Esports in the back lines. There's Meta NINZA up front. The man has absolutely nowhere to go.
He's still holding on to his position. They did not take on that head-on battle as of yet. Goten, a little bit of overextension over there, is going to pay the price for it. But nonetheless, we switch focus to another fight where Vasista Esports, they are battling as Hector goes down. Metal Esports from the sidelines looking to go aggressive. The nades definitely land right on the money. Two players, Carry Jod as well as Pro OP, are going to be the two players surviving and holding on their mantle. Look at the shotguns go from aimbot. Finally finding form, Izzy. Gets the finish for himself. Metal Esports with 5 eliminations. Finally, Johnny, they look good.
For sure, they look amazing, but of course, more placement, more finishes are going to be better. And aimbot charges to see if he can find one for his team, but falls. Cheyenne, the first finish of the game, secured by him. And now, Victoria Sumus eyeing the remainder of the Metal Esports squad. Altu knocked out. He's not coming back. He's getting finished off. There we have it. Owace, he gets a revive. And Victoria Sumus back to a 4-man roster. Top 6 teams, 12 players still alive. Revenant Xspark, they are one of those names that have almost all of their players. Apart from them, Victoria Sumus still alive with 4 players intact. Everyone else, it's just down to those loose stragglers. Tamilan, Metal Esports, Vasista Esports with 1 player each. God's Omen with 2.
And over there, Revenant Xspark with 3. It seems like for them, all of a sudden, Sensei's position becomes so much more quintessential. They cannot just hold on to that compound. But have a look at this. Victoria Sumus, they did try to go out on the offense, but always has been brought down with the nade. Tamilan Esports looking to capitalize on this opportunity. And this time it's going to be 33k shoes. Akshu was taken out. Tamilan, well, they're going to bow out, but they had about 10 finishes before they actually get taken out from this game itself.
What a brilliant start for Tamilan Esports. To be honest, I did not expect it. I did not expect that Tamilan Esports right out of the gate are going to be this strong, but hey, who doesn't like pleasant surprises? On the other side of things, Revenant Xspark as well having a phenomenal start to their day. 9 eliminations in the first game, and I still believe this is going to be their win. We are in Stage 7 right now.
Yeah.
Revenant Xspark, they have a nice little spread. They have the lay of the land as well. And of course, Victoria Sumus, they've lost one of their men. They've lost their IGL away. So the numbers are equalized for both the teams.
I think after Tamilan Esports got taken out, I think there is nobody else who can actually challenge Revenant Xspark for their positioning. Vasista Esports, they're absolutely cornered. Metal Esports are cornered as well. Victoria Sumus on the other side of the circle. I think by the time they scavenge the land, they will have taken down a couple of their own players as well. As the nades do keep on coming, Scary Shot holding their angle. And I wonder where is Metal Esports surviving, that lonesome survivor, Venom. Oh wait, he actually finally falls from the Molotov. Metal Esports being eliminated on the 5th position.
Yeah, he tried to avoid the nade and just ran into the molly that was lobbed before it. But 4 teams, 9 players still alive. Victorious Sumus. An extremely well fought, well played game this matchup for Erangel from them. And look at Vasista Esports. All hope on a man who works miracles for the team, Scary Jord. Yet again, the story for Vasista remains the same. Scary, if you can do anything, please do it. Everyone else, relax.
They've given up?
Not given up. I think they just know he's too good.
He certainly is too good, but ladies and gentlemen, have a look at this. Revenant Xspark, Trey's got with that beautiful height advantage is going to find yet another one. Fierce and Trey's tag team to bring down Lucifer. God's Omen struggling. Vasista Esports still holding on to that angle, but Victorious Summers, the ones who can actually potentially threat Revenant Xspark right now with the numbers advantage. It seems like they're stuck. They're stuck absolutely in the middle of nowhere.
Trace does such a brilliant job of keeping the pressure on his opponent, making sure Shogun knows that if he peeks, he is going to get taken out, and then constantly taking shots and finding every now and then even one connection on Victorious Summers as well keeps them under pressure. But stage 9 now, there is no more circle. It's just the blue zone collapsing on all of these players, and Revenant Xspark, they have set up that smoke pathway. Trace God wants to make sure and confirm that the flank is going to be cleared. There goes the nade, Shogun along with it. And we have our podium finishers for match number 1. Vasista Esports, Revenant Xspark and Victorious Summers. But what remains to be decided is who gets the chicken, who finishes second, and who is just going to get those 5 placement points for finishing third in this game.
Well, Mafia wants to start things off with the nade. Does sail across the land, but towards Sensei, don't really think it's going to do much damage. Look at this. Scary Jord, this is perfect. He can spoil Victorious Summers and their entire plan so far. Can he land the second one is the question. Is it perfectly cooked? Chips away a little bit of damage, but Revenant Xspark looking to calibrate this. Mafia quite low on HP. Revenant Xspark, this is their time to go. But no, wait. They take too much time. Trace God and Fierce leading the charge. Mafia behind that loot box is going to be able to do absolutely nothing as Revenant Xspark start their upper brackets, or rather their quarterfinals, just the way they did so in the lower brackets, and absolutely no reaction from the entire team.
Yeah, right off the bat, I mean, a great start for Revenant Xspark, and of course they got to thank Scary Jord for that win of theirs as well. I mean, he was the reason Vasista Esports got completely off guard. That first nade and the second man he tried to take down, he dished out a lot of damage, putting him out of commission. I think that remote detonation nade that was lobbed out, I think it was just the splash damage that got that man, because he was down to about 5 or 10 HP. But a great start to all of these teams, a great start for Tamilan Esports. Kind of a surprising game 1, to be honest.
A very surprising game 1, and I think majority of that was courtesy to the circle, because it kind of threw every one of those players off guard. We did not expect such an open circle, first of all. You remember that one phase of the game where we saw almost like, what, 4 and 5 teams using their vehicles individually and just going past each other, right? Nobody's taking any shots. I think that was the moment where I knew that this game is going to be an extremely slow affair, because everyone is hesitant to take that fight.
I think we did not see those 4v4s until the very end of the game.
Very
it was
end.
just like small fights, small fights, small fights, small fights throughout. Teams losing 1 player, teams losing 2 players. At the start of the game, we had a proper all-out 4v4, but then even that sort of completely went out of the box. But towards the end there, we have it. Revenant Xspark, that is 12. I think about 14 eliminations, 24-point start for Revenant Xspark. And Vasista Esports, I understand their frustration as well. They were having a decent game. Them and Revenant Xspark were the 2 teams that were there in the prime spot of the zone from the start almost till the very end. Scary Jord, the last survivor. I think they have to be happy. They walk away with 5 placement points. They have, I think, about 3 or 4 eliminations in this game as well. So this was a pretty nice match from Vasista Esports. Of course, a chicken dinner would have been better, but you don't always get what you want, you know?
Yeah, you don't always get what you want, but I think this is still experimental phase for Vasista Esports, because they tried out their new 5th player instead of their default 4th, which was a very big surprise, because inside of the lower brackets, we didn't really get to see this player. Vasista Esports, they are playing with a default 4, where there was a risk of elimination. Now there is risk of elimination too, but then they still switch up, which is very surprising. But then kudos to Hector. I think he always brings up new surprises, and well, I am ready to be surprised.
I'm also ready to be surprised, and I think today is going to be filled with a lot of those, because now it becomes difficult to judge, all right, who has come from the lower bracket, who has come from the upper bracket, all these teams. I think the first few matches, at least first 3-4 games, or maybe the first 2 games, are going to be interesting. But I think we might just be able to hear what is going to happen with Revenant Xspark. So time for an interview. Or maybe not.
Let's go towards the interview.
महसूस कर रहे हैं, लग रहा है कि लॉबी में गर्मी थोड़ी बदली है या सेम लेवल का कंपटीशन लग रहा है आपको?
आई थिंक मतलब कंपटीशन से तो हमें उतना लेना देना नहीं है, क्योंकि कंपटीशन हम ही खुद ही हैं एंड उतना कुछ है नहीं, मतलब इजी लगा हमें और हम बेसिक पे स्टिक करें. जो हमसे मिस्टेक्स हो रही थी, जो हमने लोअर ब्रैकेट में करी थी, वो मिस्टेक्स हमसे हुई नहीं है. इस चक्कर में हमें चिकन मिला एंड साथ में अच्छे फिनिशेस मिले.
बिल्कुल चिकन डिनर आए, फिनिशेस बढ़िया आए. आई थिंक मोमेंटम वो और भी ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग हुआ होगा. बट सिंसे क्या बातचीत चली बैक इन द होटल, क्योंकि 4 दिन का ऑफ भी था, तो वहाँ पे क्या सारी चीज़ें आप कर रहे थे? कैसे आपने अपनी टीम को प्रिपेयर करा कि यहाँ पर आकर के आउटशाइनिंग परफॉर्मेंस दिखाया जाए?
बात तो बस यही चल रही थी कि आज क्या खाना है, आज क्या नहीं खाना. सच बोलो तो उसके अलावा हमारी कुछ बात नहीं हुई, और गेम के बारे में हम उतना डिस्कस नहीं करते थे. कभी कभार साथ में 2v2 खेल लेते थे. और बाकी हाँ, एक चीज़ करते थे कि हम सारे बैठ के जो मैचेस चलते थे क्राफ्टन इंडिया ई स्पोर्ट्स के चैनल पे, वो सब देखते थे और लाइक करते थे, सब्सक्राइब करते थे.
तो आप भी लाइक कीजिए, आप भी सब्सक्राइब कीजिए, क्या पता आपका गेम प्ले भी और ज़्यादा इंप्रूव हो जाए. पर ट्रेस गॉड भी मेरे साथ मौजूद है. और ट्रेस, आप कैसे कर लेते हो हर बार? यहाँ पर भी इस मुकाबले की क्या बढ़िया शुरुआत आपने कराई, एक बार फिर से फिनिशेस की लड़ियाँ लगा दी. तो आज क्या कुछ अलग सोच के आए थे, क्या माइंडसेट में था भाई कि इतना बढ़िया खेल के गए आप?
जो वीक 1 मतलब जो लोअर ब्रैकेट में माइंडसेट था वही है. मतलब गलतियाँ नहीं करनी मेन, ये मैच गलती नहीं करी, मैच अच्छे गए, आगे भी गलतियाँ नहीं करेंगे.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, फ्लॉलेस जो परफॉर्मेंस है वो हमें अभी यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क का. बट विल दे बी एबल टू कंटिन्यू दिस रन? दैट्स द क्वेश्चन एंड वील फाइंड आउट द आंसर आफ्टर अ वेरी शॉर्ट ब्रेक.
Dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dravian Xsuit. Get now.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, it is an interesting start to the quarterfinals. Revenant Xspark doing quite well for themselves in game 1. And Necro, are we surprised with that?
I mean, of course we are, right? Somewhere down line, a lot of people had doubts that, yeah, maybe inside of the lower brackets, Revenant Xspark just got lucky in the first couple of games. But now they once again kick things off with a massive bang.
But I feel like Anki missed out on a very important question for Trace God in that interview, that does his back hurt carrying Sensei around so much?
To be honest, at this point in time, luckily enough for Trey Scott, he's also got a man like Fears backing him up, and also the other guy inside of the Revenant Xspark has got things under control, right? Even Godin, as you mentioned, right? He's also over there to sort of bring in that balance inside of the team. Before it was just Trace, of course, carrying the entire team, but now things are looking good and balanced, which is a good thing for them. But moving the conversation towards Victorious Sumus, that one man in the shack just completely spoiled their dreams, and he proved out to be a nightmare.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Victorious Sumus, up until the mid-game stages, I felt like they were off to a great start, but Scary Jord, out of nowhere, just shows up, and it was one piece of utility. That one nade dropping the backline support just completely broke Victorious Sumus' chances of winning the chicken dinner. But hey, they got a lot of finishes, so I'm happy.
Hey, look, to be honest, I was sitting in the back lines looking at that game too, and I was constantly saying this one fact. I was mentioning this. Victorious Sumus is going to get dismantled by Scary Jod if they ignore him for too long, and that's what exactly happened. We've got the top 5 players on the screen too, of course. Inside of these top 5 players, everyone was the one to perform the best for their individual teams in that past game. But Revenant Xspark, of course, the team that shined out the most, getting 24 points, and then Tamilan Esports getting 12 points, Victorious Sumus getting 11, and then you've also got Vasista Esports getting 8 points. It's not a bad start for Vasista Esports.
Yeah, I mean, it is a decent start. 8 points, all thanks to those 5 placements that Scary Jord was able to grab for the team. Hopefully, if they can get double digits at least in one game today, they're going to be good to go. But on the other side of things, 9-16 is where we see those upsets. Blitz Esports, are we missing the form that was there in low bracket round 1, or is this just a bad game?
Look, to be honest, I feel like it's just the game 1. Blitz probably just trying to get the lay of the land on how exactly things are going to look like. And Madkings, yeah, -3. It definitely does seem a little bit weird, but we know due to some problems Madkings caused, the problems have now pretty much reflected for them in the overall standings over here.
Necro, you've been doing this for, what, 3 years now?
What?
Commentary, been in esports.
Yeah.
I've been here for 6. We have never seen a negative scoreboard before.
I know, right? That's for the first time. Imagine what you've done to actually get that negative score like that. But yeah, to be honest, I hope Madkings does recover from that setback, and even for Wyld Fangs, when they do actually chime inside of the action, they do better. But at this point in time, the conversation has to be for the first half of the board, especially speaking of Vasista Esports, right? Bringing in a substitution because a few problems did happen in the past. Silo PF is not there in the playing floor anymore, but that sub as well, it still feels like, yes, the sub in particular is not able to play that well, but still as a team, I feel like they're doing much better.
But Sahil OP, I think he has been a consistent player for every single roster that he has played in. And it is a man, he's a man that you can rely upon, but then again, everyone needs to put in the work. Madkings, we know they have a lot more potential than what they've been able to accomplish this far in this tournament. We know if Clutch God, Apollo, all of these men start playing their level best, then this is a team that can easily find a break in the top 5. Or at least that is what I feel.
To be honest, for Vasista Esports, at this point in time, it's not even about being in the top 5. I'm pretty sure they just want to qualify. That's what their main goal is going to be. It's not about dominating this quarterfinals. It's pretty much about just placing yourself in the top 12 so you can head on towards the semifinals.
I mean, if you're talking about Vasista Esports, then I do not know what's happening because we keep hearing this story in 2 different ways. One guy says, yeah, we have some issue. The other guy does not know what issue is there. I'm talking about Nebula versus Vasista Esports. We don't know what's happening, but it keeps making the matches more interesting because as soon as Nebula feel like they're done with their qualification, they're like instantly, where's Vasista? Where's Hector? That's what Adi thinks.
That's the whole point, right? For Nebula Esports, I'm pretty sure once again, they're just going to try to do that same thing. Just cross the finish line as soon as possible and then start targeting the fan favorite teams. And I feel like this time, Godlike might just be under their crosshairs because for Hero Xtreme Godlike, the performance, we all saw what exactly happened in the upper brackets.
By the way, I mean, there was a message for you from the stage yesterday. I think we kind of missed it, but it was there on the Hindi broadcast. I think after a chicken dinner, Cincinnati Kids Juicy just said, like, tell Neck Necro, I'm doing well now. So I think if you keep talking like this about Godlike Esports, they're going to send you a message as well, maybe a letter.
I'm really happy the fact that at least Juicy's listening to me and he's actually implementing stuff out there, right? I mentioned this too. In the first 2 days, Cincinnati Kid's aggression was completely missing. But the moment I said that, right next day, we see a massive performance from CK.
Yeah, but you weren't this nice about it back then. I mean, you keep putting the man on blast every single time we talk about him.
Look, the only thing I was saying was that Cincinnati Kids on land always likes to stay at the latter half of the board. That's all I said.
You said if you're a CK fan, if you have to see them on top, you got to turn your phone around.
That's another thing. But to be honest, now the fact that CK has already moved on towards the semifinals, it's a good thing.
Hey.
And the fact that they've rectified their mistakes and implemented new stuff, it's also a good thing.
It's that toxic motivation that kicks
I know,
in.
right? The toxic motivation always works. It worked for CK, and I hope it's going to work for Godlike as well. I hope it worked for all the other teams that are there, even for NINZA. I want to see them push that aggressive stance, but they're not showing that so far.
Yeah, Vasista Esports off to a great start, and of course, with a new athlete in the mix. I mean, we will have expectations from this new player, but expectations from this man, yes, Scary, we are going to get closer to you. What do you think he's thinking right now?
To be honest, for Scary, he knows he did more than enough. That's why he's happy. He knows he pretty much did his job. Things looking good and dandy for his team and himself. The game one's off to a great start.
They were setting up for a dinner, Necro. You know how you put the bib so that your clothes don't get ruined once you're having any sort of non-veg. That's what Shiraz and Veyron were doing. They were just setting up for a chicken dinner.
I know, right? That's actually kind of fun if you think about it. Before Phoenix Esports, we all know. On day one, Phoenix Esports did extremely well. Day two came in, Phoenix Esports was a complete flop. Day three, Phoenix Esports was a flop once again. But day four, they sort of got the pace back up once again. I hope Phoenix Esports is going to showcase a lot of consistency.
I think they will. I think that has been the trend. This is what I was talking, because Salty mentioned the same thing before we went to the match. And I was like, that's the story of the Phoenix. It grows old, goes to ashes, and then rises from the ashes. But who's going to rise in this game? Time to find that out.
Exactly, when the plate's going to be in the skies, this time starting all the way from Oasis towards the southern side, which is Minas del Sur. This plane flat path extremely tilted towards the left side of the map. If the teams want to head in towards the right, for example, Impala, Puerto Paraiso, and even LSR, now that's going to be a bit of a tough stretch.
Yeah, it is going to be a problematic situation getting towards the southeastern quadrant of this game in particular. But we have seen, I think, especially from the lower bracket, a lot of teams prioritizing that northeastern quadrant. Torre Amuda, Campo Militar, all the way towards El Azhar. Might lead to a few early conflicts for the teams playing from the northern side. Right off the bat, we see Reckoning Esports. Revenant Xspark have taken an early exit. That is surprising. I would have expected them to drop along the southern highways, pick up vehicles, and then move Los Leones. It seems like they might just drop towards water treatment and Hacienda, get vehicles from there, and then move down south, but that is a risky play.
Wow. I mean, at this point in time for teams like Autobotz Esports, to be honest, we saw Autobotz Esports in the lower brackets, and this was the only team that was constantly cracking its side of the top 5 in every single game. Probably one of the most consistent teams out there. The first game, yeah, not exactly the Autobot standards, but I'm pretty sure maybe this game is where Autobots will start kicking things off. You've also got Reckoning Esports around the territory of El Pozo. There's also Blitz right next to him. And one thing is for sure, for Blitz, they're going to be a little bit jealous of the fact that there's a team right next to him. Probably would want to get rid of them as soon as possible. Blitz towards El Pozo. They've got a bit of that drop clash. NINZA towards Montenuevo. Things looking all good and dandy. EVOX all the way towards Valle del Mar. For EVOX, they've got a decent split. All the 4 players around that prison island. EVOX is going to loot up as soon as possible and head towards that zone. But looking at the circle and the way it's forming too, it's all the way towards Cruz del Valle, top right. This one's going to be interesting, Johnny.
It is going to be interesting because right off the bat as well, we have a cluster towards Hacienda del Patron, but Metal Esports, they spot out a straggler from the side of NON and Anonymous. Oh, I thought he almost made it, man. I thought he could survive, but no, says Metal. The first finish of the game secured by this team.
This is what you like to see from a banner like Metal Esports.
Yeah.
Aggression once again at its peak. Metal Esports getting that first elimination point already scooted up. And they haven't even went for the loot, by the way. They just got that elimination point and instantly backing away. That's one way to kick things off.
I
At
think-
one point, it's going to help you quite a bit, boost the confidence and motivation.
Yeah, but it's just 1 point. They get 1 point and they're instantly just happy.
Let's hope Nebula Esports, they're not going to be satisfied with just that 1 point.
Exactly.
But I'm pretty sure the only reason why Nebula Esports is backing away to get their hands on better loot, better meds, better utilities, and then maybe they will try and re-engage inside of a better fight. But for NoNx, yeah, they're off to a really bad start.
Also, by the way, I mean, NoNx off to a bad start, but they do find a position in Power Grid to try and survive. This is where I was eyeing out towards, because there's Victor Sumus, there is Mysterious 4, there is Madkings, and Tamilan all in a similar position.
We've got the squad finish leaders on the screen. Seoul is the team that has the most amount of finishes so far in the Showdown, which is insane if you think about it, 114, and then OG's right underneath them with 100, and True Rippers with 98. Revenant Xspark as well, right there on the fourth with 96. Interesting.
The teams playing in the quarterfinals, Revenant Xspark, Autobotz, Nebula Esports, Blitz, Mysterious 4, these 5 names that are there in a row, well, all of them from the lower bracket performed phenomenally well in their matches. And I think these are going to be those 5 names that we can pretty much say are going to move from the quarters to the semifinals. I think they are playing way too good right now.
I know, right?
All 5 of them. Do you think one of them might miss out?
I don't think.
Yeah, me neither.
There's no way.
Mysterious 4 may, because every now and then they have a tendency to just completely mess things up, but
I think this Mysterious 4 is much more stable. That's what I personally think. It feels like a proper engine that was needing a lot of patches before this lineup. But now it seems like all the patches are finally rolled out, and this engine now seems much more stable. It's working like a fine machine.
finish leaders over there as well. Trey's got leading the charge. A man from the lower bracket just dominating the lobbies, and then there's Lobster on 8, Sarfar and Pro as well, but ouch, Reckoning caught off guard by Mysterious 4. I don't think they thought this was going to happen.
Yeah, how did this happen for Reckoning Esports all the time?
I have no idea. Why is Reckoning Esports playing so passive? They are all the way towards the northeastern edge of the map.
It just keeps on happening to Reckoning Esports over and over again. Another bad start. Who would have thought? To be honest, Reckoning Esports, they need to do a lot better. We expect a lot better from them, and they should do a lot better. But let's hope that since it's just a game 2, we're going to have that leeway, and even Reckoning Esports, they can at least let this one slide. They've got a lot more games to prove. And they can definitely make an easy bounce back. It's not even a question. Autobotz Esports, looking at the position they've got, this one's definitely going to be interesting. Once again, getting their hands on the basic loot, and to make it inside of the circle as well for Autobotz Esports, it's going to be piece of candy. But this time they're not proactive, which is a little bit weird if you think about it.
I think might come from the fact that they were kind of slow in reaching their early drop location, and they're just going to have to play a little bit adaptive. Or could be because they want to catch late breaches. Anyone moving towards the western edge of the circle can be caught off guard by Autobots. Probably one of those two things. But Victoria Sumus, we spoke about them, part of a cluster from the start of the match. It is brilliant that they haven't lost a single man yet, but they need to find some cover for themselves.
But to be honest, Johnny, the previous game was supposed to be Victoria Sumus's.
Yeah.
Given the position they had, Victoria Sumus had so much control to play within the first place. But just that one loose straggler from Vasista Esports just spoiled the entire dreams, and he proved out to be a nightmare.
But to be fair to Victoria Sumus, Kerry Georges stood in the same spot like someone walked up to him and said English or Spanish. He just stayed there for like a good 5 minutes, man.
And here's the thing, right? He knows he's the only man standing, so that's what he's supposed to do. He's got the zone on top of him as well, so you might as well just try and squeeze in as many placement points as possible. And when the opportunity presents itself, you can of course go for that strike, and that's what he did.
So it was good play from Scary that turned out to be a nightmare for Victoria Sumus. But last match, you have to agree, it gave us hope. Victoria Sumus looked like They are in the same form that we saw them in the last few matches of the upper bracket.
It's a good thing.
If they showed up in the form that they were in at the start of the upper bracket, then I would be a little bit concerned, because that was horrible.
That's the whole thing, right? Even at the start of the day, I was mentioning this one thing. All the teams from the lower brackets that have qualified towards the quarterfinals, they were much more aggressive.
I agree.
While all the teams that failed to qualify towards the semifinals from the upper brackets, they were much more passive. And that's why they were over here. But now, since those teams have also played multiple games, they've realized what exactly needs to be fixed. And that's what we're seeing, a much more refined version of Victor Sumus now.
I mean, there's this another conversation then we have to take. The teams from the lower bracket, yes, the aggression was there, but they were not playing for 4 days. On the other hand, Victorious Summers, a team like Victorious Summers, that did just build up momentum in the last 2 days of their matches, in the last 6 matches that they played, now has the opportunity to just keep the ball rolling. They are in that state of flow. They have figured out how they want to play their strategies, and if things keep going the same way, then Victorious Summers might actually be able to finish podium in quarterfinals.
To be honest, let's not jinx it.
Yeah, let's not
That's
talk
all I'm
about
going to
it.
say, because the more we talk about it, there's a big chance Victor Sumus might just be eliminated. And the funny part is, I was sitting in the back lines with Maisie watching the game, and Maisie mentioned that Victor Sumus is going to be the one to win the game. And the moment he said that, Victor Sumus was eliminated. So, yeah, I mean, that man is literally a prime example of jinxing.
Can we just... I want to put this to the test.
What?
Can we ask him to say that Godlike is not going to make it?
Maybe that's going to be true, I guess.
We'll figure it out. Oh, that's the one thing he gets right then.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, since it's not a part of Godlike, maybe that's actually going to be a true statement. You never know.
Oh man, I think we're going to wait to see how the matches go for Godlike, and then maybe try and see if he can get something out of it.
Or maybe we can just put a sellotape on his face and ask him to shut up.
Ah, yeah. I would love to see that happen. I would be involved in that happening.
Cool. But anyways, for Mysterious 4,
Yeah.
at this point, spotting out the players in the front. Mysterious 4, as I mentioned, this team now seems like a well-oiled machine. Yeah, in the past, they did require a lot of updates, but now after all the updates, Mysterious 4 does seem quite stable. They found that stability in their lineup. There's a team right in front of them. And I highly doubt going for the fight it's going to be any more rewarding. Madkings, a few shots were taken against him. Still in the minus in the overall standings, and for the people that are just tuning in, Madkings started the tournament off with minus 5 points in the overall tally. It's because of the violation of tournament rules.
And I think right now, they might just not get an opportunity to get themselves out of that -3 ditch that they have dug. Mysterious 4 almost taking out Clutch God, but he does manage to escape. And as you were talking about Mysterious 4, by the way, I wanted to mention this. Bunny, the man has a lot of confidence. He was between 2 different teams. There was Vasista Esports on the low ground below the ridge, and then Madkings just lobbing utility in his face.
I guess that's the part and parcel of having trust in your teammates, right? He knew his teammates are right in the back, providing him that cover fire as well. So even if things do go south, his teammates have got his back. That's what you call trust in your teammates. And that's what synergy looks like. For Mysterious 4, they're off to a fantastic start in the previous game as well.
Which team then would you say does not have a lot of trust in each other?
Godlike, prime example. Straight up.
In this
I
lobby.
can literally put up so many scenarios inside of a fight where Godlike is just not trusting each other in those fights at all.
For me, I think it has to be day 3 Miramar that they played, where we had Seoul towards the Northwest team. Seoul, the biggest chicken dinner that they got was on a map of Miramar, the 31-pointer. It's the same game where Godlike, they could have actually done a lot better, but weren't really part of the action. Missing out on aggression, I feel, is the big reason why they aren't really part of the semifinals right now and are playing in the lower bracket. But we'll talk about that team when they finally play. Vasista Esports, Scary Jod does what he does best. Gather finishes.
Perfectly done. For Vasista Esports, to be honest, the new sub they've got in the previous game was not really a big impact maker. But they've still got 3 great players. Pro, Hector, and Scary Jod. These 3 players, they need to make sure that Vasista Esports banner is going to be sky high. And as of now, for Vasista Esports, I'm pretty sure survival's going to be the main gameplay.
Oh,
The
of
main
course.
one's not there in the roster anymore, so Vasista Esports is not going to play aggressive.
Vasista Esports is not going to play aggressive, but Scary Jord will. I think that is what the man is going to try and do. Just see if he can get a few extra finish points all by himself. We are seeing him play quite exposed. On the other end, Victorious Sumus. Did they not have Mysterious Foe quite close to them a few moments ago?
I guess.
Yeah, but it seems like there are other teams in between them now. There's NoNx Esports, EVOX, and Phoenix. They're itching to just charge this ridge. Always needs to be careful from the distance. Madkings could have actually knocked him out, but NoNx Esports, they catch Clutch God off guard.
Yeah.
And that could be Victorious Summers finding some breathing room, all thanks to someone else. Third party, a team that could have taken them out.
Man kicks things off once again. And NoNx Esports, that one finish point gathered, it's going to make him feel good. Still a lot of teams around him, and that's where for NoNx Esports, they might just start getting anxious. But let's see. Gunshots are also being heard around him. And NoNx Esports does have a massive split between themselves. I'm not exactly sure how they're going to decide to utilize it, but Siraj already kicks things off against Madkings. For Madkings, it's a miserable day. Started things off with a -5, and now in the first game as well, they fell apart with just 2 points. In this game as well, on the verge of being taken out with 0 points. It cannot be any worse. And eventually, Madkings, I guess they've been eliminated from this game. It's done and dusted.
Yeah, and as you were talking about NoNx Esports, that split, I think it was a simple strategy. Ash put in a position where he just keeps the players of Victorious Sumus at bay. And the other 3 players, they were confident enough to take that 3v3 against Madkings. And they have. Resulted in Madkings getting taken out, eliminated from the game very early. The first team to go out, back to the lobby. But Ash now faces a difficult decision. Oh, I was thinking, how are his teammates going to close up? Well, they just move along the edge of the circle, right behind Ash. And I think in the next few moments, they might just look to move further up and put pressure on the players of Victorious Sumus. One knock secured, and Victorious Sumus could be done for.
I guess. But for Victorious Sumus, the way they started things off in the previous game, it could have been much better. But they've still got 12 points in the overall standings. That's a decent start. If you have an average of 7 to 8 points per game, that's still going to put you in quite a comfortable spot in the overall standings at the end of the quarterfinals. But as of now, for Trace, what a Trace that was. Finds those 2 knockouts instantly, gets the confirmation to the entirety of Revenant Xspark, taking shots against Metal Esports. Mistakes after mistakes, and All2 as well gets knocked out. It's Fears who fights that knock. Revenant Xspark dismantling the entirety of Metal Esports, and what a big blunder this was.
What just happened? Metal Esports, they did not get a medal for this one. After the previous match, there was hope. Metal, if they could maintain a consistent performance, maybe just we could see them turn things around, but the inconsistency is still on display from Metal and Revenant Xspark. They're going to be really happy with that fight.
Yeah.
Because that gives them some cover and at least a survivable position for the next stage of the zone. But over towards the southern edge, Vasista Esports and Mysterious Force still under collision. Snowjot has a brilliant spot to work with, even tags Pro for some damage, but not enough to find the opener. And from the other end, pressure as Vasista Esports also spot out NoNx Esports. This is getting trickier by the second.
For Vasista Esports, they've still got the compound to play with. So things are looking good and dandy for them. I highly doubt for Vasista Esports, NoNx Esports is going to be a real problem or real threat. The only possible threat's going to be in the name of Mysterious 4 if they decide to push up as well. And knowing Vasista Esports, they're probably going to camp it out as long as possible inside of this compound.
Yeah.
The moment the zone moves away, that's when Vasista Esports will try to take a bit of that accountability of actually making that rotation towards a better spot. But as of now for Tamilan Esports and God's Omen, standing right next to each other. You've also got 4TR on the opposite side of the road. And 4TR, the position they've got, it's going to be tough to sustain that. But look at the players of Revenant Xspark. Godin, Fury, and Trace next to each other. The moment you hear these 3 names, you know you're against a massive firing squad. And it's going to be a tough pill to swallow for you to come out on top. But as of now, for Reckoning Esports, they've already started things off with just a 3-man squad. And now to go up against the entirety of Revenant Xspark, it just can't get any worse.
I mean, not yet anyways, unless one of the players falls. Because I think Revenant Xspark, the moment one of their players, and especially Sensei, since he's outside on the backlines of this building, if he gets taken out, it opens up pathways for both God's Omen and Reckoning Esports to just come knocking on their doors. In fact, look at this. This is a little bit of a saving grace, to be honest. The circle's still on top of Revenant Xspark. Allows them to just keep their heads down, play for survival for a few extra minutes. Although, on the other end, Autobotz, I think they were on the verge of kicking things off. They were able to secure a knock. I want to see if they can just start pumping those finish numbers again.
True.
Very impressive Autobotz during their round run in the lower bracket round 1.
The position they've got, it's definitely interesting. Victor Sumus. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan's going to be, but they need to make it inside of the circle. And they need to find a good pathway to do so. Paving a good pathway is going to be tough. And for Victor Sumus, now they need to start taking the fight. Something that Victor Sumus does not like to do. They need to be proactive. They need to start taking fights and be aggressive. So let's see how they tackle this one.
Because this is a very difficult position from the perspective of Victor Sumus to be in. All the edges in front of them are already taken. They try to move towards the northeastern edge. That is where they run into Autobotz and Lobster. He wanted to connect that spray from distance. Unfortunately, wasn't able to. Toxic, he is the man going for attempt number 2. But Lobster, he's lost a big chunk of his HP. I think Autobotz, a better approach for them for this fight is just back off, wait on the edge, and then wait for the players of Victor Sumus to charge towards you. But Ralphie, he says no from the distance. In fact, finds the opener. Mafia knocked out.
That's a massive knock. It's going to disrupt the flow for Victor Sumus. And now my question is, what's going to be the game plan for them? NINZA gets confirmed too. Victor Sumus, they're falling prey. Down 3 players. Cheyenne as well. The man softened up extremely low. Victor Sumus, they've lost 3 players in the rotation. Who would have thought? Autobotz Esports, they flipped the entire chart against Victor Sumus. And now just one man standing for Victorious. I highly doubt he can do a lot.
Yeah. Cheyenne, he has been the key player for the team time and time again, but oh no, all the windows are going to get compromised soon, man. As soon as Autobotz reach the ridge, I think they should be able to spot about. He moves right next to the wall. But let's see how long he does manage to stay alive. Vasista Esports on the other end going up against the players of Phoenix. Oh, just a few more shots. He could have had the knock. That's just a missed opportunity. Oh no.
Crazy stuff. Those shots not able to find a lot of connection. Should have been a knock in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, now Vasista Esports on the bottom right. At least they've managed to spread themselves out a little bit more, showcasing a bit of that confidence. So Vasista Esports can maybe now start charging on and taking those fights as well. NINZA once again showcasing a peaceful gameplay on the southern side, but this game is not supposed to be peaceful. You're supposed to be the one to take the fights. You're supposed to be the one to take the initiative and find yourself in a better spot. Phoenix Esports, those shots against EVOX, they were deadly, but unfortunately for Phoenix Esports, they end up revealing their own position to the players of Vasista.
And Phoenix, they need to remember that they're not inside of the play zone, so they need to keep moving every 30-40 seconds. EVOX on the other end, going up against Autobotz, a fight to control the northwestern edge, and a brilliant nade from Ralphie. This man has done so much to find and keep his team safe. The front line for Autobotz keeps on with the push. He's looking for the second, but from the backlines, Phoenix Esports show up, and Ralphie finds yet another knock from a different team this time. 2 teams colliding it out. Autobotz need to wrap things up against EVOX as quickly as possible without dropping too many bodies. Lobster hits the floor. It's still a 3 versus 4 against Phoenix, or a 3v3.
It's unfortunate that EVOX got eliminated in such a quick fashion. But now for Phoenix Esports, this fight against the players of Autobotz Esports, it's going to be crucial. If they do not come out on top in this one, Phoenix Esports, it's going to be a massive fumble up in the overall standings too. And this nade, it's going to find the correct mark. Ash is the one to open up the fray, and Areep gets knocked out. The remainance Half the players of Autobotz Esports just backing away from this entire stance, and they're going to let that man be devoured.
2 players left from the side of Autobot, 6 finishes secured, and still 13 teams remain, so no placement points if you get eliminated here. That was intense. Phoenix with the recovery, Autobots with the escape, but Revenant Xspark, they want to make this push. God's Omen down to the last man. Max barely survived. So lucky to not get taken out with that nade, but maybe the next piece of fuel lobbed at them by Revenant Xspark might do the job, but Reckoning with the save. He was trying to cross the road, but Trey's got a splash damage from that grenade, and he hits the floor. Revenant Xspark down to just 2 players.
Yeah, the utility's doing a lot of damage, and eventually Revenant Xspark, they do close things off. But as you mentioned, down to just a 2-man squad, even Fierce falls apart. Now it's down to just Godin. One last man to try and hold the strength down for Revenant Xspark. Might just be too much to ask for. Reckoning Esports, they're constantly making sure that Revenant Xspark will be hurt. Eventually getting the confirmations too, and for Reckoning Esports, they've still got all the 3 players standing. Godin, the man's all by himself on the upper floor, but he's also got a shotgun to work with. 4 shells in the shotgun, and he needs to make each and every single one count. Godin, positions compromised too, and soon Reckoning Esports, all the players will unite. And they will make that pounce at the same time, and that's where maybe the problems will multiply for Godin. But as of now for 4TR, they need to deal with the players of NINZA. You've got Dragon OB and Poco right next to each other. Utilities misplaced, but as we go back towards this fight, Godin, the man's trying to fight for his life, trying to play for the survival. He's also got the off angle that the man's holding. He's just waiting for someone to walk in through the stairs. The Molotov doing a lot of work, and at this point, there's a big chance Godin will be eliminated from the game, and yes, that's what happens.
I don't know if the first volley actually made contact on him, but that second one for sure did. And Reckoning Esports, alright, a brilliant turnaround from Reckoning after not really having that impressive of a performance in game 1, but Phoenix Esports, they are looking to be consistent this time around as well. They have multiple teams shut down. They went after Autobots, now going after Mysterious 4. 2 players from Phoenix knocked out, but they are in a position where the revives can actually come through. There we had a Phantom. He's going to bring Wade on back. Oh no! Oh no! Vasista! Where do they show up from? Man, I completely forgot Vasista existed in this game.
Vasista Esports is not really showcasing a lot of aggression, but they're constantly moving from edge to edge. And luckily enough for Vasista Esports, they've avoided as many eyes as they can. Even the compound they had helped them so much to survive inside of the game, and even the lobby ended up eliminating itself. So now for Vasista Esports, they just need to clench their fist in the final few moments. Also eliminating a few loose stragglers around them. Vasista Esports, now they've managed to acquire 4 finishes on the board. And the fact that the lobby is aggressive is helping the passive teams. Like Vasista Esports, all they're doing is just trying to avoid the eyes upon themselves. Default's got Tamilan Esports out in the open. These shots from Scary Jot, they're deadly. Finds the knock, but not the confirmation yet. There's also the players of Reckoning Esports on the opposite side of the road. And maybe Reckoning Esports can start to face the brunt.
But I think they just answered your question, taking out 2 players from the side of Blitz. Reckoning Esports this time looking a lot better than they were before, a lot better than they were in the previous round. Upper bracket round 1. But Troy Tamilan, just a few more shots. Oh, Shob, he's so lucky to survive. And I spoke too soon, instantly falls to Sarwar. Blitz Esports, they aren't done with the players of Reckoning Esports just yet. 1 man knocked and finished. A little bit of retaliation from Reckoning towards Troy Tamilan, but catching no one. Javin picks off a different fight. One he did not need to. And actually falls at the hands of, well, the knock was secured by Vasista, but it is a point secured by Blitz.
Yeah. Vasista Esports. Players looking good and dandy, still around the southern side. Avoiding to get inside of as many fights as possible. Vasista Esports are like the Long Rangers. Staying as far away as they're possible, doing as much damage as they can. They're like the archers in the game. While you've got a team like NoNx just playing it hidden. Counting their final few days. NoNx knows there's a lot of teams just fighting against him and around them as well. Blitz eventually eliminating the remnants of Reckoning Esports, and Reckoning Esports eliminated from this game with just 4 eliminations. For Blitz, they've managed to acquire 5 finishes so far. They had all the 4 players standing a while ago, but now with just 3-man squad, this is going to be a tough game to be converted. But let's see what they can do.
I'm still waiting to see what they can pull off in this match. After an early exit in game number 1, Blitz Esports, they desperately need to convert this one. NoNx standing in their way. NoNx, this is a complete fall of NoNx this tournament.
Yeah.
Start of the year was great. A few officials they played, the third parties they played, they actually did well, but for some reason, when it mattered the most, an opportunity that every single BGMI fan has been waiting for the last 3 years present itself is when NoNx Esports, well, their performance goes missing.
To be honest, NoNx is just not confident. You can literally tell the way they're playing it. The confidence is lacking, and because of that, they're also avoiding the fights.
Yeah.
And that's also hurting them too much. NoNx is one of those teams that's not really too good when it comes to the tactical nature of the game, but they're extremely good when it comes to taking those fights. And they should realize their strengths and weaknesses. And they should play accordingly.
I think they should just rely on their strength, man. NoNx, they have mechanically gifted players. Every time they do take those fights, majority of the times they end up walking away with a lot of more eliminations than losing players.
Yeah.
So they're always in the positive trade. But again, they gotta play to their strength and not really play for survival.
And I guess Revenant Xspark is a prime example of that, right?
Yes.
Sensei, before having these 3 players, he was not an aggressive IGL at all. But now since he's got his hands on Godin, Trace, he has amped up that aggression by a mile because he knows he's got the assaulters that can pretty much bring the lobby down to their knees.
I think the aggression just went up on its own. Sensei is still not getting finishes.
He's doing his job, positioning his team and assaulters in a good spot. Even
Fair.
Fury is having a lot of impact in the game. But hold on to that thought. Meanwhile, Vasista Esports, they make the pounce against the Blitz and Tamilan Esports. And this fight, it's not looking too smooth. And the funny part is there's also Poco right around the same spectrum. And Frey, he was right in the upper floor next to the Blitz and Tamilan Esports. But now for Tamilan Esports, they do manage to eliminate Poco in the end. But it's just Dazzle who's standing right around the compound wall. And Dazzle is waiting for someone from Vasista Esports to make it out. But instead, Vasista Esports, they don't seem too confident before taking this fight. But as now Probe, he's going to be the one to vault outside. It's going to be an easy confirmation for the guy.
What a play coming in from Vasista Esports. Top 3 finish in the first match of the day. And it seems like this chicken dinner could be theirs. But the nade from Phantom just shuts down all hope. Scary John, again the last survivor, and you see the reaction from Hector. He was hoping this could have been their win. Unfortunately, Phoenix Esports this time just take the cake away, and a nice little performance as well. 24 points for Phoenix Esports. Wow.
Extremely proactive Phoenix Esports was in this scenario. They were constantly poking teams. We saw them on the horizon, constantly taking those shots over and over again. They also dismantled a few teams, and because of that, Phoenix Esports, they were able to get a grip on a decent spot too. Also, in the end, they had the high ground to play with, so somewhere down line, we all know for Phoenix Esports, it is going to be their game no matter what.
Red Phoenix, I think I just see a very interesting dynamic on the stage. There is Shiraj and Veron. They have their own discussions. Ash is just like, all right, next game. And then the last player, Phantom, he also is just like, all right, next game. These kids, they're just going to make a lot of noise. Shiraj and Veron over there, they're having the serious discussion. All right, this we did well.
At this point in time for Phoenix Esports, I feel like that's also another one of those teams that has realized their strengths and weaknesses. And I feel like mainly it's up to the Ash as well, right? Ash, before this tournament, was such a passive IGL.
Yeah.
But now look at the guy. He's so proactive. He knows exactly how to drive his team. He's amped up that aggression inside of the lineup. And that's also bringing in a lot of confidence and firepower.
I think those lads have confidence, especially Shiraj and Veron. They have been very incredible in the matches so far. And of course, if you have players that are going to toss headphones every single time they clutch out a chicken dinner, might as well just be aggressive inside of the game as well.
But hey, to be honest, it was quite a solid game, even from Vasista Esports, right? Once again, a second finish for them, eliminating a team like Tamilan Esports. For NINZA, they're in the top 5, actually. So it was a decent game for NINZA as well. Not so much when it comes to the elimination points. You expect a lot more from them. But move the conversation on towards Revenant Xspark. I think they had 5 elimination points. And since they got a chicken dinner in the first game, that's going to compensate for it.
I think, yeah, but we still want to see Revenant Xspark maintain the same form that they did in the lower bracket. But this was the end game, and this 1-8 from Phantom, I think this was where it all ended. Jasleen, she was stuck on the inner side of the broken wall. Had she been on the outside and had a little bit of utility, maybe she could have helped out Scary Jord, who was just trying to frontline that fight. But getting stuck in that corner was the reason for the demise. That could have been multiple reasons. And Hector, I think he's the man tossing his headphones in frustration, right? All right, could have been a chicken, but 2 matches in a row, finishing second.
Yeah.
Hope that doesn't happen at the end of the tournament.
But hey, we've got the stats for Phoenix Esports on the screen. 4 finishes from Ash. We've also got 4 from Siraj coming in. These two were pretty much the best performer for Phoenix Esports. And then the remaining players doing a fantastic job in getting those loose stragglers and collecting the scraps as well. As I mentioned a while ago, Phoenix Esports was doing a fantastic job in constantly poking those fights, right? For a while, they were also taking a fight against Vasista Esports.
Yes.
They were trying their best to pin them down. But overall, Phoenix Esports just had so much intel to play with. And they utilized that intel perfectly to keep that high ground in their hands.
And it's very impressive how they pulled it off as well. Because remember, one of the earlier fights in the game, we were concerned about that 1-3 split where Ash was keeping one of the teams. I think it was Victor Sumus on Bay, a fight happening towards the south. His other 3 players in the meanwhile went up, pushed another team, finished them off, and then tried to rejoin him. Unfortunately, Victor Sumus had an angle from where they could actually gatekeep the other players and not allow that regroup. But who cares? Phoenix Esports. Timing of all the fights perfect. They knew when to keep their heads down. They knew when to pop back up, engage into fights. And of course, if your players are in the best form of their lives, just let them loose. Let them get those finishes inside of the game and just make sure that you keep track of the timings as an IGL.
Exactly. You know what? Speaking of Victor Sumus, I actually got reminded of something. Before now, let's move on to a quick interview.
They are the Phoenix, they will never die, they will always respawn और वो अपने ashes से rise करते हैं हर बार और coincidentally IGL का नाम भी Ash है तो आइए पहले उनसे ही चर्चाएं कर देते हैं Ash पहला मैच 4 पॉइंट नॉट अ ग्रेट स्टार्ट पर कन्वर्ट किया आपने ये चिकन डिनर कितना अहमियत रखता है पहले दिन पे
मतलब मोमेंटम इससे हमारा क्रिएट होगा तो ऑब्वियसली आगे वाले मैच भी हम उसी अग्रेसिव माइंडसेट से खेलेंगे तो बहुत मतलब अच्छा हुआ कि सेकंड मैच में ही आ गया हमारा
बिल्कुल बट ऐश अगर आप लोअर ब्रैकेट की बात करें वहां पर भी डे 1 आपका काफी बढ़िया गया था 50+ पॉइंट्स आप लेकर के गए थे मैं ऐसा नहीं बोल रहा कि आज भी वो सेम चीज होने वाली है बट क्या आपने ऐसा किया है पिछले 4 दिनों में जब आपका ऑफ था कि आप मेक श्योर करेंगे कि अब ये जो मोमेंटम बिल्ड हुआ है ये आगे ब्रेक ना हो
मतलब हम 4 दिन में प्रैक्टिस तो किए हैं एंड यही हमारा था कि फर्स्ट डे का जो हमारा मोमेंटम टूटा था उसमें बहुत लूज एंड्स थे सोलो मिस्टेक्स बहुत थी तो वो सब पे वर्क किया एंड होपफुली अब वो सब ना हो
चलिए आई होप कि वैसा ही कुछ होगा एंड शिराज भी हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं स्टार फ्रैगर हैं इस टीम के वेरॉन के साथ शिराज आप बताइए इस मुकाबले से पहले क्या प्रिपरेशंस थी कैसे आपने डिलीवर किया कैसे कन्वर्ट किया है चिकन डिनर
इस मैच में मैं बोलूँगा कि हमारी मूवमेंट बहुत अच्छी थी सब कुछ हमने टाइम टू टाइम करा एंड जोन में मैं बोलूँगा मैं थोड़ा सा जोन आउट हो रहा था बट वहाँ पे ऐश ने नोटिस करा कि मैं कॉल नहीं दे रहा हूँ कुछ तो उन्होंने मेरे को यही वर्ड्स बोले कि पंप हो जा तो फिर मेरा फोकस रीसेट हुआ वहाँ से और फिर एंड में हम मारते गए
चलिए बिल्कुल बट आज आपके मैचेस भी ज़्यादा हैं आपके 6 मैचेस आज पूरे दिन पे देखने को मिलने वाले हैं जब नंबर ऑफ मैचेस ज़्यादा होते हैं ऐश तो ये मोमेंटम बीट पॉजिटिव या नेगेटिव आपको लगता है कि इम्पैक्ट करता है शुरू के 2 मैचेस कितने इंपॉर्टेंट रहते हैं जब आपके एक दिन के अंदर 6 मैचेस होते हैं तो
मतलब ऑब्वियसली अब 24 टीम्स खेल रही हैं तो इतना अर्ली ज़्यादा पॉइंट निकालना बहुत अच्छा मोमेंटम क्रिएट करता है बट हमारा आज ऐसा है कि मैच टू मैच हम चल रहे हैं 1 मैच एट अ टाइम एंड यही प्रोसेस हम फॉलो करेंगे चाहे मैच हमारा अच्छा जाए चाहे नया मतलब ख़राब जाए बट हम कंप्लीट रीसेट मार के अगले मैच में एंट्री लेंगे
चलिए ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट और ये है फिनिक्स ई-स्पोर्ट्स जिन्होंने बोला है कि आज के दिन पे ऐसे ही पॉजिटिव मोमेंटम को वो आगे बढ़ाते जाएंगे चलेंगे आगे मैचेस की तरफ सैनहॉक के मैप पे भी चलेंगे लेकिन एक छोटे से ब्रेक के उस तरफ
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Icy Baby 1-2 with me on the panel. And Icy, I'm pretty sure you were sitting in the back lines looking at that game too. And yes, it was a fantastic game coming in from Vasista Esports and even from the players of NoNx Esports. But to be honest, I feel like NINZA could have done a lot better as well.
I think it all comes down to a game of luck and who plays the urban warfare a little bit here. My prediction at the start of the day here was Revenant Xspark and Phoenix. But what really surprised me in these two games was actually Vasista Esports actually stepping up in terms of their overall play as well. And they've got a little bit of an interesting substitution. Even then, she played pretty okay. I would say in the final moments, it felt like Vasista Esports could have closed out the game, but it was just one small tiny detail which resulted in them going down, which was lack of space from the zone.
But hey, the MVP of that previous game, it's going to be Phantom from the side of NoNx Esports, getting 4 finishes all by himself. Of course, solid stats put up by the guy. Then you've also got Siraj coming in from NoNx Esports as well with 4 finishes. Sarvar too from Blitz with getting 4 finishes. Ash as well with 4, and Scary John with 3.
Now, this is out of all the 5 players here, I think the one that actually kind of, you know, unconsciously stuck out for me was actually Sarvar coming from Blitz, because at the start of the entire competition as well, no one expected Blitz to actually make it this far. And in these 2 games, Blitz has been doing pretty okay-ish. Not the greatest performance so far, but they are hanging on by a thread. So being consistent somewhat does give them a little bit of a edge, considering how stacked the lobby is. So I'm very, very curious to see how far they can actually progress from this. But personally, I feel like Madkings really, really dropped the ball in this game here, because this was something that a team that you wouldn't see at the bottom. If that makes sense, when you talk about a roster like Madkings.
Yeah, I mean, of course, veterans inside of the roster, you expect them to perform either in the top 5 off the rip, right? But we all know they started things off with a -5 points in the overall tally, and now Madkings just getting 0 points out of this game. That's going to still keep them with a -3 points in the overall standings, which is not a good thing. And speaking of the overall standings itself, we've got it popping up on the screen. Revenant Xspark still on top, getting 30 points. NoNx Esports right next to him, tailing them with 28 points.
Now, can I be reminded again, it's Madkings and who that got the -5?
Wyld Fangs.
Ooh, that's a gutter. But at the same time, Wyld Fangs not be playing yet, so hopefully they will have a little bit of a better start here. But let's take a look at towards the second half as well. EVOX is going to be there. Reckoning Esports is having 0 points in 2 games. 4TR official also with 0 points. NoNx also struggling to get some sort of points there, which is kind of weird. But all things considered, I want to see how well Autobotz is also going to be able to step out as well, because it feels like they're not warmed up yet, considering that when their debut came in, Autobotz Esports is also a team that, you know, was strategically tactical, right? And I like that you actually brought up a couple of valuable points at the start of the day, which was teams that were playing a little bit more aggressive were able to pull a lead rather than teams playing a little bit more passive, right? So Autobotz is a very unique team that qualified by being very tactical and semi-passively.
I feel like they've got a beautiful balance of placement points and the elimination points, right? Autobotz Esports, they know how to place themselves inside of the good spots. They know the difference between the good fights and the bad fights, and we've seen Autobotz Esports funnel those fights pretty well too. Whilst if you start talking about teams like Madkings, it just feels like the confidence is affected by that start they've got so far.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, Madkings, if they do not buckle up right now, those minus points in the overall standings, it's going to be an absolute nightmare for them. And speaking of Vasista Esports, you can clearly see the confidence lacking as well. It's because of that one massive player, the main playmaker not there in the roster, but at least Vasista Esports, they're still doing good in the overall tally.
Yeah, I think they're doing pretty okay here in terms of their positioning so far, and because of having a little bit of substitution here, you can see Vasista is rotating a little bit smarter compared to before. So
you can say much more safer.
Yeah, I agree.
And to be honest, let's just move on inside of the upcoming game without wasting any more time. As the plane's going to be in the skies, this time in the rainforest, starting all the way from the southern side, which is Docks, towards Hothin. This plane flat path, once again, it does seem quite balanced, and it's going to be forgiving for the teams too. And it's the map of Sanok, so it's not really going to be that big of a difference maker. For NoNx Esports, once again, they're going to be off to a fantastic start since the plane flat path was right above their drop location. You've also got 4TR, and I guess we need to start talking about 4TR once again. 2 games done and dusted, 0 points in the overall standings. For 4TR, they're just constantly in a massive slumber.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a concerning factor here coming from 4TR. They have not gotten a great start here, but hopefully things are going to be a little bit better here, especially in Sandhawk here. When we talk about macro rotations here, Sandhawk solely depends about 75% on firepower here. So my biggest question, which I'm going to pivot right now, is that Vasista Esports now, with this roster substitution, will they be able to play this? Because rotating smart, playing a little bit safe here in Sandhawk doesn't really get you into a lot of good situations.
Yeah.
So just because there's just enemy everywhere. So gunpowder becomes a huge major factor for this game in general.
Exactly, right? Because of Silopi not really being there in the playing four, you can clearly see their firepower taking a massive hit. That's why Vasista Esports, they're just completely relying on the tactical awareness and the positioning inside of the game. That's it. They're not even charging inside of the fights head on. They're trying to take those fights as much in a long range as possible. And yeah, Vasista Esports, they're able to get a few loose stragglers here and there. They're able to get a few scrappy elimination points. But when it comes to a full-blown 4v4 fights, I'm pretty sure Vasista Esports will struggle.
Yeah. But all things considered here, seems like the circle is going to be shifting on towards alpha. And for the past few days so far, we haven't seen a circle actually heading into its alpha, which is a little bit awkward. We've seen a few in Hatin, but that's about it. But aside from that, majority has been going to the main island here when the circle comes through. But of course, you know, when it comes to BGMI, expect the unexpected, expect the unknown. It can go either ways. It might even go towards the small little island, smack middle, in between 3 islands as well. In this case, Revenant Xspark, what is going to be their go-to strategy? Seems like a bootcamp uncontested so far, so nothing super crazy. And they have an amazing start as well. And if we were to base off the trend record coming in from lower brackets as well, Revenant Xspark did phenomenally well in the first day. And then second day, day 3, they kind of take a little bit of a stumble just because they've gotten enough points to qualify in towards the quarterfinals itself.
I personally expected a lot of aggression on the map of Sanhok off the rip, but it seems like we're off to a peaceful start. No drop clashes, nothing really happening off the rip. Teams just getting their hands on the basic loot, that's it. And yeah, we've also got the smoke counter on the screen. So far, we've utilized 5,094 smokes. Yeah, one thing's for sure, the players, they do have their love for the smokes.
Well, that's 5,094 smokes of testing the graphics of your game in with the system from BGMI. Very nice stress test, but let's take a look at the top 10 damage leaderboard right now. Trey's currently top of the leaderboard with 7.3, followed by Scary Jot, Ralphie from Autobotz. We've got Kratos from Nebula as well, Lobster from Autobotz. These are the heavy hitters that pretty much dictate how teams are rotating through the fights as well. So in terms of macro gameplay, I really like that Lobster is one of the unique players out of this top 6. Just because he does prioritize on DMRs, in this case, the Mini 14s over everything else. So he has been a major player, a key player in deciding on how teams are going to be positioning themselves after Circle 4, Circle 5 onwards. So I'm curious to see whether or not is he going to be doing the same here, because the first 2 games, Autobotz, they haven't been in situations where they are playing macroly. It's a lot of rushing lately as well. I was very surprised in the map of Miramar as well. Lobster was playing in the front lines rather than him sitting in the back with those DMRs, providing support fire.
It definitely does seem like Autobotz Esports, they've switched things up a little bit. Moving towards the quarterfinals, it's not the same Autobotz Esports that we saw in the past stage, which was in the lower brackets. But I might just be wrong, or maybe too quick to judge. There's definitely a big chance that Autobotz Esports, they're probably trying to figure some stuff out. They know it's just the game 1. They know it's just the game 2. They can afford to have these games as flop games as well. They know they've got a lot of games to go in the future too. So it's completely fine. They're probably taking it light.
Yeah, agreed. But in the side of Reckoning Esports here, ever since their roster change coming in, losing Gravity and losing Viper, pretty much hasn't made a little bit of bounce back as well. The adjustments between this roster hasn't been looking good as well, especially their debut coming in from the upper brackets as well. And this past 2 games, they've got to figure something out. We've seen moments of brilliance coming from Shubei, but aside from that, no conversions yet from Reckoning Esports. It's quite a concerning factor here, as EVOX is going to be stalking their way through. They heard a couple of commotions coming from Flock, but aside from that, nothing's super major yet, as Reckoning is slowly trying to get some sort of a space control down towards the northern side on the bridge compound near main island itself.
And since we know Group B's playing all the 6 games, today's day has to be phenomenal for Group B, no matter what. I mean, you've got teams like NoNx, Omen, NINZA, Reckoning Esports, and then you've also got a team like Madkings, part of this group. Madkings, first 2 games done and dusted, still -3 on the board.
Yeah, it's quite concerning, especially for Madkings as well, because at the start of the day, us personally, were shoot off the Crafton room while we were having a little bit of a serious discussion here. Crafton had to have a very important talk here with Madkings and Wyld Fangs. And as soon as the meeting was over, you can see the faces of the players did not look good at all.
Of course. Why is it going to look good? You're starting things off with a massive disadvantage compared to the rest of the lobby. It's because what you've done. And that's why they were punished.
Well, what they did is something that I do not have too much clarity, aside from the fact that they've broken some rules.
Yeah, just violated tournament rules. That's we all know.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. Hopefully, they are able to regain their composure to try and focus on the bigger picture, because 6 games down and dusted because of a little bit of a hiccup. It's not going to be a good sign. Meanwhile, the big spray here coming from EVOX. The crash comes through, coming from Metal. Metal wasn't expecting this. They've lost Auto, they've lost Venom, and Termi is stuck out in the open. Pincered between 3 players of EVOX, and they will be the first team to be eliminated here. This roadblock by EVOX proved to be very successful as they reaped themselves 4 points.
Metal Esports got caught off guard the same way in the previous game. They got taken out by Reckoning Esports, and now it's EVOX who gets rid of Metal Esports once again in this map. A little bit weird. Metal Esports, what are you doing? All the 4 players once again making that same mistake. It feels like Metal Esports likes to rotate like absolute gangsters. I understand that. But you also need to be a little bit more aware of your surroundings. And Autobotz Esports now cruising past the same territory. But Autobotz Esports, they've got the surrounding awareness. They know there's someone around this fray. BMW IGL was the man who got picked off early on for EVOX. But now they need to deal with the rest of the players. Of the players of Autobotz Esports.
Yeah, Autobotz has got Adi completely pinned as well. He needs to regroup with his rest of the teammates. And Autobotz is just making sure that Adi do not get out of this alive. But the rest of Autobotz, they themselves are a little bit too far off as well. They're still deciding whether or not should they commit to this fight. They've heard those big commotions. Even Reckoning Esports was thinking whether or not should they play cleanup. But after seeing the zone, Reckoning made the choice to back off, while Autobotz still has a little bit of a short-sighted decision to make as well. They've got to make it quick before they make the next play. Meanwhile, Meta NINZA having a little bit of run-in with Vasista. They've lost Beard Baba and Poco. And now the last 2 players on the run, while Pro OB goes for a spray down. Is going to force them to back up. Meanwhile, on the finish feed, we do see EVOX finally colliding with Autobotz losing 2 players in that fight.
And NINZA, how did this happen? This can be another bad game on the board. And since Meta NINZA is playing all the 6 games today, at least in the first 2 games, they were okay. Not doing too bad. I mean, they've got 9 points in the span of 2 games. Of course, the average is not looking too good, but it's fine. In this game, if they do manage to compensate, things can be good. But the way it's already started, I highly doubt they can compensate in this game.
Yeah, but at the same time, Autobot's losing Lobster just because it was rushing Adi, hoping to play cleanup. Adi held that really, really nice, forced Autobotz to actually rethink their decision and back out. And because of that, it gave them a temporary space here to regroup and pick him back up to try and push through the next phase of zone. But damage has been done, utilities has been expended. EVOX, they are hurting right now. Vehicles are smoking hot, utilities lacking, and they're a little bit late for the next phase of the zone as well. So that's going to be another obstacle that they have to face before they actually push through the next phase of the zone. While inside the zone, let's take a look at the south side as well. For TR, they have to cross in towards Alpha Island. And the ones gatekeeping this is going to be Victorious Sumus. Shangyan is going to be gatekeeping the bridge all by himself, while the rest of the fact of his teammates is going to be trying to secure some sort of space near Cam Alpha. It's a little bit of a far stretch of a spread here, coming from Victorious Sumus.
Yeah.
But it's very well necessary to try and keep the hit count in check on whether or not how many teams is going to be coming from the south side.
Just camp the bridge, that's it. And yeah, having a look around the Camp Alpha side as well. Victorious Sumus, once again, not really playing too aggressive, just holding their own spot down. But if you're someone who likes to play around the edges, in my opinion, it's better to be a little bit more proactive. Victorious Sumus, they should start scouting out the grounds better. They should start playing for the intel too. I understand they're just camping the bridge as of now, waiting for someone to cross on. They've also got a team like Phoenix Esports and Blitz, meanwhile, taking a fight against each other. And for Phoenix Esports, Blitz is going to be the major threat. For Blitz, Phoenix Esports is going to be a major threat. Phoenix Esports is already doing extremely good in the overall standings before Blitz. These points are desperately needed, but Nova 21 gets knocked out. It's unfortunate the way Nova 21 got eliminated from the game, but look at 4TR. Even they start to make a lot of rookie mistakes, and now they need to pay the price for that mistake.
Yeah, very nicely done there coming from Siraj, but he's still not out in the clear. Blitz Esports is still gatekeeping their way through, but Veyron was able to sneak behind them as well to try and go in for a couple of flank, but Chandan was able to trade him off, so no entry point yet for Phoenix, as Blitz Esports is just going to make sure they do not get in without paying a certain hefty price. And so far, Phoenix has pretty much paid 2 players so far. Phantom, Ash, now stuck in the zone. No vehicles, no cover, no backup. No third parties to actually potentially open a way for them. And Ash is still scrambling to find some sort of space, and he decides to go for a U-turn. And guess what? Mysterious 4 was lurking behind them, and now Phantom's left all by himself.
Mistakes after mistakes in Phoenix Esports. They're down to just Phantom. Phoenix Esports had 2 consistent games, but now in the third one, they absolutely dropped the ball. But hold on to that thought, Phantom. This man is still alive, and he's spoiling the dreams. Eventually, they do shut him down, but Mysterious 4, they took a massive dip when it comes to the playing 4. Losing out on that one man is definitely going to sting them quite a bit in the future run.
Yeah, Blitz, they heard those commotions as well. They're trying to push into the next phase zone. There's just so many teams still stuck on the Southern Islands here. And Blitz Esports seems like they have settled a little bit of a decision to make, and that is going to be trying to gatekeep everybody and farm as many points as they can, because their run should be done for. Vehicles out, Mets starting to bleed out, not enough utilities to work with as well. As Blitz Esports, they're pretty much going to be tanking the zone to try and spoil the dreams here for Mysterious 4, maybe even for 4TR. A loose straggler still running around down to south. While inside, you can see NoNx hearing all these big commotions, looking to get a bigger chunk of that pie from the south side.
There we go, spotting the players out in the open, and Blitz. The lives, they just keep on getting worse. NoNx, they've got the confirmation. Things looking good and dandy. Even the play zone's going to eat Chandan alive. Tamilan Esports, they kick things off. Mysterious 4, even they're getting ripped apart constantly. Mysterious 4, they've got those 2 players, but what's this shot? Disgusting stuff from Kalyug. Quick burst, and he finds the knock. Oh my god, that has to be disgusting.
Oh no, NoNx, they have to make a move right now, because while they were trying to gatekeep the teams down south, Tamilan was also gatekeeping them while waiting to reap a bigger pie of the chunk here. But the question here is, with that opening knock from Kalyuji, was that the opening for them to go in for the reset? Because Tamilan, they've got the reset. Can they back out? But it seems like Tamilan, they say, you know what? It's not worth gatekeeping now. Stage 4 is about to immense, and it is going to hurt. Look at the Mets. It's running down low. They have to go for some position to try and find some sort of space in. And it seems like going uphill is going to be a death sentence. God's Omen right at the tippity top.
Definitely does seem like it. Shogun all the way up top. He's just looking down to the foes. Spotting out the players for Tamilan Esports, but he still does not have a clear line of sight. Tamilan Esports, that's a massive split they've got. They're playing with Autobotz Esports. The players just drowned to death. But now as we move on towards this fight, Vasista Esports, they've got too much on the plate. And unfortunately, that's going to be the big man taken out. Vasista Esports, rough luck.
Yeah, nicely done though from NoNx Esports to go for a grand slam like that. As soon as Tamilan Esports was not looking at them, they immediately go in for the grand slam, crash the right compound. Fortunately for them, they were able to find 2 players stranded. This is Vasista Esports. This 2-2 split pretty much hurt their chances of playing for a better position from Alpha Island itself. They're hoping to maybe reposition there, while Pro OP and Scary Jot look to try and clean up any loose ends down in Cam Alpha. It seems like the exit strategy has been completely spoiled by NoNx.
Yeah, executing the safe playstyle with just a 2-man squad now just gets even tougher. Vasista Esports, they were trying their best to avoid as many fights as possible, but still just lean too far away. That just created a lot of problems, and now Vasista, with just a 2-man squad, let's see what the game plan's going to look like.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Their idea is good, but in a map like Sandhawk like this, you can see teams will get desperate to find space just because of how small it is, so it's a little bit unfortunate. But got someone continuing to kind of gatekeep Tamilan. They found the opener coming from Max, and Oxen, he's pretty much stuck out in open. There's no way he's going to be able to get out of safety without being punished from this. So, he is about to wait for his demise. Max sees a pixel off him. He's about to bleed out his zone as well, so that's going to be a freebie there. Max hoping to reap that point. He got one. Can he get the second? Is going to be the question here. Free fire is coming through, but Oxing just a little bit too small to hit there.
Constantly tapping away. Sumus finally moving out of their eggshells. They're done playing it passive. Now they want to be on the aggressive front. They're also taking a lot of bullets upon themselves, but now they're going to make the mad dash against Madkings. I'm not a big fan of this pounce. Oh, it's filled with a lot of risk, and there's also a lot of teams around you. Sumus, problems knocking on them, but at the same time, they're knocking on the doors of Madkings, and eventually Madkings, they reply back.
Oh, nicely done there coming from Madkings. They're able to hold on, but you can see the tensions are all-time high. The teams right at the tippity top is just gatekeeping them here. God's Omen, Revenant Xspark. We've got NoNx as well, looking at all this from afar. And NINZA, for some reason, is able to gatekeep on top of this tower. This is going to be a potential gameplay for NINZA if they just stayed there. But it seems like they are going to try and reposition for a different kind of cover as they want to shack out with two players instead. This shack is going to give them a momentary time of solace there.
Yeah. NINZA.
Oh no, Dragon OP got picked off. That's so unfortunate. They needed a two-man to hold down this shack.
Just one-man Reaper standing as of now. And NINZA, once again, that passive playstyle, it's being punished. Not having a lot of elimination points, not able to reap the benefits off the map of Sandhawk. NINZA is going to struggle to get the points once again, but Revenant Xspark out in the open, get absolutely dismantled. God's Omen, solid stuff from the high ground. They've got so much control of the game, and this control is going to give God's Omen a lot of elimination points in the future. They're probably going to start reaping the benefits as much as possible. 7 finishes already on the block, and God's Omen, these rookies, they're definitely dominating.
This is a massive game coming from God's Omen. They've done the initial work so far. Stage 1 to 5, everything has been spoiled by God's Omen. But now, the conversion comes into play. The circle is going to force them down the hill. Next best question is, will they be able to rotate down? But for now, they're going to be playing clean up on the edges for now, as the Revenant Xspark has been completely shut down. And that's going to be God's Omen with 9 finishes in the back, as they now make their move to try and close out the game. They're still taking the high ground on top of the mountains, but they need an exit strategy. And so far, I only see a buggy for God's Omen.
NoNx, that's a team in the Smack Center with the most amount of advantage. That's what I personally think. But God's Omen, they're set up for a nuclear performance. If they can clean up the surrounding lines and get a chicken dinner, that's going to be a lot of points on the tally. One single game can instantly catapult you on the first spot in the overall standing. That's what I'm talking about. And God's Omen, they can definitely do it. But this was the exact start God's Omen had, even on the day one off the upper brackets, right? They started things off with a massive chicken dinner, and after that, God's Omen, they just lost their form.
And based on what I'm seeing here, based on the map itself, right now, God's Omen obviously has the prime position to close out the game, but their biggest threat is got to be NoNx. So the only way God's Omen is able to secure this chicken dinner is that some teams or somebody weakens the defense, or in this case, 10 the numbers of NoNx, which will give them an opportunity to close out the game. And based on what we're seeing here so far, B staying on top of the mountain is the safe choice, but they need to find the secondary stop position here, and that's going to be taking away NoNx's compound.
Oh my god, Pro. He's actually making that pound. It's just bobbing and weaving. Eventually gets knocked out. A little bit unfortunate for Vasista Esports with how the fight's breaking out, and it seems like Snowjawed is going to reign supreme in the fight as he shuts down both the players of Vasista. Makes it look like a piece of cake, but you still got God's Omen on top. And it's like they're just raining down death and destruction on anyone that they see moving.
Yeah, Beast's position is just so spot on, but he's down to his 30 bullets here. But like I said, it's about God's Omen. They are going to make an attempt to try and deny NoNx's space, but they've lost Lucifer in the process. Not enough backup as NoNx is able to defend against this. Meanwhile, NINZA chimes in on Viper, but he is going to be able to be picked up. So the reset comes true for NoNx Esports, now setting up for a perfect game. Shogun still on top as well. They're dominating the high grounds. They're applying so much pressure on everybody else inside the zone, but as soon as this zone closes in, God's Omen has no choice but to just hunker down on top of those mountains, which in this case, the secondary mountain on top of where Beast is has been zoned off, and Beast doesn't have the ammunition to provide support fire. they're done for. This entire high ground strategy is over for God's Omen.
With 10 finishes already on the board, God's Omen. Now they finally make the mad dash towards the shack where NINZA was positioned. But there we go. Still God's Omen. They're getting absolutely dismantled, and there's still this one man from NINZA inside of the shack. It does not even peek out, by the way. At least go and get the confirmation. But it's going to be stolen away from Reckoning Esports. And I'm liking this improvement from Reckoning Esports. Finally showcasing a bit of that wrath on the board. Throughout the entirety of the upper brackets, Reckoning Esports was disappointing, but now they're finally rising back up, and you like to see it.
Yeah. It seems like cursing them is not exactly a good thing, because now they have pretty much bumped up their A game this time. But as you can see, Reckoning Esports, they have to clean out Madkings first, and Klutchka was able to take out Javin as well. Flock wasn't able to find the trade. Now with the zone coming in, he was able to find the knock. But the zone is about to bleed them out to smithereens, as they need to reposition out in the open with not so much cover. Mets on down low here for Dion. Last man standing coming in from Reckoning Esports. Meta NINZA still surviving. Reaper, solo player inside those shacks, and NoNx finally comes out to play. Reaper finds a couple of chickens out in the open. He gets one, looking for the second, but Dion, he's going to be helping him Meta NINZA as well.
No.
He gets scouted out, but he eventually goes down, and guess who takes the chicken? Meta NINZA, the solo warrior, actually takes the chicken dinner away. Thank you so much, Dion, for helping me secure the chicken dinner.
Just one man in the shack was waiting for the right opportunity to strike, and I'm pretty sure even he was not hoping for a chicken dinner, but somehow Meta NINZA, that one guy who was trying to stay alive, just trying to get in the top two, ends up securing a chicken dinner. How did this even happen? How was this even a possibility? Meta NINZA getting 14 points just because of that one loose straggler from them. It's absolutely insane. But to be honest, if you really look at the bigger picture, Meta NINZA, in my opinion, they could have secured a lot more points, even if they had 2 players or 3 players standing in that scenario.
Yeah, getting into the check here, having some sort of natural cover from everybody else, just because everybody else is marking out each other, gave them the game itself here. It feels like 4 teams literally handed the chicken dinner in towards Reaper. But
yeah,
of course, in that final moments as well, you have to give credit where credit is due. If Dion wasn't able to mess up NoNx, I'm pretty sure Reaper would not be able to claim all those lives.
Pretty much just busy taking a fight against each other, and that one man from Meta NINZA was just sitting in that shack, waiting for the right opportunity, reading the elimination feed, knowing exactly what's going on in the surrounding lines, and when he knew that it is the right time to strike, he pretty much struck and shut down the entirety of NoNx. These are the final few moments that I was speaking of, right? Reaper spotting the man out in the open as well, and that was a beautiful spray. And look at how happy Reaper was in that scenario.
Yeah, no one expected that, but at the same time, that was a massive game here for Meta NINZA. And with that performance coming in, it is going to help them a little bit more, but you can see the disappointments coming in from NoNx as well. That was their game to win, and they completely dropped the ball here. But let's take a look at the winner chicken dinner stats here. Reaper with 3 finishes, 480 damage. He's done his job, but the rest of the teams, well, they somehow got him there. So I would say it's a team effort.
Look, to be honest, it's just 14 points for Meta NINZA. If you ask me, it's not a lot of points. It's in Meta NINZA. They're playing all the 6 games. It's too early to be excited. They've still got a lot more games to go. They've still got a lot to prove. They've got 3 games to go today as well. And if Meta NINZA, they bomb the remaining 3 games, then we all know all this performance, it's going to be down the drain. They will need to have a proper mindset tomorrow once again.
Well, for all things considered here, I would say some points is better than no points. But considering that now in the quarterfinals as well, the goal here is to be in the top 12 to qualify into the semifinals. So being number 1, being number 2, it's not really going to impact your overall positions here, but at the same time, some points is better than no points. So that's a little bit of recovery here from Meta NINZA, but we have still a lot of questions. I know for a fact that Necro has a lot of questions for Meta NINZA. Where was this roster that played BMPS that almost represented India?
To be honest, for Meta NINZA, I feel like the most important thing has been their safe playstyle and the way they do not really like to take the fights, right? Meta NINZA somewhere downline, they also hope on the fact that even the zone's going to constantly farm on top of them. This strategy involves a lot of luck too. And somehow Meta NINZA, they have been getting lucky in the first 3 games they've played. They're getting an okayish amount of points. It's not too good, not too bad. At least they're getting something on the board. And that's going to help them at least be in a decent spot in the overall standings. But speaking of Reckoning Esports now, this was a big up from them. In the upper brackets, the entirety of the time, Reckoning Esports wasn't doing too good. But now finally, Reckoning Esports is on the rise, and I like to see it. But for now, let's move on to a quick break. We'll be right back on the other side.
तो हेलो गाइस, मेरा नाम रॉबिन है और मैं कोच हूँ टीम OnePlus गॉडस्ट्रीम का। और जैसा कि आपको पता ही है मैं कोच हूँ, तो मेरे साथ जो मेन आईजीएल का रोल और जो मेरा काम जो जिसके साथ मेरा शेयरिंग पूरा ज़्यादा रहता है वो डेस्ट्रो है आईजीएल टीम का। बहुत कुछ उसने अपने साथ अचीव किया है, बट होता है कि ओवर द टाइम जो एक थर्ड पर्सन पर्सपेक्टिव रहता है तो वो मेरे थ्रू जाता है और टीम में इंटेल जाता है, वो बहुत ज़रूरी है एक टीम के लिए। और बाकी आप बाकी 3 असोल्टर जो हमारे हैं उनको जानते हो, क्योंकि बहुत नॉन प्लेयर भी है और अच्छा भी कर रहे हैं। अभी रिसेंट में वापस उनका जो फॉर्म है वो आ रहा है, तो तीनों के नाम आपको पता होंगे, नियो, डेल्टा और जस्टिन। मेनली इनका काम ऐसा रहता है कि कोई भी अगर फाइट हुआ या फिर गेम बिल्डिंग का रहता है तो वो रहता है। और अपार्ट उसके अलावा जो डेस्ट्रो का मेन काम रहता है वो अपना रहता है कि मेन गेम या फिर जो इतना बड़ा ये टूर्नामेंट है उसमें वो अच्छे डिसीजन ले पाए। तो मेरा फोकस बस डेस्ट्रो के साथ उस बेस में रहता है। बाकी 3 पेयर के साथ मैं इतना इन्वॉल्व नहीं होता हूँ, उनको बस इतना बोलता हूँ कि हाँ प्रैक्टिस रूटीन उनका जो पूरा मैंने सेट किया है, ड्रिल्स वो सारी होती है और वो अपना उस पर काम परफेक्ट रहता है और एट द एंड 4 लोग एक मैच को खेलते हैं। अगर मैं मेटा की बात करूँ तो जो पहले ओल्ड मेटा था, जब हमने विन किया था तब ओल्ड मेटा जो उनका प्ले स्टाइल था वो सब कुछ था, वो उन्होंने अच्छा एकदम रीड किया। जब जैसे ही पॉइंट टेबल में चेंजेस हुआ, पहले वो हुआ, फिर उसके बाद अपना न्यू जोन मेटा अभी इंट्रोड्यूस हुआ, तो उसमें ऐसा है कि हम हमारा प्ले स्टाइल भी चेंज कर रहे हैं, बट बाकी लॉबी में अदर 15 टीम जो एक मैच खेलती है उनके भी प्ले स्टाइल में बहुत डिफरेंस हुआ। जो हम अप्रोच रख रहे थे एक इवेंट की वो हमारी सेम हो रही थी, बट अब हमको समझ आ गया है कि हमको थोड़ा हमारे प्ले स्टाइल में चेंजेस करना होगा, या कोई भी इवेंट के पहले जो एक प्रिपरेशन मीटिंग होती है कि ऐसा रहना होगा और ऐसा अपने को डिलीवर करना है। तो उस मीटिंग में यही हुआ कि देयर इज़ चेंजेस इन छोटे छोटे प्लेज होते तो उनमें, और थोड़े रोटेशनल, और बाकी हमारा वही है कि जो रिज़ल्ट है हम मैक्सिमाइज़ करें हर गेम के अंदर। तो जिस हिसाब से इस टूर्नामेंट का फॉर्मेट है बहुत अच्छा है और हम सारी एज ए पूरी टीम ही, और बाकी हमारी टीम के अलावा भी बाकी जितनी भी टीम है सारी एक्साइटेड है, क्योंकि इतने बड़े इवेंट में और प्लस जो स्टेजेस है जैसे राउंड 1 हुआ, फिर अपना क्वार्टर फाइनल हुआ, फिर सेमीज और फाइनल, तो उसमें क्या स्टार्टिंग से अगर लैन हो रहा है तो बेटर है, क्योंकि प्लेयर जब वो फाइनल होगा तब तक सारी टीमें और हम भी पूरा उसमें जो इन्वायरमेंट रहेगा उसमें घुल मिल जाएंगे, क्योंकि ऑडियंस है, ऑडियंस की तो ऑडियंस के सामने खेलने में एक अलग फील है और अलग वो रहता है। क्योंकि अगर तुमने कोई मैजिकल मूवमेंट किया, जैसे बहुत सारे प्लेयर हर टीम में अलग अलग करते हैं, अगर वो करते हैं तो फिर जब वो हाइप अप रहता है तो वो प्लेयर अपना जो वो डे रहता है वो उसी नोट पे ख़त्म करता है, और फिर नेक्स्ट डे भी अगर वो आता है तो उसी उसमें आता है कि आई हैव टू डिलीवर इट। तो वो एक फील पूरा एक मेरे हिसाब से तो एक पूरा कॉन्सर्ट रहता है, एक पूरा लैन का भी एक पूरा कॉन्सर्ट में मैं एक्सप्लेन कर सकता हूँ। स्टेज मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगा, और अगर मैं एडिशनली बोलूँ तो जो कलर थीम है ओवरऑल, जो पूरे इवेंट का कलर थीम है, वाइट हुआ, ब्लू हुआ, फिर कुछ गेम में वो ग्रीन भी हो रहा है, फिर ऑरेंज का भी जो पूरा थीम आ रहा है, तो कलर थीम मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगा इस वाला। और जो ग्राफिक्स भी आ रहे, जो सब कुछ आ रहा है वो पूरे एस्थेटिक और एक अच्छा और एक प्री वो लुक दे रहे हैं कि सूदिंग है आंखों को भी और बहुत प्यारे और कैचिंग है। तो मेरे को तो बहुत अच्छा लगा इस इवेंट से। एक जो टीम जो #1 आएगी, जो विनर होगा वो इंडिया को एज ए रिप्रेजेंट करेगा ग्लोबल स्टेज पे, जो अपना नेक्स्ट ग्लोबल चैम्पियनशिप होगा वहाँ पे। बहुत सालों बाद ये अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है। इवन हमारी टीम भी पास्ट में चैम्पियन बनी है और उस टाइम पे वो मौके नहीं थे। पता है कंपटीशन हाई रहेगा, क्योंकि बाकी टीम भी वो गोल के लिए और अचीव करने के लिए आएगी। बट लास्ट टाइम जब INKR हुआ था, मैं एज ए गॉडस्ट्रीम रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा था, मैं रनर अप रह गया था। तो वो जो चीज़ मिस हुई है उसको पाने की मेरी अभी भी पूरी ख्वाहिश है। भले ही मैं एज ए सपोर्टिंग स्टाफ और एज ए कोच हूँ, बट मेरे को पता है कि वहाँ पे क्या क्या चीज़ें हम कर सकते हैं, और मैंने लास्ट टाइम भी देखी है उनकी प्ले स्टाइल, और प्लस मैं अभी भी बाहर का जो पूरा सीन है वो फॉलो करता हूँ पूरा हर एक टीम का। वैसा मैं 2 टीमों का नाम लेना चाहूँगा जिससे मैं बहुत इम्प्रेस हुआ हूँ। तो मेन तो एक अपनी नेबुला स्पोर्ट्स, और सेकंड विल बी अपना ये सिनवे स्पोर्ट्स, क्योंकि मैं इनको देखते आ रहा हूँ, ये भी लाइक पुराने प्लेयर हैं इनकी टीम में और बहुत ग्राइंड कर रहे हैं। और मेन ऐसा होता है कि एक अगर आप देखते हैं, अगर वो टीम ऐसा नहीं है कि एक गेम में अच्छा खेल रही है, वो हर गेम में कंसिस्टेंट खेल रही है, तो वो कहीं ना कहीं आपके थ्रेट हैं। अगर वो आपके सेम लॉबी में अगर रहेंगे, वो थ्रेट रहेंगे, तो उनके लिए भी आपको प्रिपेयर रहना पड़ेगा। आप उनको हल्के में नहीं ले सकते हैं, क्योंकि उनके पास भी वो गन गेम है। तो मेरे हिसाब से वो 2 टीम, एक अपना सिनवे और दूसरी नेबुला। तो अगर मैं लोअर में देखूँ तो उधर RNTTX जो अभी न्यूली उन्होंने टीम बनाई है और सेंसी रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा है, वो टीम बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस करके गई है और उधर से वो एंड देन उधर से एक और लाइक हेक्टर वसिस्ता ई-स्पोर्ट्स, वो भी पूरा मेहनत कर रहा है और वो सब कुछ उनकी टीम भी अच्छी है। और अगर मैं अपर ब्रैकेट में आऊँ तो मल्टीपल टीम्स हैं, बहुत सारा है। तो इसमें भी अगर मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि जो इस इवेंट में हमारे थ्रेट हैं प्लस एक कंटेंडर हैं ट्रॉफी के और वो स्लॉट के लिए, वो एक स्लॉट के लिए, तो उधर मैं 3 नाम लेना चाहूँगा। एक होगा अपना सोल, मेरे को जो लगता है कि सोल ये इवेंट में बहुत अच्छा खेलने वाली, फिर देयर विल बी ओजी और फिर गॉडलाइक।
A dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dragon Xsuit. Get now.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the BMSD 2025 quarterfinals right now here. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is Salty as we take you through the commentaries of this next group shuffle here. Now, in game number 4, we're going to be starting things off with Sandhawk, but this time it is going to be a completely different set of group. It is going to be Group B going up against Group C. That means Group B continues on their journey while Group A pretty much concluded their game for day 1 itself, and they will be back tomorrow itself. Now, this is where things get a little bit more spicy here because based on the rotations that we have seen so far, this upcoming group seems to be a little bit of a scary force to work with.
It certainly is. I mean, you can spot teams like Nebula Esports, you can actually spot teams like SINEWY Esports as well. And every single name, every single interview that pops up on our content pieces, you see naming SINEWY Esports as a big threat, see naming Adi as a big threat. And I guess those threats will be seen today, especially with so many names from the upper brackets who could not really perform, be it Godlike Esports, Victoria Sumus, all of these names, they will struggle for sure.
Agreed. And even then, prior to this as well, Robin was giving a very interesting interview, calling out a lot of teams as well. Specifically at his final moments of his interview, he did mention Godlike as well. And we have to talk about Godlike a little bit here because their performance in the upper brackets was kind of in the shaky area. Do you think that now coming into this game, do you think Godlike is going to be able to get that mental reset which they definitely need after 4 days of very, very brutal upper brackets?
4 days were extremely brutal. I'm not sure if the mental reset is going to be there, I say, because of course there's absolutely no breaks in between match days. So they play back to back to back. But ladies and gentlemen, talking about the MVP from the last game, it has to be Viper from NoNx. 5 eliminations, 598 points of damage. A pretty decent stat all across the board if you consider.
Yep, at the same time as well, sharing this MVP board here as well, we have to give credit to his God's Omen. The guys on top of the mountain just proved to be the biggest nuisance out of everybody's behind throughout the entire day game because of those mountain gatekeeps. Every single team from the south side was just completely shut down. NoNx was one of those teams that faced a little bit of difficulty, but for some reason, they were able to use Troy Tamilan as a scapegoat before rotating inside the zone. So now we have the standing so far. Meta NINZA takes the chicken dinner away, snatches it by Reaper with 14 points, followed by NoNx is also 14 points. God's Omen with finish points of 11. Decent placement points also gives them 14 points. Reckoning, this is a good sign here for Reckoning Esports here because ever since their debut, this is the most amount of points they've ever gotten in this match. So very, very good signs of life coming from them. And the second half, we do see a little bit of power shift from that previous game as well. Vasista Esports taking a little bit tumble, Phoenix as well, and even Revenant Xspark was struggling to get some sort of points. It seems like Revenant Xspark's amazing opening start didn't really do well in the next few games. So it's a little bit unfortunate. But with that being said, they are still at the tippity top here. 31 points in the bag. FenixX Esports with 30 points. Vasista Esports still pushes themselves into a third position with 26. We've got God's Omen with 23 points. We've got Tamilan Esports taking a little bit tumble here on 5th place with 23 points. Meta NINZA 22 points. NoNx Esports 20 points. Mysterious 4 Esports takes a tumble as well with 18 points.
Yep, moving on to the next page, of course, you did mention about Revenant Xspark could not really convert that start. That was a good start, to be honest, right at the start of Erangel, but then they could not convert the matches of Miramar and Sandhawk. Moving on, of course, you have Victorious Sumus, who did get themselves one of a start as well. They did buy themselves that podium finish, but 15 points is all that they have after 3 matches. Reckoning Esports with 15. Medley Esports, thankfully, they're not really at the bottom of the overall chart. This time around, they have 10 points for themselves. Autobotz Esports, the consistency is not there. But Madkings and 4TR Official, this is where the problem does lie once again. 4TR Officials could not really come out of the brutality of the lower brackets. Once again, inside of the quarterfinals, they are reeling. And if things don't change very early, then here comes the threat of elimination. And I guess 4TR Officials, they're possibly one of the most vulnerable.
Yeah, they definitely are as well here. But fortunately for Madkings here, they were able to rig up a little bit of points here to get out of that -5 head start. But
yeah,
it is still a very, very long journey here for Madkings, and hopefully there is 16 matches for them to play catch up here. So far, well, let me correct that here. It's 13 more matches. They played 3 matches so far. So hopefully the rest of the pack is going to be falling behind. So getting to the top 12 is going to be the goal. And so far, I think a couple of names that we need to talk about here is going to be Meta NINZA's performance here. That chicken dinner, amazing from Reaper, but are they going to be able to be consistent is going to be the question, because that chicken dinner was given to him.
Yeah.
Like, that wasn't like a very convincing one. Like, I think Reaper did his job as an anchor, as a solo warrior. They got the chicken dinner. Great, you know. Sometimes luck plays a huge factor. But do you gamble on luck every single game is going to be... I think Necro was specifically talking about this before off camera.
I get it. And it's understandable as well, because you don't really have the favorites of luck, favorites of the circle every single time. You're possibly not going to be the last one surviving in that fashion. Meta NINZA extremely lucky in that one, but you guys are lucky because you have 3 more matches left to go, and this time it is going to be the battle between Groups B and C. Everyone has been waiting for Group C once again, because this seems to be like the group of death. Sandhawk, Miramar, Erangel to be played later half of the day. So this is going to be pretty interesting on how does Group C match up. Group B, again, they are going to be continuing. NoNx, God's Omen, NINZA. You've got Reckoning Esports, Mysterious 4, Blitz, FenixX, and Madking. I want to know your thoughts, IC. Which are the 2 teams that does stand out from Group B according to the first 3 matches? But before that, let's have a look at Group C as well.
I think FenixX Esports is definitely going to be the standout here. But for Group C, new teams going to be joining the fray here. We have God's Reign, we have Hero Xtreme Godlike, BotArmyEsports, Marcos Gaming, Nebula Esports, SINEWY Esports, White Walkers, and also Wyld Fangs. So this is going to be a very, very heavy-hitting team to be playing off here. But now we have to bring towards the question as well. We've talked about Madkings having a -5 deduction.
Yeah.
Now joining in the fray here, we also have Wyld Fangs going to be starting their journey in this game to try and play catch-up compared to the rest of the pack. So they need 5 points in advance, or in this case, they need to get somehow find 5 points to equalize the 0-point marker of where everybody is starting off in this tournament itself.
Absolutely. And I think Wyld Fangs, they're more than ready to kind of own it up on themselves that, all right, fine, we've kind of messed up in some different part of the action, but this time inside of the game, I think Wyld Fangs, they barely are going to disappoint any of their fans, because Mania, Spray God, they were extremely brilliant. You remember all the matches that they've played inside of the lower brackets. They were not doing very good right off the bat, but then they always have that comeback mentality that is always, you know, renowned for Mania. This man is always there. Apart from that, I think majority of the attention is going to be on Godlike. Even Robin said that this is going to be a team to watch out for. We did not get to see that in the upper brackets.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an unfortunate run here coming from them as well. Victoria Summers has somewhat hold on here because like they lost out on a tiebreaker just because they were 1 chicken dinner down.
Yeah.
Even though they were tied with 89 points yesterday for the upper bracket. So that's why they are here in the quarterfinals. But now 2 names that really stuck out for me here is SINEWY and also Nebula Esports, because these are 2 teams during their lower bracket run was playing very under the radar. No one initially expected these 2 teams were going to be doing good, but after like day 2, day 3, these teams are racking up points out of nowhere. What have they been doing, and how are they doing it? Has been a question mark for a lot of teams. like some people are starting to notice on SINEWY's gameplay. But personally, I feel like Nebula, how are these guys and what are these guys doing, to be honest?
It's very hard to answer that question because again, Adi as an IGL has been phenomenal. But two more players who have been phenomenal from their respective teams has been Phantom and Max. Ladies and gentlemen, we do see the player face-off for the quarterfinals day number 1, where both of these lads have 6 eliminations on their board. But look at that damage difference, where this is just significant of the fact that Phantom has been way more influential, but God's Omen, when you actually consider them, Max has been more efficient, I would just say. Not a lot of damage dished out, but still 6 points on the board.
I think in both scenarios as well here, both Phantom and Max, if you were to compare both their positions in 2 different games, for Phantom, it was the map of Miramar. I would say that based on the terrains, on how Phoenix was playing the terrain, it's fundamentally more difficult to pull off what Phoenix do. Whereas God's Omen, they had the advantage of the terrain just because of being on top of the Alpha Mountains, which allowed them to deal efficient damage without taking too many risks. So I would say different challenges on different scenarios. Both played similar roles. It's just that one is a little bit of luck-based, one requires a little bit more tactical positioning. So I would still give the benefit of the doubt. You say Max does efficient damage, yeah, sure. You give a mountain on top of a mountain with nobody to take you down, and sure, but from Phoenix perspective, they have multiple situations that they could have just dropped the ball, but they held the ground, shut down Vasista Esports, and then took the chicken dinner. So that's the biggest comparison for me between these 2 players.
I think you speak of comparison, I am going to talk about their positioning on the overall stage, right? Look at Phoenix Esports. They've always had a good start in the lower brackets as well. You saw Phoenix Esports right at the get-go. 3 games, they shot up beyond the 50-point mark. But then there is that slump coming through in their form as well, which I feel has always been a problem with Ash. His IGLing, in my opinion, has always been that hit or miss, whether if it hits, he is going to get a big chicken on board. But if it actually misses, then they are going to struggle for multiple games in a row. God's Omen, on the other side, I think they have been much more consistent in terms of their display. It's just they aren't really able to control themselves in the final third. So we'll have to find out how the teams do cope up. But of course, bringing back the conversation, I think I'm going to wait for SINEWY. You talked about them. Their gameplay as well as Nebula's gameplay has been a big question mark in my head as well, because I can't see things the way Adi does, right?
See, that's the thing, right? There's so much question marks when it comes to their gameplay on the screen.
Exactly.
So it's just like, how are these guys here? What are they doing? It just doesn't make sense, but somehow they are
It adds
getting
up.
points, right? It somewhat adds up. That's why I think we have to pay attention towards these 2 teams and what their objectives has been going through here. Like, if you want to talk about loud presence in terms of strategy here as well, K9 Esports is one of those teams. OG is also very, very apparent on how they position themselves in specific terrains, and then how they convert it into the late game of the later stages of the circle, right? So before that, let's talk about the team spotlight. You brought out Phoenix. I really like about Phoenix as well. I think you brought out a very interesting point about Ash's IGL and the morale booster so far. And personally, I feel like Phoenix is a team that is really, really standing out the most, just because of the amount of preparations they have made before coming into the quarterfinals here. I think I was able to have a small chat with Ash as well. Before the first match of the lower brackets, they were already showing a lot of homework being done as well. And they were very, very confident to make sure that, hey, if this is the spot I'm going to take them down. And right from the get-go, true enough, they said they were going to contest Rider Esports in bootcamp. They won. They're very, very happy about this. But the question here is that when Revenant Xspark was playing in this game, Phoenix Esports did not actually drop clash them. So that is the turning point here for Phoenix Esports, which I think in the map of Sanhok, they kind of struggled in the previous game. They could not convert into the later stages zone, and this time again, they are going to be playing Sanhok again. That's going to be my question mark. Have they adapted yet? Because they planned around crashing bootcamp in Rider Esports, but this time with Revenant Xspark, they kind of respected the boundary. So
yeah,
are they going to take bootcamp this time when Revenant Xspark is not in gameplay game?
Questions. Well, a lot of questions being asked, and rightfully so as well, because performances have been dicey, ladies and gentlemen. But we gear up for our 4th match, which is going to be, of course, a map of Sanhok, and we are ready. This is going to be a different group. Group B, they continue their run. Meanwhile, Group C joins them. This is the map of Sanhok right in front of you. I'm taking it. And here we go. This time the tropical islands are all dolled up for yet another exhilarating battle. This time, match 4 between groups B and C, as we already discussed, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome to KIE BMSD 2025. This time your pilots are going to be Salty, and joining alongside on that co-pilot seat is going to be Icy Baby. And we are flying from Kao on towards Hearth in a flight path which does dissect that map in 2 equal halves. But considering the map of Sanhok, I guess we are once again going to have a lot of chaos. I'm not really sure if you were able to witness that in the last map of Sanhok, but Icy, what are your thoughts about this one?
Okay, seems like Phoenix, they are going to drop towards bootcamp this time here with considering that Revenant Xspark is not in play. So they've definitely done their homework, and this is definitely a comfort here coming for Phoenix inside bootcamp. So hopefully things are going to be a little bit better compared to the previous game. They struggled so much in the previous game just to enter in towards Alpha Island coming from the south side. And when we talk about teams that dominated in Alpha Island, obviously teams on top of the mountain do have the highest percentage to win out, just because people are just struggling to push through the terrains itself. So makes a lot of sense. But I want to see how the circle actually forms here, because everybody is pretty spread out. Our Xtreme Godlike has got a very interesting split here. We've got Barn and also down south near towards the east side of Quarry. And with the circle shifting there, I think Hero Xtreme Godlike is going to have a very easy rotation, but the biggest winners are gotta be BotArmyEsports, just because naturally, in terms of terrain-wise, Cave does give you so many options of decisions when it comes to circle 2, circle 3 of the circle itself.
Yeah, I think they are quite comfortable around that region. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they initially do like to take those splits, but talking about the splits, this time, no splits coming in through from Nebula Esports. Something which they always do, I think, just stick together and stick to the plan. And Adi is always very careful about what plan he actually has before entering into any sort of matches. He knows his game plan, to try and stick together, keep all of those 4 players alive, and then just unleash them when it's actually required. But have a look at this, Admino. Let's just talk about Hero Xtreme Godlike for a second, because I think yesterday we did get to see brilliances. We saw that 1v3 coming in from Admino as well. We saw Jonathan just keep up, keeping his numbers of finishes up. But the rest of the 2 lads, I think Punk and Simp, when it comes to individual performances, yes, they have shown us glimpses that these players still have what it takes. But as a team, there are big questions being asked.
Yeah, as individually, they're really, really good. But as a team, they haven't been working out together. But seems like they have subbed out GodX for this roster. They're bringing in the roster that got the runner-up in BGIS, and Punk seems to be able to scout out guys coming from Marcus Gaming. They're hurting a lot, but the tandem sprays comes through. Jonathan was able to find some sort of conversion, gets a knock in on bad OP, so that's 1 point in the bag for Hero Xtreme Godlike. But can they get the rest is going to be the question. Unfortunately, no. Marcos Gaming gets out, losing only bad OP. But it seems like decisions was a little bit unexpected here coming from Hero Xtreme Godlike, because it seems like Jonathan and Punk are on the same wavelength. The other 2 is a little bit too far off to try and connect for this fight at all. They weren't expecting it at all.
They weren't expecting it, but at least they got themselves a good outcome. No damage taken. In fact, a finish being picked off as well. That was a lovely little pick coming in from Jonathan and Godlike. They get off the mark. And it is, I think, one of their strategies to keep on trying to perfect their splits. We saw that approach coming in from Punk yesterday as well, where he keeps on taking those 2-2 splits or potentially even a 1-3 split. So they have additional control over the terrain. Now as well, you see that tendency to taking those splits and taking those fights from multiple angles, but it seems like it's not paying off. But on towards bootcamp, ladies and gentlemen, this is SINEWY Esports, and the ones who've been making headlines are these lads. Moksh, Vishu, they've been brilliant individually, and now it's time to actually get those points up racking.
Yeah, it's time to play some points here for the SINEWY Esports. Seems like they are going to hold that thought for now. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they find a different team, and that's going to be God's Omen that loses too. Punk and Jonathan sets up a very, very nice ambush point here. The angles are spot on, and now God's Omen, they are paying the price. Sim is a little bit too far off to provide a little bit of cover, but Jonathan continues the spray. And just like that, God's Omen, they lose 3. What is up in this reset? Because this match, Hero Xtreme Godlike, their debut coming in towards the reset comes through. They're just hunting and shooting anything that moves, and they're finding connections across the board.
It seems like the fights are just coming to Godlike at this point. Initially, it was Marcos Gaming who had no idea that they were about to take a fight, a one-man taken down, and now the entirety of that convoy from God's Omen also did come down crashing with its spray from Punk and Jonathan in tandem. But on towards other news, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like God's Reign are also in a party, this time against NoNx Esports, as nades do get exchanged. One of the man, Veyron 77, has been extremely unlucky today. Once again being knocked out, the rest of the lads just trying to keep their ship alive.
Oh no, NoNx Esports, they gotta be scratching their head here. How did they get out-rotated by God's Reign, who came all the way from Paradise? And because of this, now God's Reign, they've got the terrain advantage to try and shut them out. But the question here is, can they get those conversions? A lot of utilities has been expended, and it seems like God's Reign is not too happy about being caught out in a fight like this against them, just because of the fact that they're not exactly in a probable position to re-rotate for the next phase of the zone. And as of yet, a little bit afraid of potential third parties. That's why they're all probed up.
Yeah.
But NoNx, they are looking to try and dodge this fight to rotate from the east side, but guess what? From afar, we do see a little bit of pixel where a potential third party known as Blitz.
This is interesting from God's Reign, to be honest. I did not expect them to exit their drops of Paradise Resort so quickly, immediately rotating on towards the circle. It seems like they've learned their lesson from the upper brackets. But can God's Reign capitalize is the question, because NoNx Esports did go on that reset, and now look at the nades go! Barely surviving over there. Justin needs to fall back, regroup with his teammates. Meanwhile, Destro just holding on to that flank angle. And it seems like Ash is just dealing with a completely different team. Delta has been knocked out and finished off. NoNx Esports, they're doing good, but Veyron just extremely unlucky today. Once again is going to take the fall. Phantom trying to bring that situation back for NoNx Esports, but has been unlucky. Look at that. Ash has been brilliant so far tonight. And it seems like NoNx Esports, they are on that upward curve, aren't they?
Yeah, they definitely are, but at the same time, God's Reign, the hesitation has paid them the price. Delta is a little bit on an off angle to try and go for the wrap around, but they need him to be a little bit faster. The double push comes through from Justin, and Neo was able to find some sort of pick, but Delta, the flank got picked off, and now NoNx, they have the upper hand. As now, the push comes through, Neo going to be gatekeeping Phantom from the sides, but the third parties from Blitz Gaming, they have heard all the commotions, and now they are going to shut them all out, as God's Reign leaving only Justin remaining in this final moments here. Phantom spraying through the smoke. He's going in blind. He's dropping a little bit too low and eventually finds the spray. Phantom takes him out as God's Reign has been eliminated with the help of both NoNx Esports and Blitz from afar. A very, very unfortunate end for them.
But have a look at the performance of the IGL in this one. Ash just stepping up, 3 quick eliminations and then wiping out God's Reign. Not an easy feat, to be honest. Talk about God's Reign, this is somewhat new to rotate early inside of the center of the circle, push for that higher grounds, but it seems like it did not pay off. Like you mentioned, third party from Blitz was brilliant, but Ash was always so quick on the trigger. Taking down Delta from the flank once again, and then of course the way he took down Justin. Everything just keeps on working for NoNx Esports, but they will not have a lot of time to celebrate because it seems like multiple teams will enter around their vicinity. Wyld Fangs can be seen on that radar. Have a look at that. Also, from the backlines, there will be another team in the name of Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, I don't think Wyld Fangs heard all these commotions here. He's a little bit too far off
Yeah.
as well. So NoNx, they will be able to get the restock here. 3 players in the back. They've got 4 finishes. Not the end of the world. Blitz, they've heard all those commissions, but they have not committed to this. So I would say that's going to be a different question for a different day for where they are going to be playing here. Meanwhile, Nebula is smack middle of the zone. They've got a decent spread here, 2-2 down south and north in case the circle shifts up or down. They are looking to try to get some sort of a center control to play a little bit of control in this map. But let's take a look at the replay and how things actually happened in this fight between NoNx as well as God's Reign. This push from Destro, a little bit awkward there from Veyron. He wasn't expecting Destro to go in for a wide swing push. He was looking on a different target, but eventually they fell off a little bit just because of the fact that there was a third party from afar. But eventually NoNx was just very happy that God's Reign just got completely shut down in that scenario.
You know, NoNx Esports, I think credit has to be given to them because they were the ones who were in the back foot at the start of the fight. The recovery to pick up Veyron in the process and then again to recharge back into the fight was brilliant. That kind of shows that a never give up attitude from Ash is still alive. This man still has that fire in his veins to try and go in for the trophy.
This is a very interesting decision by Nebula Esports. Rather than holding the high ground, they're actually setting up a potential ambush spot where if any teams drives up and try and crash onto them, they are going to shut them out. But the only way this works is because they have another guy on the other side of high ground, which gives them a little bit of inputs beforehand from the north side, known as Adi. So I'm not a fan of this. Very risky gameplay, but it does protect their vehicles from being shot from afar. It does give them the element of surprise of any desperate teams trying to rotate out of position while pushing through the next phase of the zone. So I want to see how are they going to be able to convert this. It's just such a risky decision to just hunker down like that. But at the same time, it pays off just because as long as Adi is alive, they can protect those vehicles. For now, the zone is about to shift through very, very soon. I want to see how Nebula rotates this. If it goes south, they're pretty much set up. If it goes north, we've got Adi already setting up the next entry point, which is those compounds on top of the mountains. But it seems like we are going to be seeing a quarry circle right now.
I hate quarry circles, I see.
We all do.
We all do, right? We've had a discussion about this just last day, that how much difficult is it to actually play out a quarry circle. And honestly speaking, it's none of these teams' fault as well. But one team that's going to be extremely happy about it will be Hero Xtreme Godlike. But NoNx Esports, have a look at that. They are charging up against Mysterious 4. Mysterious 4 Esports. This time, a couple of their players being completely picked off. Nade inside of the shack can be brilliant. Shotguns come in through from Snowjot, which connects and lands right on the money. Only one man left alive, and that has to be Phantom. But can he bring his team up? Can he get the other team down? Will certainly be a question as revives come through. Nade from the other side, Snowjot from the other. Look at that wraparound. Brilliant stuff from Mysterious 4 and Phoenix. They have been eliminated.
Yeah, they just couldn't do anything at all. Blitz, they have been hearing all these commotions. They have been a nuisance for a lot of teams from a long range here. Blitz Esports has been just poking and poking. They're not getting any kind of points, but they are the reason why a lot of teams could not get a proper 4 versus 4 fights throughout this entire fight. Now, Mysterious 4 looking pretty weak, but Blitz, they're a little bit hesitant to actually going for the push here. They are unsure of how many players are still alive, but it seems like they will get the re-knock once more to try and get a little bit of advantage to find those conversions. As you can see, Omega, last man standing, coming from Mysterious 4. Can they get the reset? Seems like Omega, once again, needs to pick his buddy up once more. While Blitz, they're slowly wrapping around to try and engulf this.
Yeah. Not really ready to commit bodies into this fight. Omega just wants to hold on to this position inside of the shack, but look at the way they are, constantly supporting for each other. I think the backup fire coming in from Blitz has been absolutely brilliant. Now Omega caught in the corner, of course, and the crossfire as well. Blitz Esports, they're going to chew him up. 2 quick finishes against the lads of Mysterious 4 as Blitz Esports, they get off the mark.
Yeah, that was a huge fight as well for Blitz Esports. Meanwhile, White Walkers themselves having a little bit of a scuffle with Marcos Gaming. They've lost Vegito, but from afar they were able to... Wait, hold it. Thought it's actually Hero Xtreme Godlike that actually shuts them down and saves them. So that's a little bit of a third party here down towards the east side. And it seems like we are seeing a lot of action on top of the mountain terrains here as Hero Xtreme Godlike is looking to try and dominate space with those high ground mountains from the east side of Quarry. And it seems like this approach coming from Hero Xtreme Godlike is just working out. They're just getting finishes after finishes from across the map. And it's going to be a problem for White Walkers eventually if you pay attention to the map, because this widespread from Hero Xtreme Godlike, it's so greedy, but they have the most amount of information to work with. And now with the circle shifting down in towards Quarry, you can see if any teams try to push through the east side or even try to get inside the Quarry, Hero Xtreme Godlike is going to be able to farm out some serious points. But the next question here is, will they be able to push through towards the west side? Because Nebula has got the strong compound. Same goes for Blitz as well on the west side, which will be a problem for Hero Xtreme Godlike in about 2 more circles time.
It doesn't seem like they need to actually push on towards that western side of the quarry itself, because Nebula Esports, I think when the circle does shift in, it will shift inside of quarry. So we'll have to find out how does Punk decide the progression of his team. But for now, I think they're doing a phenomenal job in racking up those finishes already. 7 eliminations on board, and all 4 players extremely healthy. Now, this is a change of approach coming in from Godlike. They are playing fearless. They are taking fights against every single moving target, and that is something which the fans have been starving to see. They've been yearning for this, and now finally when they get something like this, I don't think they're going to complain. Punk already inside of the circle. I think he's kind of secured good station points for Godlike to come in when the rest of the players do decide to move up. But for now, they will still look to find more outliers. Find these stranded players all around the block and just take them down. Have a look at that, Nebula Esports. They are currently being challenged by Madkings inside of Quarry. And this is a good nade that has been played so far.
That's a huge nade as well. Denying that sniper tower for Nebula pretty much gives them a little bit of a small room to work with. But Madking, they're still stuck inside the Quarry. They don't really have a lot of options. That was a very nice knock, but they can't convert into space just because there's so many teams still around them. As you can see, the fear is running through Madking's decision here. Do they push up to take that sniper tower, or do they just hunker down? Because as of now, they're hearing gunshots across the map. You can see the paranoia starting to kick in on Apollo.
Yeah.
Can't really make up their mind on how they want to approach this next upcoming rotation right now.
Problems for Madkings because, of course, with SINEWY Esports knocking their back door, I think there will be constant pressure from their backside. Of course, up front, up north, you've got Nebula Esports, and they were already in the midst of a fight when that third-party build-up didn't kind of show itself up. Wyld Fangs on the other side, they are also coming in from outside the circle, but it seems like without Mania, this team, they're still doing pretty well. We did see a couple of shots coming through from Saffron and their players. White Tiger has been brought down. SINEWY Esports has been a constant nuisance. I see from that south side of the circle. I think they are the ones who might dictate on how the entirety of the south side will pan out as the circle does shift in outside of Quarry all of a sudden.
Oh no.
For Hero Xtreme Godlike, problem seems to escalate.
Yeah, they were hoping the circle actually shifts into Quarry as well, and now Hero Xtreme Godlike, they've got the biggest problem here. Push south or push north. But based on what we know, North seems to be the safer approach just because there are lesser teams, but they do not know that. So if they've been keeping tabs, that's great. If not, they're in a lot of trouble on what they are going to be doing next as well. But let's talk about inside the Quarry itself. Reckoning Esports, they're going to be coming from the north side. They're playing the edge-by-edge circle. They hear White Walkers from afar, but they do not have those vehicles to push through. So that is going to be a different problem for a different time as the northern section, Blitz Esports on top of those Quarry region, pretty much already on lockdown. Those compounds are secured from Blitz, whereas now the biggest threat is going to be Nebula, who's inside the middle of the zone with all those compounds in the back. So that's something that everybody is going to be looking to try and face them off and try and go for the push without being picked off by the rest of the world who's surrounding them right now.
Have a look at this though. On towards other things, you were talking about compounds, but sadly the compounds are outside the circle. But BotArmyEsports, they are outside the circle, but they don't really care. They're taking this fight against SINEWY, trying to hold them back, not really allow them any sort of breathing room or wiggle room as well. Nades in tandem coming through as BotArmyEsports. Pratik leads the charge, and it seems like one of their players, the SINEWY Esports, have been taken down. NINZA was the one, but it was actually picked off by Wyld Fangs. So finished not in the bag. Meanwhile, one of their players who wanted, who has always been very successful, has been picked off. BotArmyEsports not in the greatest of positions, but Pratik, beautiful strike, finds one knock, still leads the rest of the pack. SINEWY Esports, all of a sudden it seems like a world of problems just crumbles down on top of their shoulders. They aren't able to withstand that pressure.
Oh no, mistakes from Vishu. BotArmyEsports, they were pushing out of desperation, and because of that, SINEWY just wasn't prepared for this, and they have to play for the reset as well. Fortunately for Rexboy is right at the edge of the zone, but BotArmyEsports, they're losing out of covers because Madkings from afar heard all those commotions. They're taking the Quarry Mountains to get some sort of elevation, and they were able to pick them apart. What a sneaky play from Madkings, and it somehow paid off for them because the biggest threat was Hero Xtreme Godlike on top of those mountains. And the moment they came down, they are going to take advantage of this small little elevation to pick off teams from the south. What a disgusting idea that Madkings has come up with.
But will they be able to hold on to this position for long will be a question, of course. As one of the players from NoNx Esports, I'm talking about Shadow OG, is playing from outside of the Quarry region. Constant nades, constant molotovs to keep up the pressure against SINEWY Esports, who are almost hunkered down to that corner. They have absolutely nowhere to go. And from the backlines, look at that constant pressure coming in from Wyld Fangs as well, who have a couple of sniper towers, a little bit of elevation that helps them. as the finish streets keep on dancing. You've got Viper, who will find one of the players from Blitz Esports. Chandan has been completely finished off, but the finish was stolen by Nebula. All of a sudden, these teams, they are not fighting against somebody in particular. It's everyone trying to converge upon the circle, and whoever comes inside, you just plain and simple shoot at them.
Exactly, but here Xtreme Godlike, they've got a wide spread here. Tree pushing from the north, and Punk is inside Quarry to try and stop Madkings in case they try and push up. So a very greedy approach from Hero Extreme Godlike, but they've got 10 finishes in the bag here. They've cleaned up every single team from the east and the north now, and they're finally going to be joining with the rest of the pack who's trying to challenge Nebula.
Oh,
Guess
wow.
What a big spray from Admino, scouts out NoNx, and just like that, Hero Extreme Godlike says there is a reason why we are in the upper brackets, as they shut down every single team in this gunfire. And every single player individually is just popping up, but as soon as I say this, Sim, he got picked up. Instantly naded off right clutch guard from Madkings.
That was such a crucial position for Sim to be given the way. Hero Extreme Godlike, all of a sudden it seems like problems might escalate because there's nobody for Punk to provide him cover. Jonathan thankfully recovers that position for his team, still trying to keep up the pressure with those nades. Has 6 eliminations in the bag, Admino with 5. This is such a blinder of a performance, ladies and gentlemen, already. They're looking for more. As Punk, he is not pushing up way too much. Finds a big knock against NoNx Esports as Clutch God gets taken down. Shadow, I don't think he's a good position to try and retaliate though.
Oh, that was a huge push from Punk as well. He needed to open the way for Jonathan, and just like that, now they somehow find an opening to find Madkings. But right now, Jonathan needs to pull a big one for Punk before he gets taken down. But his zone as well forces him out of position. Now Jonathan, he needs to go in for the 1 versus 3. He's stuck out in the open, and Madkings played the defense fantastically well and shuts out Hero Extreme Godlike with 14 finishes in this game. And we're now finally down towards the final 3. Nebula, what happened? They had the compound, but the circle forced them out, and Wyld Fangs was able to gobble them up. And now the final 2 teams comes down towards a 2v3 situation with Madkings versus Wyld Fangs.
Madkings and Wyld Fangs, 2 teams who actually started their day off with a -5 deduction. It seems like now looking to make amends. As of yet, it is a 2v3 NoNx Esports. They have that little bit of man advantage, but can they make use of it will be the question. Is Apollo and Pro, both of them being thrown down, even Shadow in the backlines. Saf and White Tiger waiting for the opponents to actually make a mistake because the ball is in their court. Who has a circle? Absolutely no one. This is the final circle, ladies and gentlemen. Whoever makes a mistake, I think, post that, there's going to be that landslide coming in.
Exactly, and now White Tiger finds one, evens out the fight, and now it's 2 versus 2. Nades comes through. White Tiger spots the glimpse as well. He knows exactly where Shadow OG is. Drops a nade here to try and get another free frag. And guess what? Seth was able to find another one here. And now it comes down to a 1 versus 1. White Tiger drops a nade. They flush out the final player. And now Shadow OG, last man standing, 1 versus 2. He's stuck out in open, and you can see White Tiger just playing the mind games with him as Seth goes for a wraparound to try and bait him out. They're chipping him bit by bit. Eventually, he gets taken down, and Wyld Fangs takes the chicken dinner in this game. What a recovery for Wyld Fangs in their debut match. They equalized the -5, and now they are on top with this chicken dinner.
They certainly are, aren't they? 7 eliminations and a chicken dinner to start things off, even for NoNx Esports as well. I think this was a very decent game. Even for Godlike, I think 14 eliminations. They will have to be the headlines of this particular game once again. But the map of Sanhok just panning out exactly the way we were intending to. I think one team, GDR, will still share their piece of struggle, but apart from that, I think everyone else kind of fared really well.
Well, at the start of this game, I was having a little bit of question mark here. Will Phoenix be able to survive from their comfort? And you can see they were much more comfortable coming from boot camp here. You can see the fight against Godstream was great. Everything else was okay. But after that, Zone just took too long. You know, I mean, like, that small initial engagement with Godstream held them back so long to a point that they just could not find space to push through from the north side in this quarry circle. But Hero Extreme Godlike, amazing game this game is thus far here, starting things off with a lot of points and then trying to get into the final moments here. We saw moments of brilliance coming from Punk, and in this case, the final blow here, Madkings. They played this quarry spot absolutely perfect. Like, that was the most disgusting patience that paid off for them. They were panicking through the longest time, but the moment Zone went into his later stage of the game, they had so much terrain advantage and sneaky angles to pick people from, and people just weren't expecting people to be in there. Because think about it, right? It's a ditch. If you go in, nobody's gonna come out. Like, why would you peek out? You are gonna be stalked by every single one. And the moment the circle forced Hero Extreme Godlike from the east side, they finally come out to play. And that was very, very nice of Madkings to actually play that into to get themselves into his late game.
Absolutely, but ladies and gentlemen, we do have the stats in front of our screens once again. Saf being the man silent hero because he didn't really come up with a lot of eliminations up until the final game, but have a look at that, 475 points of damage. The man came up with the most amount of offensive pressure. I think Wyld Fangs, they're always extremely calm and composed, especially under Mania. If you have an assaulter like Saf, if you have an assaulter like Spray God, you wouldn't really have nothing to worry about, do you?
Yeah, I kind of agree as well. But I would say, even though they've gotten the chicken dinner, the biggest winner in this game should be Hero Extreme Godlike, just because of the amount of finishes that they played. It's nice to see that they are back to their usual comfort zone of just getting recon and then zoning people and then just picking people, everyone as well. And that final rotations on how they played it, that was really, really nice. So I'm liking what I'm seeing. But can they keep this up in the next map? And the following is going to be right after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again, and this time with a small change in panel. Mr. iQOO is back, and I love this man not just because he looks so amazing. Look at his outfit. I think there is absolutely nothing you can call out about. But also, he's also a great analyst who's going to break down on last game. Godlike with that 14-point from that last game. I think one of the things to actually smile about, Jonathan and Admino both firing. I think they had, what, 6 and 5 eliminations respectively. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it was pretty amazing. There were moments of concern every now and then. Every single time we would see them engage in a fight, felt like, oh, maybe the positioning could be off over here. But this is the Godlike we've been wanting to see for the longest time. A team that plays on the front foot, doesn't really shy away from the action, and is all about that aggression inside of the game. And I think if they maintain this form, maybe we're going to see them turn things around in a very beautiful manner, and maybe our hearts are going to be mended once again.
Hopefully, we're all praying
crossed,
for this, right? I think the only small reason to not celebrate about that game was the fact that Simp was not able to kind of fulfill his position. But nonetheless, things do happen. Sometimes all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a nade just pops up and explodes at your face. What can you do about that? But with Sandhawks done out of the picture already, both Madkings and it seems like Wyld Fangs as well, they've kind of recovered that negative marking which they did receive. And now with that chicken dinner, with that second position, both the teams look to be comfortable.
I mean, they are getting comfy right now, but let's not forget it's just day one. We've seen a lot of teams who have done well for themselves on that opening day, and yet the struggles of the other 3 days is the reason that, well, we aren't really taking their name anymore. But it is going to be important to just maintain that flow for as long as possible. As you mentioned, Wyld Fangs, I think this is going to be an interesting name. We want to see how things turn out for Mane and the boys, because their counterparts on the other side, they seem to be doing quite well for themselves.
Which counterparts are we talking
I'm
about? I
talking
talk
about
about Team
Soul.
Soul.
Yeah.
Because the other counterpart, let's just say Mane also has Prey God, and his counterparts, they're actually back in Mumbai,
Yes.
I guess, or wherever they are.
He's already smiling. He's like, yeah, you wanted me to leave, huh?
Well, look who's smiling. But nonetheless, I think there were additional moments of brilliances as well. We saw Phoenix Esports do fairly well. White Walkers were supposed to be the comeback, the dark horses of the lobby, could not really fare up. But ladies and gentlemen, the MVP of the last game has to be Jonathan from Hero Xtreme Godlike. 6 eliminations, 1,079 points of damage, 6 knocks. This is straight up an A+ performance.
Yeah, from 3 of the lads from the side of Godlike. Jonathan with 6, Admino with 5, Punk with 3 eliminations. So there's 14 on these 3 individuals. And Nebula Esports, we can't really ignore them. Nebula also had a wonderful game, but then again, that's our normal expectations from Nebula, that they are going to do well. But look at the rankings of this match. Even though the chicken dinner went to Wyld Fangs, it is going to be Godlike with 18 points that lead the charge in terms of the total tally.
Wow, this is such top-heavy standings, to be honest. But as we flip on over, there is absolutely nothing on this one. Meta NINZA go back to their usual ways. God's Omen, GDR, once again, their struggles seem to not end. Marcos Gaming, BotArmy, Reckoning Esports, Mysterious 4, White Walkers, all around their 3-1 points region. But again, what is going wrong with GDR and their firepower? Because it seems like Delta and Justin, they're not performing.
Yeah.
It seems like the entire team is just under the weather. And even Neo, as a matter of fact, this man is a young lad. He has been performing so well under Hector. He's been performing so well under the Banner of Soul as well at one point. But now it seems like all of a sudden that shine has just gone away.
I mean, I was the first ones when Neo joined the roster who was extremely hyped to see how he would sort of fit into this God's Reign lineup. There were a lot of expectations, but unfortunately, all of them have faded away with the last few months. There we see them on our screens. God's Reign, always under pressure today as well. We wish them luck. Hopefully, they can bounce back in the next 2 games that remain. And this is another name that I want to see turn things around. The players from the side of NON. Incredible athletes, young athletes with incredible amount of potential in them, but just waiting for a chance to showcase. Hopefully, the next match is going to be theirs, and then are we going to see Godlike win a chicken dinner on day 1? Well, time for the answers with this upcoming match.
Ladies and gentlemen, this time the desserts are going to be opening its arms for all of you guys, because you are a warrior and so are 64 players who are inside of this flight, ladies and gentlemen. But only 2 people inside of the cockpit. That is going to be Salty and my co-pilot, iSuper Johnny. We are going to be flying over the dunes of Miramar. This time our journey starts from El Azhar and we are moving on towards Minasa del Sur. It is going to be a long flight, to be honest, but it does dissect the map in almost 2 different equal halves. Only if you want to go towards El Pozo, I think it's going to be a long stretch. But all the regions otherwise will be fairly comfortable. It remains to be seen whether or not do we still get those early fights. Johnny, I think we did spot a couple, especially on the map of Sanhok, but this one, I think Miramar has been starting little slowly every once in a while.
I'm confused as to what is going to happen in this game, because earlier when I saw the players of Godlike taking an exit with Meta NINZA, I thought maybe they're going to try and see if they can get some early frags. Meta NINZA not really very comfortable inside the game as of now, but then there's that 2-2 split. Admino and Simp dropping towards water treatment. Jonathan and Punk just west of the area Bronca. So they can't really take fights. They can't really deter any aggression that's pushed towards them as well. They have to keep their heads low, find those vehicles. Admino seems to have found one, Jonathan as well, and then they need to regroup. We have a circle on the heads of God's Reign. We were just talking about this big name that hasn't been able to put big numbers on the board. Hopefully. And well, right now in the circle indicates that this is going to be their match, a circle centered on Impala.
Now, this is something which we've seen so many times. Destro absolutely loves these circles, unless and until we do get to see a little bit of water in play as well. There was a fun meme that was posted on True Rippers and their social media when they took that fight against FS Esports in the middle of nowhere. They named it the tombstone of FS
Yeah.
Esports, those two little islands. I hope these two islands also get their names.
Oh man, I mean, it is going to be interesting if we find that name right now, but I think the odds are stacked against us, Salty. On the other side,
Oh, no.
right now, flipping the odds is going to be Blitz Esports. Mid-rotation, they found a comfort drop towards south of water treatment. On the other hand, Reckoning Esports had a drop clash with Wyld Fangs and Los Leones, and that's the first finish of the game. Wyld Fangs, an early loss in this match.
Did not really expect that. Remains to be seen which player it was, but Wyld Fangs looking to continue that momentum from Sandhawk. Still going to be reeling from that early loss. It's very surprising that Reckoning Esports is still trying to actually go in aggressive in spite of losing their top gun Mavericks in the form of Hunters, in the form of Viper to Genesis Esports. Now that is also a battle that remains to be seen because news and rumors suggest that the transfer windows are coming in, ladies and gentlemen. We will talk much more about it when we have information, but now Wyld Fangs on their merry way. Once again, the IGL falls. And at times it seems like the IGLs, they just really enjoy spectating their assaulters from the backline, just telling them where to go. It's becoming a pattern ever since Sensei started that trend. And everyone is just following right behind it.
Yeah, it's not really a fun position to be in, to be honest. And I think even the assaulters of the team have started to hate the situation. Why are you leaving us one man down? We could use that extra gun on our side, of course. But SINEWY Esports, this is a team where even the IGL turns into a fragger whenever the moment calls for. Mokshi has been an incredible player for the side of SINEWY. And a key reason that the team has been performing the way they are right now. They are on the western edge of the circle, SINEWY. Towards the north, some threat in the form of NON. But talking about north, let's head towards the northern edge of the circle where Phoenix Esports have control of that truck stop area. Can feel some pressure if Meta, NINZA or Godlike come knocking on their doors, but other than that, there's no one around Phoenix. They're going to be in their comfort zone.
At least till the first circle. As soon as the second one lands in, and if it does take us to a hard shift, I think majority of the teams will be thrown off guard. Have a look at this team, Reckoning Esports. Oh my god, the convoy is quick. But where are they chasing guests? It seems like a slam it against Madkings Esports on the run. Clutch God finds Flock. That is 50% firepower gone, but they did not care. Shub is going to find the young lad strikes. Flock will be confirmed, but Madkings, will they be able to hold on to this territory?
Yeah, and it's going to be down to Clutch God to find the second as well. A body traded from either side. Apollo Pro and Clutch God against Javin, Shub, and Dion. That second knock, it's going to be of the utmost important. Pro, lucky for him, Javin misses out on that nade over there.
It's a little dicey as of yet because both the teams are still, trying to find themselves a flank and a lot of movement inside of the compound, but none of them looking to make that mistake. Reckoning Esports did make that plunge, but Madkings, the way they responded, especially that first knock against Flock, was brilliant. And that, I feel like, forced Reckoning Esports to second think, hesitate about this entire fight, whether or not to take it. A lot of utilities were also lobbed in, but no success being found. So now both Madkings and Reckoning Esports are in a dead stop.
Standstill between the two sides, as you said. And of course, we saw God's Reign lurking around the corner. If a fight breaks out, men are lost, then God's Reign is going to have, or could have had, the opportunity to third party. But hey, a blunder as Justin gets spotted out by Mysterious 4 and hits the floor. Not really what we wanted to see from God's Reign in a match where they had the early zone as well. This is an absolute disaster, but this could be worse. Madkings, they go charging forward. The first man instantly knocked out by Dion. He looks forward for that second lock, loses a big chunk of his HP, and now comes the trade for Madkings. Is this going to be enough? It is! How did they make it happen? 4 eliminations, Apollo brought back into the game. We saw Dion with a phenomenal halt on that momentum from Madkings, and yet Reckoning Esports wiped out.
It is so unfortunate that both your guns go out of bullets and you run out of magazines as well. That is exactly the situation that Dion had to face when 3 players were looking to charge up against him. That is the last thing you want to have as an assaulter. He knew his position was extremely crucial. He knew that the onslaught was coming on top of him, but then he had absolutely nothing to do. He tried out with the Scarl, he tried out with the 3-5 as well. Neither his Scarl nor his pump action had any bullets to actually deal any sort of damage, and of course he had to buy his fate over there. But nonetheless, SINEWY Esports, we shift focus towards them because a couple of these outliers, stranglers, let's just say from NoNx Esports, have been spotted. Loose stranglers being cut out. SINEWY Esports, they love to follow that mantra, but now seems like NoNx Esports, they will try to run away from this situation. No, or rather nothing to deal with them.
It's quite surprising seeing NoNx play the way they are playing right now. Anonymous, Kana, both players out. Absolutely no way this revive comes through. Well, there is a possibility actually, but the odds are stacked against them.
Yeah,
the
it's a
risk
risky
is
possibility.
the risk is too much. And NON being in the spot that they are, they can't do anything about it. On the other side of things, along the southern highways, Nebula Esports moving towards the zone. I think the first threat for them is going to be Wyld Fangs if they keep moving along the same road that they are on. And considering Wyld Fangs are a man down, it should be an easier fight for Nebula Esports to be a part of. But look at the cluster forming along the shorelines and the circle back on Impala.
Circle back on Impala. God's reign. It's always funny when I actually find Destro with the better side of the luck, Lady Luck, or rather, let's just call it circles as of now, because he knows how to defend these circles. He knows where to find himself positioned, but it's always one of his assaulters just being taken out in the most obscure positions. And I think that is what is going to piss Destro off as well, because why would you want to go out on a loose journey, on a free roam, when you know you've got the circle under control? I think God's Reign, they're going to be reading themselves. Godlike on the other side, they're pushing forward towards the center of the circle. Is that a good idea? We'll find out because they have a team right next to them. It will be the 3 players of God's Reign we were talking about. Admino still on the move. Simp, I think, followed by Jonathan. They will spot these players. The shots do connect coming in from Destro as he almost finds a knock. That was a scare.
Yeah, it was scary indeed, but so lucky that Admino is still standing. And Godlike, now I wonder what their decision is going to be. I think they need to keep their heads down. They have found a decent spot inside of the zone, and if they can protect this safe haven, they might do well in this game as well. But Wizard, barely alive. That nade was way too close for comfort. SINEWY building up the pressure with every single second. Lot of utility traded between the two teams.
Marcus Gaming certainly not in the best of positions, to be honest. They've lost a couple of their players early on. In fact, they've lost just 1 player, but it seems like just 2 of their remaining 3 are involved in this fight. SINEWY Esports, they come in with the full force though. Needs to be exchanged as of yet, just like you mentioned. Wizard barely survived over there, but not in the backlines. He can change the course of this fight, and he is charging through. NINZA will be the one to hold on to this pressure. A little bit of Molotov, a little bit of smoke. That is it. Noddy still looking to get another angle on his opponents. He knows he's being charged against by 2 lads. Now needs to isolate the fight, but the S12K is going to fall on the ground. Marcus Gaming, yet another loss.
Yeah, they just took advantage of the man numbers, but here comes the third party. Hearing all of the gunshots, NON, they move in with perfect timing, and SINEWY lose out on 2 of their individuals. Rex Boy shut down by Marcus Gaming. Mooks picked up by NON. SINEWY all of a sudden down to the last man, and he can't really do much over here. Just has to run away for his life. NON, the timing was perfect, but they still can't really get maximum value out of it just because they lack numbers.
Yeah. It's completely fine. I think you just want to chip away to every single fight that you can spot. For NON Esports, they've lost 2 players very early on. They just need a couple of points. 24 points on board already. That is not a bad start for a team like NoNx. We did see them struggle inside of the lower brackets, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have to find out if they can make their work cut out, especially inside of the quarterfinals. But have a look at the map. It is still around Impala right now. Meanwhile, even though Impala is right at the edge of the circle, there are multiple teams around it. You've got White Walkers, you've got God's Reign, who have exited that compound. NINZA as well coming in from the backlines, can be a potential threat. And then, of course, you've got the lads from Madkings.
And Madkings They have a lot of heavy lifting to do. Especially today, considering the start that they've had to the day. 19 points in total. I think the goal for day number 1 should be to cross 40. Madkings require 20 more points. 21 to be a little bit more precise. God's Omen. Another team from the middle pack that is in this mix. But they have a decent position to work with. It's just a split that can be of some concern to them. And Nebula Esports, we spoke about them.
Yeah.
I wanted to see a clash against Wyld Fangs, but it seems like that ain't happening. In fact, they find themselves quite close to the players of God's Omen and Godlike.
It will happen after a certain while, but you were talking about Madkings Esports, and one good thing that they had was to actually play 6 games on a trot.
Yeah.
Madkings Esports, they were kind of looking consistent, especially in the first half of the tournament, but then things didn't really go their way. Did make sure that they qualify for the next round, of course, but those big chicken dinners, something that we expect from Clutch, God and Shadow, I think that flashy performance is still missing. Not as flashy as the jersey, is it?
Yeah, definitely not. I think the jersey is just...
one of the best, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, one of the best that we've seen in a long time. But anyways, coming back to Madkings, I think, again, these players have a legacy behind them.
Yeah.
The only problem is that they are falling short of their former selves.
Legacy?
Yeah, legacy.
Well, there's a meme who would actually, all the people who actually watch Autobotz vlogs will refer to. I think this is something which is really amazing. All the casters just bringing up vlogs and, you know, showing all the behind the scenes. That is amazing. A little bit of shout out to our friend from the English desk. We all love you.
I mean, he's on the Hindi desk, though.
But we are on the English panel. We are the ones who are giving him a shout out, right? Because I don't think majority of our audience actually associate with Autobotz or his vlogs.
Yeah, really. You really think that?
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's in Hindi, no?
Oh, okay. I mean, I would like to politely disagree to that. Anyways, look at Godlike and God's Reign very close to each other. Meta NINZA. Oh, they get pushed out of the circle. And they're going to be forced to fight White Walkers as they exit Impala. This is where staying in Impala actually backfires for everyone, because your exits are going to be marked. You start moving west. There's God's Reign, Madkings up north, Godlike towards that eastern edge that you have to deal with. If you're unlucky enough, maybe NoNx Esports as well start to backstab you. So Meta NINZA need to clean house before moving out. They can't afford to let White Walkers live and still try to rotate out of here.
You know what? Even for Mysterious 4, I think credit has to be given to the way they are trying to hold on. But ladies and gentlemen, 2 teams, you just named it, Johnny. They are going face to face. White Walkers, Arjun was absolutely brilliant. Meta NINZA did try to charge against him, but the formation from White Walkers once again just absolutely choking on Meta NINZA from multiple angles. Arthur, Arjun, these 2 lads in tandem. It's almost as if the dance of death.
Well, yeah, it is indeed. I mean, but at least one person will get to survive. That's the only luxury over there. Although Phoenix versus Nebula. Now, this is about to get very intense. There are a lot of ridges for cover, but the problem is that it's that team called Godlike that's sitting at the high ground.
Yeah. Credits to anyone who is actually inside of the circle, because this terrain is just so weird to hold on to. Have a look at this, though, ladies and gentlemen. Yet another fight. And this time, it seems like White Walkers, they are going to be taking a back seat. But Wyld Fangs, they are marking the exits with Blitz Esports. Now, it remains to be seen if Blitz are barely outside the circle, because they're definitely touching the periphery of it.
Yeah, they are right on the edge, but not outside. They are inside the zone. Wyld Fangs, this was, I don't know if they were trying to gatekeep the players of Blitz, or they just failed at the gatekeep attempt. One never finished off, so they couldn't mark angles, maybe because of that. But Blitz should have not closed in on this first warehouse itself. Now, it's going to be a standstill between the 2 sides until the circle completely moves away. But on that finish speed, we did see Godlike kick things off. It seems like they are getting a little aggressive. They want to pick a fight, but against 2. One of the players just ran into Nebula Esports, and that is Admino, and he charged there all alone, by the way, just to get that 1 point.
It comes out alive, to be honest. That is definitely surprising. But one more outlier who did come in the midst of things has to be NoNx Esports. We saw that convoy push up from the compound outside the circle to inside, marking the periphery once again, but this time in that collision, Simp will be taken down. He's been knocked out. Nebula Esports from the backlines might devour that finish point, but against NoNx Esports will be a lot difficult, especially with Kratos going down. That is 50% of their firepower being chewed away. NoNx Esports are doing a good job, I think. They're battling the circle, but they're also battling with the pressure that comes from within it.
Hey man, Godlike was bait and NoNx were the fishermen, and Nebula Esports, they turn into the fish that gets eaten. Godlike though now facing the pressure of NoNx Esports. Just a pixel spotted and Punk hits the floor. Now Jonathan, again the last man surviving for the team, just juking those shots for his life, for survival. Stays alive for a few extra seconds but can't really save his teammates anymore. In the meanwhile, God's Reign, they eliminate White Walkers from this match. And Godlike against NoNx, I think this fight might conclude soon as well. Jonathan is still outside the zone.
Once again, Godlike. Johnny, it seems like they're bleeding once again.
Yeah.
Jonathan, the only man, survives, moves inside of the circle, needs to play that patient game once again. And it wasn't really their fault, it's just that they didn't really have those covers set up for themselves. With so much pressure coming in from their backlines, NoNx Esports and the rest.
I blame them. There was no need to charge on Nebula with a single man when your other player is put under pressure by NoNx Esports.
Oh,
they
yeah,
could have
for sure.
just prioritized one fight because I think Punk and Jonathan, they were already setting up for NoNx. Simp was also there in the line of fire. The thing is that as soon as Admino got one of the players from the side of Nebula Esports, all attention was on Godlike and Simp got spotted out. Nebula knocked out Simp. NoNx capitalized when Nebula came looking for the finish. So that is how that entire trifecta went.
It's almost like a landslide. One small little bit of action error, I guess it leads to the entire destruction.
Yeah, an avalanche basically.
Well, we'll find out what is the result of that avalanche for sure. But Godlike, they're still surviving as of now. Blitz Esports in the midst of fight. They are trying to keep themselves alive inside of the circle. Initially, we thought they were going against Wyld Fangs, but then all of a sudden, they just exited from that warehouse, and now Wyld Fangs are the ones who are chasing them. This is complete Uno reversal of their positioning, to be honest.
Yeah, it is. Indeed. They're constantly just forced outside the zone, and they're struggling to find their way in. But at least they've stayed alive with 3 players all this time. Although getting inside the zone might be a bit of challenge. Blitz Esports, well, the first team they're trying to gatekeep is Wyld Fangs. The other one is going to be God's Omen. Blitz taking 2 fights at the same time. Just look at that. You see on the radar, they're constantly taking shots on both the teams. Majority of their attention is towards Wyld Fangs because Wyld Fangs is on the higher ground. But God's Omen as well. The intention is to keep them pinned at the edge of the circle.
And for God's Omen, I think they've also been looking for that big game coming in through for them. But look at this, the replay on towards another fight where God's Reign just held on to their position. And God's Reign, they're actually doing a pretty decent job, to be honest. This circle is kind of outside their home turf, but they're still kind of keeping themselves alive, keeping themselves safe, getting themselves a couple of finish points here and there. 3 points already in the bag. And with 3 players alive, I think God's Reign, they will be able to play the end game if they actually are careful. Right next to them is, of course, a major threat in the form of Jonathan. Can never really count this man out, especially against Mysterious 4. I think any loose strangler, Jonathan will let his trigger loose, and that will indicate that his position has been marked. But can God's Reign capitalize? Will certainly be a question. As of yet, ladies and gentlemen, so many teams do survive. There's a lot of space inside of the circle. They know as of yet that there is no reason to actually move. Meanwhile, look at that. The big movements being made by Madkings Esports as Apollo being sent in. Pro following up, and then will be Clutch God as they do center on up inside of the circle. Now, this is good positioning for Madkings Esports, Johnny.
It is, but they should be able to handle the pressure from either sides. There's God's Reign towards the east. From the west, SINEWY, NON will come charging forward. BotArmyEsports as well could potentially move up north and then just play along the roadside. Mysterious 4, that's the team that will feel a lot of pressure though, because from the backlines there's Wyld Fangs, there's Blitz, there's NoNx Esports, there's God's Omen. All teams with majority of their players still alive and kicking. But talking about Wyld Fangs, fight outside the zone as they have about 10 seconds before they're going to be forced to move up. Godzomen, Ash is doing a phenomenal job just keeping them at bay, making sure that Godzomen do not take a step towards the play zone. The smoke deters his vision and throws the opponents off. At this point, you know, the only thing that remains is for Ash to just spray down Godzomen the moment they step out. And, well, talk about stepping out. I don't think Jonathan is going anywhere. Might just end up getting eliminated in that corner. A lot of utility from God's Reign. Catching absolutely no one. They have thrown about 15 nades. Not 15 literally, but they've thrown about 10 nades at Jonathan to try and get him out, but he's still alive. And God's Reign, we just saw players taking a lot of damage. Neo dropped extremely low. It's the shot, the pressure from the flank that helped Jonathan survive.
They need to do something to actually cross on over. I think the position for Jonathan is so crucial. They want this garage for themselves.
Yeah.
They want to cross this road over so that they can actually find themselves with decent covers. Right now, they're extremely exposed from all different directions. Meanwhile, Jonathan, he doesn't really care. Throw as many nades as you want at him. He will wait for you to come at you close range and potentially at point blank range. That shotgun can go wild. But on towards other news, ladies and gentlemen, NoNx Esports, they've been brilliant tonight, especially Ash. Once again, this time, one of their players against Godzomen will find success as Shiraj picks off Beast. Another point secured, 7 finishes in the back already. And NoNx Esports, in spite of not really having the best of circle positions, I think they're still making it work somehow.
Oh, for sure, but Phoenix, they have to be cautious. In moments like this, when you are getting those frags, when you are doing really well as a team, there is a tendency to get overheated, and NoNx Esports need to remain calm. But what am I even saying? I think they are calm and composed. Veron securing another frag for the team as Phoenix is on the verge of hitting double digits for those finishes. 8 finishes on the board, 3 on Veron, 3 on Siraj. They are going after Max. Godzomen Max, he can't really do a lot. A preemptive nade to shut them down. Siraj falls, still alive though. And Ash with the trade gets the squad wipe onto Godzomen. 9 finishes for NoNx Esports, just 1 more needed for the double digit.
Exactly, 1 shy away from the double digits might come in from BotArmyEsports, but Phantom needs to hold on to that position for a while. A little bit of nade exchange. As the nade parade does not stop. Shiraj has been revived, but Ash and Shiraj in tandem. Are they going to go after BotArmyEsports or are they going to fall back in the ditch? Who is a big question as Bunny from Mysterious 4 does find knock as Veron gets taken down. A couple of the other players have been taken down as well. This is not good news for Phoenix.
It's not looking good for sure. And this tree, I hope it provides enough cover because both those revives are happening simultaneously. Ash, Veron, as soon as Veron is back up, both of them need to hide. And there goes Ash. He's going to just go prone behind the buggy. Veron just still using the tree. NoNx Esports, by the way, a miracle has happened. They haven't lost a single player. They're still 4-man strong. And they found a way inside of the top 6 of this match. Stage 7, 2 more stages left before the blue collapse. Can Phoenix secure a chicken dinner on Miramar?
They already did so once today.
Yeah.
This will be the second chicken dinner, of course, on the map of Miramar. But what are your thoughts on GDR so far? They are yet to cross on over. Jonathan is still surviving. It seems like GDR, they're kind of ignoring the fact that that compound is occupied. We are focusing on the circle, but I'm not sure if that is a good decision, Johnny.
Oh, it's definitely going to be a weird decision, but Bunny with that many 14, man, it is going to be so much damage if one of those shots connects on the heads of the players of Phoenix. Level 2 helmet. Ash is not going to be able to survive more than 2 to 3 shots. But here comes the third party, BotArmyEsports. They drop 2 again from the side of Phoenix, and it's again Veron and Siraj. Now Phantom and Ash, they have to pick 2 fights at the same time. First, Mysterious 4, the second, BotArmyEsports. And unfortunately for NoNx Esports, both the players that got knocked out were the ones that were barely there inside the edge of the circle. Phantom wanted to push up for a revive, but gets denied. On the other front, Godlike eliminated on the 6th position. I mean, still walking away with some placement points, not a lot.
Exactly. I think something is absolutely better than nothing. But then when it actually comes to NoNx Esports, they need a lot right now. 9 finishes already, and they are looking for more. They are at the edge of the circle. Mysterious 4 will be their biggest threat, who cover majority of the circle to themselves. a very big numbers advantage against the rest of the lads as they keep on battling against that pressure. I'm not sure how did Mysterious 4 survive mysteriously in the center of the circle in a terrain like this with so much pressure coming in from all different directions, but somehow they did so.
Yeah. I mean, I have no idea either, but it's just incredible. Mysterious 4 doing a phenomenal job, and Madkings, out of nowhere, they also show up, and they also have 10 eliminations. Madkings, this is the match where things take a turn in their favor. 3-man strong still. Mysterious 4 losing out on Omega means Madkings are going to be at equal numbers with both BotArmyEsports and Mysterious 4. There is potential for them to win the winner-winner chicken dinner for this match because Mysterious 4 can't avoid a fight against BotArmyEsports, who are on that same flank. Phoenix, Veron, he's been brought back into the game. The revive will come to fruition, but how do Phoenix react? Who do they go after? Madkings on the other front, going after BotArmyEsports. Fragger knocked and finished off Apollo in the backline, spotted out by Mysterious 4.
One of those rare good games coming in from Apollo. I say rare because it's been some while when we have seen this man on top form. I think it's been years when I've seen this man since top form, but nonetheless, NoNx Esports, they are reaching their peak performance once again. Mysterious 4 this time. A little bit of nades being utilized, but none of them will hit the money. Snowjod, I guess, has sort of been captured over there. A little bit of information from ClutchGod as well, as he wants to scout out the situation with BotArmyEsports. Vehicular rotations inside of the final circle. Extremely risky. Phantom with that lovely little nade, but Mysterious 4, they still handle the situation. Another team knocked out. This brings us to our top 3, ladies and gentlemen. We do have Madkings, Mysterious 4, and BotArmy. And of course, Madkings, with an insane numbers advantage, are eyeing that chicken dinner, Johnny.
Man, oh man, Madkings. I mean, this is how you turn things around. We were hoping to see a performance like this since the upper bracket, but now they show up, or maybe it is going to be a blunder. No, says ClutchGod. The IGL stands tall for the team. 5 eliminations onto ClutchGod, 13 finishes secured, and he sees Snowjod out into the open. Not really aware of the threat that has made its way in the rear. And Madkings, 2 versus 3 numbers are against them. They have no utility. ClutchGod could really use a nade right now in his hands. But Apollo from the other side wants to go for the charge. And the advantage lost. Mysterious 4 in a mysterious manner. Just shut down Madkings. Take the chicken dinner away with 9 eliminations. But man, oh man, an impressive game from both these two teams.
Impressive from both of them, to be honest. But there were a couple of more impressive performances. Phoenix, for sure, they were brilliant, but this chicken dinner will remain as mysterious as these players seem to be confused right now. And I'm pretty sure they are the ones who are wondering, is it really our chicken dinner? How did we actually hold on to that terrain for such a long time?
Yeah.
Because it was so much pressure coming in from all different angles, but Mysterious 4 mysteriously keep all of their players alive.
Yeah, I mean, they kept their heads down. As you mentioned, I think it was 5 minutes before the game ended that they were in a very tricky situation, but still kept their heads down. Did not really engage into a lot of fights until the end game came around and they knew that, all right, we have 3 players. There are teams that are just fighting each other. They don't have all 4 players, so we can take the edge away from them. And that's what they did. I think patience, sometimes when you know the circle is just moving on top of you, you wait for an opportunity to strike, and when it presents, that is when you strike.
That is when you strike for sure. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, have a look at that. Phoenix Esports, they certainly were kind of singing the songs of death against everyone. I felt like this could have actually been a game for them, even BotArmyEsports, who had the height advantage, but then they were kind of neutralized by that tag team effort from Wyld Fangs as well as Madkings. And Madkings, of course, they're going to be extremely happy. I think that this is a chicken dinner being thrown away, but they don't really care.
They're just happy they got all of those eliminations, man.
Yeah.
And I think this should be the natural playstyle for Madkings, but the stats of a winning team from that game of Miramar, 9 eliminations, 19 points. Mysterious 4. I think these 19 points actually put them in a very wonderful spot to play that last match of the day. If they can again get 10 to 15 points, it was a decent day overall just from these two matches.
Well, it has to be a decent day, but then it's still a game left before we call it a day, Johnny.
Yeah.
And that will be, ladies and gentlemen, the map of Erangel. And of course, I love the map of Erangel. I'm pretty sure you love ICBAB as well, who's going to be joining joining you alongside the draw. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, I absolutely loved it. Madkings, it was a brilliant performance, but we will see you guys on the other side of this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, it is quarterfinals day number 1. One last match remaining for today. This is Super John joined by ICBAB alongside with me. And I see finally a few turnaround in that previous game. Madkings, they are finding their groove, or at least it seemed like it. They found their groove for one match. Mysterious 4 with a nice little win, and BotArmyEsports and Phoenix also performing quite well.
Well, so far, Phoenix is one of the teams that has been very, very consistent so far. They have stumbled in the map and Sandhawk specifically here. So in terms of macro decision, it wasn't really an issue for them. So far, the two matches that they kind of fumbled for Phoenix in particular here in Sandhawk. First was because Revenant Xspark took bootcamp for them. That's one. Number two, they got bootcamp, but they were faced with a little bit of unexpected early rotation, which resulted in them getting delayed in their earlier rotations because of God's Reign. So aside from that, there were a lot of things that they needed to be ironing out in Sandhawk. But I think from Miramar and Erangel, they're set here for Phoenix. But I have to talk about, like you said as well, Madkings. They started the day with a -5 alongside with Wyld Fangs. First 3 claims, complete flop for from Madkings. But it all started when things had a little bit of turn for them in that first Sandhawk map. And then they finally got a little bit of groove here, the morale booster kind of kicking. And they look good now.
They look good. I mean, they had 19 points before that previous game. And in that particular match, not counting placements at all, they had like 12 to 13 finish. And even the MVP from the side of Madkings, it is the IGL Clutch God. 5 finishes, 767 damage, followed by his own teammate, Pro, who's going to be there with 5 eliminations on him. Then we have player from BotArmy, Snowjord from Mysterious 4, and Apollo from Madkings also makes the list. 13 finishes on these 3 lads.
Yeah, that's a huge step up here coming from Madkings. But of course, we have to talk about the winner chicken dinner as well. Mysterious 4 with a massive game this game with 19 points in the bag. BotArmyEsports also stepping up big time here with 13 points. Phoenix also very consistent so far with 13 points. Godstrain with 6 points. MG with a few. And Xtreme Godlike having a little bit tumble despite a great start of Sandhawk just now.
Yeah, but in this particular match, it wasn't the name of Godlike that kind of tumbled down. NoNx, they are not performing well. NINZA, that was one of the first team to get taken out inside of the game. Wyld Fangs still struggling. Blitz Esports and Nebula, always a hit or a miss situation. I'm a little bit more surprised with Nebula Esports not being able to perform in this match, to be honest, because the position that they had moving along the southern shorelines of the map, it seemed like they could potentially have found a decent spot to work with, but it was that run-in against the players of NoNx Esports that just costed them any points from this game.
Yeah, I think for Nebula in particular, it's a little bit of a tilt moment, especially from Sanhok.
Yeah.
The game was given to them, but unfortunately, they just could not close out that game. So as of now, Madkings now shots up in number 3 here, even though despite having a -5 because of a little bit of a penalty that has been incurred to them. And it took them quite a while, but at least now they are in a comfortable position where they say, hey, you know what? The goal here is to be top 12, not to be number 1, but getting enough points is good enough. With that base point, it's okay for them to actually give chase, especially in the next 3 days to come.
Exactly, and as I said, I think I spoke about it during the game. The target for first day, doesn't matter if you have 3 matches or 6 matches, should be to cross that 40-point marker. Madkings not too far away. Even with that penalty, they are just 6 points shy. I think 16 or 15 points in the upcoming match, and this is going to be a pretty successful day 1.
Yeah, and in this second half as well here to see Marcos Gaming and 4TR official is kind of expected-ish if we were to see their performances coming from lower brackets as well as the upper brackets. But what's really surprising is that Marcos Gaming is a roster that kind of surprised us the most when their debut with God's Omen, especially coming from Stone BGMI. But after that, things has not been looking good here ever since BMSD kind of started.
I agree, they surprised us because they were surprisingly bad, to be honest. I mean, even in the upper bracket matches, Marcos Gaming didn't really perform
they were
too well.
good during BGIS.
Yeah, I mean, back then they were good. Right now, this tournament, I have no idea what Marcos Gaming is doing. Although, a few big surprises on that last page. Our favorites, man. Autobotz is there, SINEWY is there, God's Reign is there on that last page. I mean, just praying to God at this point that we finally get to see them tomorrow or maybe in the last game. A few names.
Yeah, but at the same time, let's take a look at the damage leaderboard here so far. Kratos currently in top in the net worth here with Nebula Esports, Scary Jot followed by that. We've got Trace Guard, we've got Snowjot, and also we've got Ralphie coming in from Autobotz. All the stats also accumulated during their initial run in the lower brackets as well as the upper brackets. So it's a little bit mix of both, everything so far. And when we talk about this as well, Kratos being one of those the player that does a lot of contribution in terms of damage and also messing up people's gameplay. I posed this question towards Salty at the start when they first debuted it today itself, was that I have no idea how Nebula is getting this kind of points. They're just very, very under the radar, but they're doing things. They're just annoying people. But now when I specifically look at them, Sanhok was a complete flop. And then I think it kind of translated into the previous game. Things just didn't really go well for Nebula, especially here in the right start.
Yeah, that I think is true. Nebula Esports day 1 is a nightmare from their perspective. I mean, we were expecting Nebula to do extremely well, but I think Adi right now just taking his time to understand what the teams from upper bracket are doing, how they're prepped, how they're looking at the competition. And I think that is okay if you're confident in your skills and your ability to make that comeback, because it is a gamble, right?
Yeah.
If your day 1 doesn't go well, you're struggling for points, you're playing on the back foot basically. You're playing defense the entire time until you slowly and steadily climb back up. From Adi's perspective, I think it might be the case of the fact that the upper bracket teams, they've played 4 days in a row. Now they got to play 4 more. They are in the flow. They are in the zone right now. They're locked in, while you guys were relaxing for the last 4 days.
Okay, fair enough. But here's a little bit of track record and trend that how Nebula Esports performed during their lower bracket runs as well. Was that first day was a complete flop with them.
Yeah.
And then day 2, day 3, you start to see small little comebacks coming from them. But eventually, on the final day, they pull a really, really big stretch and then made it into the top 5. So I would say, like you said as well, they may be a little bit too slow to adapt, especially when things are kind of new right now.
Yeah, just understanding the situation. Although, you know what? Like always, even this strategy has a few problems. One of 2 things can happen. Either you turn yourself into Tamilan Esports, wherein at the last game you just qualify and push through, or you're going to turn into Victorious Sumus, wherein at the last day you're going to try to qualify and fall a point short. So it's better, I always feel it's better to get the job done, get those qualification points, whatever it is, a 100-point marker you need to hit, get it in the first 3 days. Last day, just relax.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time as well, we have to talk a little bit more on the highlights on how things are looking out in the map. Miramar as well, we saw moments coming in from Jonathan, was trying to survive as much as he can, but eventually the circle just forces him in one of the most unfavorable positions to actually survive that. So it's a little bit awkward, but as the game progresses as well, Godstrain seems to be taking a huge tumble, knowing that they always prioritize on macro positioning, but when it comes to holding down the conversions of the fights where it mattered the most, they kind of drop the ball every single time. And it's been kind of a recurring thing ever since their debut, right? Like, they've got 3 chicken dinners, and those 3 chicken dinners, well, it wasn't like high finish conversion games as well. So it's just very weird to see Godfrey not playing comfortable at all.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, it was a very awkward position for them to be in. And I think that's been the whole day in a nutshell for the side of God's Reign. As we said, a surprising name on that last page of the leaderboard. Did not expect them to be there. First of all, did not expect God's Reign to be here in the quarterfinals. This is a team that should be already qualified for the semis along with all the other big names. But here they are. At the start of the day, we were expecting, all right, have a lot of experience, have good players, a lot of firepower, should be easy. Turns out not the case.
Yeah, it's really rare to see Justin not performing at his highest level as well. It's like when we talk about Mr. Reliable, Justin always comes up to mind as well, because when you least expect it, he pulls off some really, really insane nade or some insane cover fire that just enables the entire team to do the things that they're supposed to do. But this time, things has been very, very shaky, and I feel like a couple of times now, I think even Delta as well was making some very, very aggressive flanks, which was a hit and miss. It was like a high risk, high return scenarios, which resulted in them taking the high risk but not reaping the rewards.
I think at this point, God's Reign, the one thing they should do is just take absolutely no risk, guaranteed reward. Even no, doesn't matter how small it is, doesn't matter if you just camp your way inside of the top 3 of a game, all 4 players alive, just make sure that those bodies are standing, are in a fighting position for the last game of the day. But this is a new name, a new banner, a new set of faces that have done very well for themselves. Mysterious 4, of course, looking at Snowjaw, 10 finishes so far, 2300 damage dish out, 6 assists, 9 knocks. Overall, a wonderful performance and kind of a key player and a key reason that Mysterious 4 are where they are right now.
Well, Mysterious 4 has always been also very mysterious when their entire journey on every single tournament so far, from BGIS, from BMPS as well. It's like you don't expect them to perform, but they somehow always gets enough points, or in this game, passport to actually go through the next phase. But for them to be this dominant this day itself, it feels like Mysterious 4 has ironed out the kinks. And you can see, well, I'm not sure who's calling it as well. I think he's calling his mom or something like that.
He was in the game. He just passed a kiss on to someone, and with that reaction, I think might have been that guy. Definitely not Mane. Mane did not react at all. But I think Mysterious 4, even those players were saying, just like, start the game. We are ready. This man is playing on his camera, not his screen.
Well, fair enough.
That man has gone to sleep. His fingers aren't moving.
Blitz has had a long day so far here. Blitz is a team that no one kind of expected them to actually survive this long as well. This is a mixture of the old NRI. If you guys still remember NRI, a team that also went under the radar during BGIS and BMPS, somehow was able to get consistent points to actually kind of sneak up into the top 5. But when it comes to when it matters the most, they just could not close out the game. So they are a team that is very, very good in the macro positions, but can they close up this final game to get some points? Well, guess what? Let's wait no more. We're going to be jumping into the final game for today here in day 1. Final game of the quarterfinals, day 1, is about to begin right now. It is going to be El Clasico of Erangel between both Group B and C. It starts right here, and the flight path seems to be coming in from the south side, shifting a little bit more towards the west, so a pretty balanced flight path for each and every single team here. Nothing super crazy, nothing super out of the way. I don't expect to see a lot of drop collisions right from the get-go. Even for vehicle spots, it is ample enough of spots for each and every single team along the Pochinki highways, Ferry Pier Highway, also Rozok Highway is going to be up for grabs for each and every single team.
Yeah, this is a flight path that I think at this point every IGL is thinking, all right, this is going to be our game. We do not have to face struggles at the very start of the match. Everyone except Destro maybe sees the parachute of White Walkers and is expecting a fight, but White Walkers keep moving east.
And nothing super crazy, but if the circle actually shifts east, that's going to be the biggest problem here, because White Walkers may opt to actually gatekeep the bridge to try and stop the entry point. I want to see whether or not are they going to take that risk here to try and gamble their way through if that actually happens. But Hero Xtreme Godlike going to be heading to a 70 and maybe even shooting range as well to try and spread out a little bit of wings. But when we talk about this lobby as well, there is a lot of teams that likes Georgia Pool a lot. So I'm seeing a lot of traffic heading into the Georgia Pool. We've got Blitz, we've got Madkings, we've got Mysterious 4 in Godka. Okay, never mind. Only 2 teams on towards Georgia Pool. So nothing super crazy is about to happen. I think down towards Rozok and also School, maybe Wyld Fangs will have a little bit of run in here with Marcos Gaming. And also BotArmyEsports.
But earlier on in the day, Madkings, they didn't really have that great of a start on Erangel, all thanks to that early fight. This time looking to avoid it.
Well, it was a completely different group if you want to put in that perspective as well. It was Group A and B at that time.
The one team that's missing is 40R from that position. Blitz was there, Madkings was there.
A bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
But Mysterious 4 having Gatka full control in their favor. Seems like the circles are going to be favoring them a little bit, so they won't have dips on whatever spot they want. Could be Everest, it could be Ruins as well, which again, it's still in the gray area, but it feels like a little bit of a gut feeling that the circle may shift on towards Ruins and Gatka, maybe even Everest. So those 3 major points on locations is going to be very crucial, especially for Circle 2 and 3 if they want to try and get some sort of points here. So Madkings may look to try and take Everest for themselves, but for Meta NINZA, I'm curious to see how they are going to be playing this.
Alright, we see something interesting happening towards the Starblow Hill, and this is the one place where I will actually defend Godlike, even though the performance hasn't been the best. That this is a team that's actually playing a battle royale for a change. No fixed drops, dynamic, based on the flight path, based on the research as to which spot is going to be empty. That's how it's supposed to be played, and it might be one of the reasons that we do not see them be extremely aggressive right off the bat, because they're still trying to figure out, alright, which positions are empty, where we can safely go and loot. It results in a very slow early start of the match for them, but I mean, it also means if there is a team that can at any time, if they get enough points, start drop clashing anyone, it's still Godlike.
Here's a little bit of additional stats for you for Hero Xtreme Godlike. Hero Xtreme Godlike has one of the highest win percentages when they actually push through after Circle 3 compared to any other teams. If you were to base off earlier BGIS and also BMPS performances, the trend has always been, oh, by Circle 2, you got to be having center control, and most of the time, teams in the center will probably make it in the top 5, maybe even win out the games. And late rotations has not been fruitful, and Hero Xtreme Godlike is the only team that has highest success rate after Circle 3 and 3 points, and then still convert some games. So I would say Hero Xtreme Godlike is definitely preparing for something new. Obviously, when we talk about international slots being in play, I wouldn't say that Indian teams are on par to a lot of international teams. They do lack in terms of experience. We saw Aryan's performances as well in the global championships, which wasn't that great. So I guess if Hero Xtreme Godlike is able to pull off all the side entry points, or in this case, the usual unorthodox drop spots, which are not favored from the international teams, I think they're training for that.
I agree with you on that. I mean, this could be training for that, where you would want to avoid certain teams in certain situations, in certain drops. And also the fact that, yeah, there is a difference in the level of play, the pace of play. I recently had an opportunity to do an international tournament. It's different, it's a lot more quicker, especially during those 4v4, especially during those fights. It's the late game for us where things get very chaotic because everyone's just still there, a lot of teams still present. I think that is where we can thrive, just chaos. And at Godlike, I think at this point, they got to start causing chaos, man, for everyone. 21 points on the board after the matches that they played. They need a double-digit match in this one as well. I think they need about 15 points to just call it a good day overall.
Yeah, that's going to be, well, not that hard, but at the same time, not that hard mathematically. You know, counting 1 to 15 takes less than 15 seconds, obviously. But to get 15 points in a single game, well, so far, Hero Xtreme Godlike has done it on their first game in Sandhawk. Just now, could not convert those games. Things has been a little bit shaky in Miramar. But I want to see how rest of the world is going to be doing in this game. And especially for Wyld Fangs, they've got a great start in Sandhawk. Top 2 finish, great. Miramar, complete flop. This time, can they get themselves out of the gutter, considering the fact that at the start of this quarterfinals, two teams already started the journey with a deficit. That's Madkings and also Wyld Fangs with -5 points, right? So Madkings picked up themselves, but it's now Wyld Fangs' turn to do the same as well. Because currently in total, in 2 games, they've only got 12 points. Not the greatest lead, but considering that the -5, they should have 17 points, which is okay. But can they get more?
I think they're going to need a lot more. This is not looking good for Wyld Fangs. Starting off with a deficit is never going to be a position you want to be in. But God's Reign on our screens, they are just struggling without any deficit. We didn't give them a penalty. That's just God's Reign and their 7 points.
Oh boy. That's a little bit unfortunate, but seems like God's Omen is going to be having a little bit of run in here with Phoenix here. Phantom going to be on a loose track alongside with Max as well. This seems to be a little bit of a rematch from before. It seems like shots has been made. Max are taking some serious damage, but it's not from Phoenix. It is from a different team from behind. And it seems like it was Nebula that gave a couple of love taps over. Sorry, it is Marcos Gaming actually. Apologies. That actually gave a couple of shots here.
So I do not understand this, Icy. They were sitting there with Beast facing the players of Phoenix, Max on the other side. Max took damage, and Beast instantly turns the car around so that Max now directly gets shot at by the players of Phoenix. Yeah, you want my teammate there. This makes it easier. Just have him.
I think they weren't expecting an off angle from there, to be honest. Like, they were fully prepared to take a fight with Phoenix, but after those shots, that pretty much stops the fight completely. If they waited a little bit patient, which again, from Marco's gaming side, they might have been able to recouple the moment the fight starts. But I don't think they realized that Phoenix was around, based on their angle. They only saw God's Omen in that regards.
Plus, Phoenix is in a very awkward position. It's the middle of nowhere. No one's supposed to be at that spot. Usually teams like to charge for the trenches and the compound around trenches of Gatka. And Phoenix has chosen to play a random spot on a roadside. I think there's a few compounds there, but the circle sticking around in that spot, it's not very common. Either it's just slightly up north or towards, well, I think we are going to go between Ruins and Pochinki in this end game.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this circle as well. Madkings was hoping that there is going to be an Everest circle, but seems like all that decisions forces them to actually rotate down and play around the Ruins vicinity. It's not a difficult place to hold, but they will be able to get some sort of information. But on screen right now, we do see Apollo scouting out a couple of stragglers. It seems like he is going to be able to chip away a couple of vehicles from Blitz instead. So Blitz, they are taking a little bit too much damage because of this assault from Apollo. And just like that, Blitz, they might be just stuck there forever. They might be done for if another team actually rotates by and picks them apart. They have to disengage from that fight.
We'd really have to, but Godlike.
What is this? Seems like Reckoning Esports was able to hunt down Hero Xtreme Godlike while they're rotating in. Wasn't expecting this, but it seems like Reckoning Esports, they were a little bit late on towards the outskirts of 70, and they will be able to hunt down Hero Xtreme Godlike. That's two very huge finishes in the backs of Reckoning Esports, and now Hero Xtreme Godlike, they are on the run. Simp and Minnow running away, and Reckoning Esports just doesn't really care about rotating the circle. They are going to try and clean them up before making a easy entry point.
Yeah, they're just after them now. They realize we have the upper hand. We've picked off 2, and they're going after the other 2 as well. Simp and Jonathan. Can they survive? They're going to take Reckoning in the blue along with them. This either ruins the day for both these two teams, or Reckoning is just going to be happy eliminating Godlike in this match. Shots fired from Javin as he will be forced to constantly switch his seats. Now trying to see if he can spray down. There goes the tire. Admino, he goes for a spin. And is Reckoning on the hunt still? No, says the IGL. They disengage, and Admino, he's going to be so happy that Jonathan Simp was right there next to him.
That is very unfortunate here for Hero Xtreme Godlike, which seems to be having 4 vehicles down towards the last one, and even Admino and Simp, they are forced to take an even bigger rotation down south here. It's going to be very difficult, but what's happening inside here, it seems like God's Reign having a little bit of run in here with the Meta NINZA. A little bit of crash collision comes straight, but God's Reign losing 2, and only Justin remains there. And Meta NINZA still down, but not out yet. As Justin needs to try and salvage this fight, but the damage has been done, and Meta NINZA might be able to reap up all those rewards here and going for the full reset. Oh no, third parties comes through. Phoenix from afar scouts it out. Justin has to abandon Delta now, and he has to play this solo this time.
All the big names falling one after the other. First, Godlike loses 2. And God's Reign with 3 men lost. NoNx Esports. Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about. They are just playing such off positions that it doesn't make sense to be here. When everyone is just scrambling for cover, NoNx Esports is just roaming around out in the open looking for their next prey.
Yeah, seems like Hero Extreme Godlike almost falling prey here towards Wyld Fangs. As you can see, they are pretty hurt. Sim almost getting taken out, but the vehicles are fuming as well. Hero Extreme Godlike forces to take a hard start down Pochinki to maybe stock up a little bit more meds, but right now they are severely in dire need of a new vehicle.
Oh, they're in dire need of more teammates.
Unfortunately, Resurrection is not allowed in competitive play.
Yeah.
It would be nice to see it in place in the near future, but not anytime soon, I guess. Rondo is most likely going to be the next one.
Yeah, I think I'm excited for that.
When it comes.
When it comes, and there's definitely going to be a lot of these teams that might already be playing Rondo, considering it is there for the international circuit. So I want to see how that turns out. What are we going to witness? In the meanwhile, we're witnessing the demise of SINEWY Esports. This is such a beautiful execution, by the way. They have them surrounded from every which way angle. Hero gets knocked out. There's a trade. Oh, and SINEWY, what a turnaround! This is even better than the execution! 2 versus 3, mysterious 4. It's gonna be a mystery as to how they got wiped out.
Oh my goodness, opening knock with the nades from SINEWY Esports. What happened? It seemed to be a demise, complete defense coming from SINEWY Esports. They held down the ground and they fought off the wolves. And they're gonna be able to live to tell another day. Meanwhile, Hero Extreme Godlike took a hard stop down Pochinki down towards only Admino remains as he's going to be hunted down by White Walkers. And it seems like they will try him here as Hero Extreme Godlike will bleed out and die out on 15 plays while White Walkers will be able to potentially revive the Night King.
White Walkers. They...
Oh no, that is so unfortunate for Arjun.
I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how do they pull themselves out, but Wyld Fangs, they are done. Can't really survive this. Reckoning Esports. 1 man escapes, White Tiger, but I think his position is gone. Oh, now it's gone. He took a few shots on the players of Reckoning Esports, trying to see if he can at least get 1 point for himself, but now his information is given away, and White Tiger is forced to just run out into the open. There's Blitz up north. Do they have a line of fire? They haven't taken any shots yet on this moving vehicle in the open fields. And White Tiger, where does he survive? Gutka Fields as a solo player is just mad insane. You can't push for a center this late in the game and just pray that no one catches you.
Hey man, push for a center, abandon the vehicle, start sneaking your way through and hide in the bush until the late game. We've seen it happen for placement points. I would say that's the best option here, but seems like he has been scouted out. So
timing is off.
Oh, okay, he's gone. White Tiger's out. NoNx Esports actually picks him apart. Hey, wait, actually, God's Omen actually got it.
His timing was off. He's very late to make a center play over there. Should have stayed at the edge, I believe.
Oh, it was a little bit too late here because it's next game for him, and that's going to be tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Wait 24 hours, then respawn.
Yep. Sometimes in life, you gotta do what you gotta do.
That's what sleeping is all about.
Reset, get a refresh, and then hope to pray that you get a better day. But it seems like BotArmyEsports, they are gonna be playing around chopsticks. And they've got their vehicles in, but they are in a very awkward position because NoNx is on the other side. And all NoNx needs to do is just take a little bit of quick peek, which in this case, Phantom just spotted out. They know there's enemies here. As you can see, they're trying to get this vehicle out from a different angle. They need it for a later fight, but NoNx Esports says, you know what, there's no reason to challenge them right now. There are bigger fishes to fry, and that is everybody else but the chopsticks fight.
Oh boy. How is it that NoNx have been running into so much aggression the entire day, and yet in the last game of the day is when they're taking their time looking for those fights. Madkings on the other end, with Shadow lost. I think they're just getting extra cautious, or maybe not. Apollo on the map, you see it. He had an interaction with the players of Nebula Esports, and Phoenix from Nebula might just believe that he's alone. But here comes the backup, and Nebula, now they're going to be forced to back off. Adi was called to the front lines. Clutch God takes a lot of damage, but is still standing. It's a 3 versus 4 situation. The nade being cooked. A few pixels spotted out. Clutch God in a world of pain. The blue zone should do enough damage for the knock, but no. Turns that buggy around, is still standing. Falls back with the rest of the team.
Oh, that was such a scuff fight, and even Pro now has to disengage going for the reset. Fortunately for them, they have a small little area to kind of reset and rethink how they want to approach the next phase of Circle. But Nebula Esports is pretty much setting their sights out here to try and gatekeep them. But while they're trying to do that, guess what? Meta NINZA forces them out of position. So Nebula Esports has to back out from that fight against Madkings so far. So small little victory for Madkings. A little bit of space has been given, but Nebula Esports, they're not in the clear yet. They haven't found a nice spot in next phase zone. They do have a small little cover, but as of yet, the biggest threat here is to eliminate Madkings to try and make space down south. Madkings now tries to make a mad dash, but gets shot from NoNx from inside. Could not hard commit, but Phantom gets Pro instead through the chopsticks ditches. And BotArmyEsports will, alongside tag team, and wipe off Madkings.
Quite unfortunate. I had a lot of hope from Madkings in this particular match, but, well, all hope is lost now. Maybe it's the same for White Walkers as Reckoning Esports come knocking on their doors. Knocking down one player, but White Walkers find the trade. Looking for the second, and they find that second as well. Now Shub, he's still standing, but he is outnumbered. It's a 1v2 indoors. Arthur waiting on one end, Arjun on the other. Shub runs out, lobs a piece of util, hoping to catch someone off guard. And from the flank, Nebula Esports, they show up. A perfect timing for this third party. Reckoning Esports, I don't think they are going to stay alive in this, I say. Shub, he's struggling to just go indoors through the window as well. Now, this is clear. This is what happens when panic sets in. And both the players just in and out of that door. Arthur is going to be the man connecting the first shot. And that's the end of Reckoning Esports in this match.
Well, this is the better runs here coming from Reckoning Esports. With confidence, they were able to find one. But Adi goes for a little bit of a drive-by. Gets a freebie out of the middle of nowhere.
Was that intentional?
Oh boy, that's a little bit unfortunate here for that boy. Poor soul. Nebula Esports just making life a little bit tougher for the rest of the world. Third parties from afar just doesn't hard commit to any fight, but somehow just makes a lot of trouble for anyone else.
Man, that drive over was so fast that even the crate was flattened on the ground.
Oh boy. What? Let's take a look on how things are happening inside the circle as well. God cut inside. Blitz gets hunted down by God's Omen. They're going to be playing on the western side inside this circle, but the vehicles are done for. And fortunately for them, there's a lot of place for them to throw their way through. But the only ones that have scouted them out is going to be Solham from Blitz. And the moment they kick out Blitz, they should be able to sneak their way inside the next phase of the zone, though.
God's Omen. Very tricky for them to actually move forward in this game. Western Edge, they have the numbers, but have attracted the wrong kind of attention in the form of Marcos Gaming. Right next to God's Omen. The amount of smokes they have lobbed do provide them with some cover to move around, a little bit of movement space, but it's just open fields. That means anyone, even with a slight elevation, is going to be allowed to take those shots. Chandan, he's confused about where the shots came from the front, from the back. Well, should just be grateful that he's still alive, unlike God's Reign in this match.
Yeah, Phoenix once again picking off all the loose ends from those ditches so far. Their hit glitch has been phenomenal. They've got so much cover to actually punish teams trying to find some sort of a safety net. And it's been working out for Phoenix Esports. Meanwhile, Blitz Esports here. They saw the commotion from God's Omen, but their biggest threat here is going to be, or in this case, their immediate threat here is going to be coming from SINEWY. The two guys still stuck on those compounds has been hounding on them for the longest of time. They've been smoking up to try and protect this vehicle for the longest of time here. But right now, they need to figure out an exit strategy. And right now, they are pinned between 3 teams.
But I believe here it begins. The end game. The trenches, Phoenix against Bot Army. Both the teams in a similar formation. Although the front liner for BotArmyEsports, he is lacking a lot of utils. There's a wall of smoke that separates the two sides. And even Phoenix, Ash, he has 4 nades, 1 Molotov to work with. Make that 5 grenades and a Molotov, but needs to find contact. The next shift of the circle. Will it be the trenches or will it be on top of SINEWY? And it's the trenches where I believe this game is going to end.
Oh my goodness, Phoenix has done so much work controlling every team coming from the south side. They've exhausted all their ammunition here. Madkings is able to provide them a little bit of ammunition from their previous bodies, but they need to push up and wipe out BotArmyEsports for this better control. But the rest of the world, they're still stuck in the out open. They need to find a way to push through. And Blitz Esports, alongside with God's Omen down towards the west, needs to crawl their way in. It's going to be a long crawl, and Marcos Gaming has not made a move yet. Seeing all this smokes expended as well. As Marcos Gaming is just waiting for them to push through. And all they need to do is just wait.
Yeah, that's it. For Marcos Gaming, it's just a game of patience. That's the perfect spot to gatekeep God's Omen and Blitz, both the sides. And, well, an added bonus that even SINEWY is going to be available to them if they eventually take out God's Omen and Blitz. Because that allows a little bit more breathing room towards the west from where SINEWY can be targeted. But God's Omen, their next move is what I'm interested in. And, well, it's just a mad dash through the smoke. They go charging. They spot out Marcos Gaming. There's the first, there's the second, and God's Omen. This is not looking good. 2 players lost, down to the last man they go. And Max is spotted out as well, fighting for his life. But that's the opening for Blitz as they push through. But Marcos Gaming, who do they get first? First is going to be God's Omen. The next squad is going to be Blitz Esports. 2 teams in tandem. And Marcos Gaming, they get 4 points off of that fight.
Yeah, they were pretty much out of options as well for both Blitz and God's Omen. That was the only play they could have done. And Marcos Gaming was just banging on that. They're not giving them that opportunity. So very, very good defense coming from Marcos Gaming. Meanwhile, the battle for the compounds has been the longest of time here. NoNx still stuck in an awkward situation here with White Walkers. They've been poking from afar with Nebula down south, but aside from that, now Arjun, last man standing, he was able to find an opener, and that's going to be 1 down from NoNx Esports before going out. But NoNx now, from a 4-man defense, now down towards a 2-man hold, and Nebula Esports, they have been stalking this, and they want to take them out before they focus on the end game for Nebula Esports.
Let's see, I mean, Adi is overextended. That's not really a position where I would want him in. And when they can put the pressure on the players of Nebula, Marcos Gaming as well, BotArmy and Phoenix. Now is when they decide to settle their differences. Prateek in the backline's knocked out. And Siraj, Veron leading the charge. There IGL in the back. Another knock secured by Siraj, but as soon as they step out from the smoke, Lion goes on a hunt. And the Raw takes down 2. 1 more man in the smoke. Lion, can he pull off a miracle? There's the hit marker. Adi still left standing, but the spam from the backlines catches him, and Phoenix do end up surviving. 6 eliminations secured. They do manage to save Veron, but Siraj lost in that conflict.
Oh my goodness, this is huge for Phoenix Esports as well. The moment they take out BotArmyEsports, they know the game is in the bag. What a shot from Siraj to deny BotArmyEsports that complete wraparound. And because of this, they will hold on in top 5. Meanwhile, NoNx Esports, they have not gotten out of those compounds yet. And now the circle actually forces them out. And Phoenix Esports, they need to quickly reset and gobble up all these points outside and open. And little did they know, the biggest threat is going to be Phoenix later on. As of yet, NoNx Esports thinking of the next approach. And that is going to be Nebula Esports gatekeeping them. Adi in the front lines to stop him. He's stuck in those trees. And Ghana is going to go for the push. He goes in for the run. Goes in for the drive-through. They find the opener. But they need to regroup and push through. As Nebula Esports has to stop this. And they can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Oh, so unfortunate for Adi.
We're unfortunate indeed. And I mean, we spoke about this as soon as Adi overextended. Ran into those open fields, Nebula, they were at any point about to lose him, but luckily for him, his teammates do manage to sneak their way in towards the southeastern edge of the circle, and now they will have the upper hand going into this fight against the players of NO. And since Kana is the last man left alive, Phoenix on the other side dealing with the threat from Marcos Gaming. They do find the opening, but the closure, it's going to be a tough one. But look at this, the amount of smokes that are there. Force Nebula to go for the push. Kana, is he prepared? Oh no, he wasn't. Nebula Esports, the push quite clean. They do get the wipe onto the players of NON. And now a 2 versus 1 as of now against Marcos. They're down to the last man is what awaits them. SINEWY! Oh! Rexboy, what was that?
My goodness, he tried to go for a push as well. Veyron with the one-way smoke was able to pick him apart. Now with the nades comes through, Veyron dropped down pretty low. NINZA, oh! The counter nades from Veyron was spot on to shut down SINEWY. NoNx Esports holds down the fort once more, makes it to top 3. And we're down to the final 3 teams. Nebula, Marcos Gaming, and also NoNx. And right now, NoNx is set up there and full attention on towards Marcos Gaming. And they've got every single angle locked in for Marcos Gaming, while Nebula from afar has no way to push through. And obviously for Nebula, the only thing they can do is that if they see the finished feed getting a knock onto his NoNx, they might look to try and push through, because as of yet, NoNx has a very, very wide spread. And nobody knows, are they grouped up or are they spread out? And it seems like NoNx, they're doing a fantastic job in gathering information and keeping the entire lobby guessing of these positions.
Yeah,
right now, with the nades to try and check their way through Ash, the point of contact for Marcos Gaming right now, as Veyron is setting up to try and provide some sort of assistance. Those nades cannot knock Ash. And the moment Marcos Gaming finds the opening knock, they are going to rush through.
Yeah, and the moment Marcos rushes through, Nebula is going to follow up.
Oh no,
perfect. It makes contact. Ash's position was compromised. As you said, he was the frontliner, but Phantom from the flank shuts down any hope for Marcos to confirm the IGL of NoNx Esports. And now NoNx fighting for their lives, while Nebula Esports in the backlines. That is so cheeky. They're just waiting for these 2 teams to just batter each other up so that Nebula can walk in for free points and a free chicken dinner. But there's going to be one more man from the side of Marcos Gaming that falls, and it's down to a 2 versus 1. NoNx, they get the last man as well. Now NoNx, 11 eliminations, and next team in their sights is going to be Nebula. A 2 versus 3 for the chicken dinner. What will Nebula Esports do? They're moving down south. It seems like they want to take this fight, or at least force NoNx's attention towards the southern side of the trenches, and then Nomi staying back towards the west, towards the east.
Yeah, Nebula, they took too long. They were thinking whether should they commit or not, but it seems like based on how the play zone is, there's no reason to commit, because eventually the circle is going to force NoNx out of the trenches. And you see NoNx is already, well, not NoNx Esports, I'm talking about Nebula NoNx, is already set up down on the corner here to potentially find Phantom. As the smokes has been set up, he has a general idea where Phantom, or in this case NoNx Esports, is going to be coming out. As Veyron was able to sneak through, he's looking for an off angle to try and open things up for Phantom, as he is the biggest distraction for Nebula right now. They need to make this a 2v2. NoNx dropping a couple nades, trying to find a pickoff. Unfortunately, no connections onto Phantom yet. What a tough battle between NoNx and Nebula Esports.
Oh, but I think it might be coming to an end as Phantom gets spotted out. Nomi finds the opener, and now Veyron is left in a 1v3, and just a few shots on his head as he was thrown out into the open. And Nebula Esports end up securing an impressive winner chicken dinner. 19 points for Nebula Esports, and this is how it begins. We were talking about Nebula Esports before we went into the match, I see, and both of us were on the same page that this is what they do. First few days, first few matches, they are just going to try and understand the competition. And once they do, that is when they answer back.
Exactly. Nebula, amazing game coming from them as well, but another amazing performance coming from NoNx Esports here today in day 1 in the quarterfinals has been phenomenal for NoNx Esports to trying to build the leaderboard, on this case, building the pot of points to qualify in towards the semifinals. But my, oh my, what a tactical games coming from NoNx Esports. Their decision making has been spot on, and Ash definitely has done his homework a lot.
Yeah, he has done his homework indeed, and I think NoNx Esports, I am loving the consistency that this team is displaying. Hopefully tomorrow is not going to be a bad day for them. I do not want NoNx to reset, but that tends to be the case. And I've said this, I want to know your thoughts on this since you have spent a lot of time in the professional circuit as well. You know how player dynamics impact their performance. Phoenix is very interesting. There are these two young players who are just always charged up, very aggressive, talking to each other, making a lot of noise and commotion, whether they win or lose. And then there is Ash, who's just like sitting there in the middle of it all, staring at his phone.
Well, for all things considered here, I think Phoenix Esports, the way they have been playing so far has been very, very textbook. I would say priority decision makings, or in this case, understanding what is a priority is very, very important in crucial situations. And Phoenix Esports was able to identify who the biggest threat was. Like initially, they were sharing chopsticks alongside with BotArmyEsports and realized that they have no reason to challenge BotArmyEsports right now because of the position that they were given. They shifted their focus on shutting down every team coming from the south. And the moment they did that, they immediately shifted their focus for BotArmyEsports. They won that fight, which again, props towards Shiraj for finding a very, very interesting off angle to finish off the back lines that is providing cover for Lion for BotArmyEsports.
I think they just spammed through the smoke, hoping that someone would be peeking around the corners in the center. But stats for the team that walked away with the winner chicken dinner, we have Nebula Esports on our screens. Why is it that every single time there's going to be one man with like no finishes, negligible damage, every chicken dinner team, one player is just like, yeah, you guys got this.
This is a massive performance coming from Nomi in particular here. We've been seeing Kratos a lot coming from Nebula Esports being one of the key players of deciding on how the long-range fights has been damaging as well. He is the #1 in the damage leaderboard out of all the games that they've played so far. But this is the first time I've seen Nomi stepping up big time and getting a lot of crucial knocks. And even though they were identifying certain targets as well, they were poking people from afar. Like you've seen that a lot of this quote-unquote scuffles that has been happening in terms of dogfighting with those vehicles. Nebula is always stalking them, pressuring people from afar, subtly. The right term would be subtly. Basically, poking so little that people don't realize that they're getting poked on and forcing them to make decisions like a mastermind where they make decisions in a way where it benefited Nebula the most.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. We've seen this in a few situations wherein you're going to lob a nade to just force a player slightly to an angle and then just shoot him in the feet and finish him off. That's very high level tactic. Maintaining that level of composure in the heat of the moment is very tricky. So to see this from certain individuals gets very impressive. And to get your entire team to be able to do that is even tougher. But that was the last game of the day.
Yep.
Most impressive team, hands down, Phoenix Esports. Least impressive, I see.
Least impressive so far. Wyld Fangs.
Wyld Fangs. Actually,
sorry, wait, hold that thought for now. Let me rephrase that. Not Wyld Fangs. Actually, they did pretty okay. They still got top 2 in Sandhawk. Least impressive team, 4TR official, Marcos Gaming.
Alright, yeah, I mean, 4TR, Marcos Gaming. Marcos Gaming, I'm not gonna say anything. I mean, as I said, start of the tournament till now, just bad.
Yeah.
But 4TR has definitely taken a very bad dip. Their performance, it seems like in the upper bracket, was actually better than this.
I think this is not the 4TR that I'm used to as well, because 4TR...
Me neither.
I wouldn't say in the current roster, the old roster was a little bit... Oh, okay, they're doing a lot of things, you know, they're not dominating the lobby, but they're still doing a lot of textbook fundamentals, which is working in their favor. So, aside from that, I think I want to go back into the question here for how that final game happened for Nebula Esports. What was really surprising of how they were keeping track of things that is happening under them was that they gatekeep NoNx, right? The moment they found the knock onto Scally UG and realized that NoNx only had one player, they had the confidence to push through with 2 men alongside with Nomi, and then understanding that this is a good time for us to push, go for it, clean them out, and then make our lives a little bit easier, which resulted in him being the MVP in this match. He's got 7 finishes, great stuff with them, but joining in them, we've got also Reckoning Esports as well, which I think has made one of the biggest improvements so far since the start of BMSD. This game onwards, you can see that there's no more fear in Reckoning Esports. They don't doubt themselves anymore. They're just crashing anybody with confidence.
And we have been saying that since the start when we saw Reckoning Esports not doing well. You have a roster of young players. I think the oldest player in the team is like 20. So you have a roster that young, and we know young athletes are all about aggression. They are very eager to run into fights, run into 4v4s, go after team after team. You can't play with the lineup on a back foot. A lineup like that needs to get aggressive, needs to go for points. But point standings, I mean, as we said about it, Madkings, I think they have done quite well today. I expected a lot more from this game. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see them a lot, but here's the overall leaderboard, the one we actually care about.
Well, I would say the best performing team here is going to be none other than NoNx Esports, joined by Nebula Esports as well, because Nebula Esports has only played 3 games in total, and they are in the top 3. So very nicely done here coming from Nebula Esports. Madkings had a little bit of tumble in this final game as well, but they've played 6 matches in total. They will be in the top 4, so eventually the ranking will be skewed downwards as well. Revenant Xspark is doing also pretty okay in terms of overall performance despite playing only 3 games. But let's talk about the second half here. We do see Xtreme Godlike in the top 12 position. I would say it's okay. They played 3 games, and seems to me a majority of the teams that has only played 3 games are part of the top 12 right now.
Yeah, they are. I mean, there's Vasista Esports, there's Tamilan, there's Godlike as well. Reckoning Esports, 6 matches, 24. I'm not happy with that average. I'm also not happy with Godlike's average. About 23 points in 3 matches. Hopefully they recover. Then, worst of the bunch. Autobotz, 22nd. God's Reign, 23rd. 40 are 24th. I take my words back about Marcos Gaming. At least they are 17th.
Well, fair enough.
At least they got double digits, man.
Well, fair enough. But Autobotz and God's Reign being in the bottom, like you said as well, I wasn't expecting, right? Like, when you posed the question, I was like, wait, Autobotz is doing okay, right? And then now I see the points, I'm like, okay, they're not doing okay.
Yeah, Lobster seems to be sleeping. Someone please wake him up. That man is the reason this team was him and Arib. These 2 players, you know what Sensei says about his team, right? Even if I'm not there, these 3, they got the game. They're going to get those points one way or the other. That is Autobotz in a nutshell with Lobster and Arib. The other 2 players, as long as they keep providing enough cover to get them in a fighting position, they are going to destroy any team as a duo. And today, that was just missing. I did not see Autobotz in a fighting position even once. Now that I think about it, did we see them in the matches at all?
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well. And I think the only thing I noticed about adaptation coming from Autobotz was that instead of having Lobster playing that support role from afar with those mini 14 DMR snipes, etc., he's been playing in the front line a lot, and it hasn't been working out for Autobotz. But again, it's still too early to tell. It's been only 3 games. They had a great start during their lower bracket run. This time, it's only day 1. So they've only played 3 games. There's adaptations needs to be made. We've seen it coming from Nebula. We've seen it coming from Madkings. Madkings' first 3 games was a complete flop. But after that, they picked themselves up. And I would say game 4 and 5 is their biggest points in this entire day itself for day 1.
I mean, Madkings right now still do need to pick up the pace. They're doing 5 points per match, average sitting at 34 right now after 6 games. But overall, it has been a pretty interesting day 1 of the quarterfinals. Let's head over to this interview.
मैं खड़ा हूँ यहाँ पे फीनिक्स के ऐश के साथ, एंड ऐश कहना पड़ेगा आज का दिन बहुत कमाल का आपका जाता नजर आया है। एंड सबसे बड़ी बात जो अभी देखने को मिली है वो ये है कि आपके 3 प्लेयर्स टॉप 5 प्लेयर्स की लिस्ट में शामिल हैं, जिसमें से एक आप खुद हैं। 11 फ्रैग निकाले आपने आज के दिन में, एंड आई रियली वांट टू नो व्हाट इज द सीक्रेट बिहाइंड दिस सक्सेस।
मतलब ऐसे फ्रैगर लिस्ट में आने के लिए तो कोई नहीं खेल रहा है हमारा, क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली क्वालिफाइड हैं तो मेन गोल इज क्वालिफाइंग। तो हर मैच का इंपॉर्टेंस रख रहे हैं हम, मैक्सिमम पॉइंट्स वही सोच के खेल रहे हैं, किल्स अपने आप निकल जा रहे हैं, अग्रेसिव माइंडसेट रखा है।
एब्सोल्युटली अमेजिंग। बट ऐश, मैंने सुना है कि आपने ये लाइनअप बस 1 दिन पहले बनाई थी टूर्नामेंट से, और उसके बाद आपने इतने अलग अलग इंडिविजुअल्स को संभाला है, यहाँ तक उनको लेके आया है। इसके पीछे कैसे आप करते हैं, और ये प्लेयर्स को पिक कैसे किया आपने?
प्लेयर्स पिक वाला स्टोरी तो बहुत ज़्यादा खतरनाक है, बट यस 1 दिन पहले ही हमारा रोस्टर क्रिएट हुआ था। एंड इसमें मतलब सिर्फ मैं इनको हैंडल करने का ऐसा रोल नहीं है। अब इतनी मतलब एकदम एंड मोमेंट पे चीज़ें हुई हैं ना, तो इनमें इनका भी रोल है कि ये तीनों भी एक दूसरे को अच्छे तरह समझते हैं, सब में इतना अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, तो दैट इज़ अ गुड थिंग। मैं लकी हूँ कि मेरे को ऐसे प्लेयर मिल गए।
ऑलराइट, परफेक्ट। बट ऐश, लोअर ब्रैकेट जब हमने पहला दिन देखा था, फीनिक्स ने बहुत अच्छा खेला था, लेकिन दूसरा दिन उनका अच्छा नहीं गया। क्वार्टर फाइनल्स का पहला दिन बहुत अच्छा गया है, कहीं कल डेजावू ना हो जाए। कल के लिए क्या प्लानिंग है?
मेन जो था, जो लोअर ब्रैकेट में था, उसमें हमारा जो 6 मैचेस वाला डे था, हमारा वही ख़राब गया था, तो आज हमें वही सही करना था, उसका रिडेम्पशन थोड़ा करना था। तो आज हमने 6 मैच में अच्छे खासे पॉइंट निकाले हैं, आगे हम निकाल ही लेंगे।
क्वार्टर फाइनल्स की बात करें आज, तो कंपटीशन के लिहाज से इतनी सारी टीम्स यहाँ पे जो पहुंची हैं, कंपटीशन कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
कंपटीशन तो बहुत तगड़ा है। ऑब्वियसली अभी तो हम क्वार्टर्स में हैं, अभी तो सेमीज में जाना है, एंड देन आगे, तो कंपटीशन इज़ वेरी गुड।
लास्ट क्वेश्चन ऐश, हमने ऐश को बहुत लंबे समय तक खेलते हुए देखा है, बहुत कुछ अचीव किया है आपने, बट द ट्रॉफी इज स्टिल मिसिंग एंड ग्लोबल चैंपियनशिप इस टूर्नामेंट में वो लाइन पे है। और अब तक जैसा आप खेल रहे हैं, आई डोंट वांट टू जिंक्स इट बट इट्स ब्यूटीफुल। डू यू थिंक यू आर रेडी फॉर इंटरनेशनल्स एंड ये ट्रॉफी कितनी मायने रखती है आपके लिए?
मतलब हम अभी जो हमारा मेन फोकस है दैट इज इधर हम बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस दें एंड ऑब्वियसली अगर हम इधर ट्रॉफी उठाते हैं देन वी डिजर्व टू बी इन द इंटरनेशनल स्टेज, क्योंकि वी हैव द सिनर्जी। मेरे को वो झलक दिख जाती है क्योंकि मैं भी इंटरनेशनल देख रहा हूँ इतना, तो कैसे प्लेयर्स खेलते हैं एक दूसरे के साथ, क्या स्प्लिट्स होते हैं, तो वो सब मैं अपनी टीम में करवा रहा हूँ। सो होपफुली
थैंक यू सो मच आश, ब्रिलियंट, वेल प्लेड टुडे। ऐश ने तो बहुत अच्छा खेला, फीनिक्स ने आज के दिन में बहुत अच्छा खेला है, बट कंपटीशन सच में बस बढ़ने वाला है। एवरीवन इज गोइंग बियॉन्ड लिमिट्स एंड कल का दिन सच में बहुत कमाल होगा। तो देर किस बात की, आज के लिए इतना ही करते हैं। कल मिलेंगे आप सबसे सेम टाइम सेम प्लेस इसी अरीना में जहां पे कंपटीशन अलग लेवल पे जाएगा। थैंक यू सो मच, टेक केयर, माय नेम इज पीरू, आई एम योर होस्ट। मिलेंगे कल, बाय बाय।
dragon's power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dravian Xsuit. Get now.
Front deck, roll out. Force collar got pig skin, roll out. Roll out. Roll out. color got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Fan on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Fan on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Fan on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color got pig skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, roll out, drop back. Roll out, horse color got pig skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, roll out, drop back. Roll out, horse color got pig skin. Roll out. Roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse color got pig skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse color got pig skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse color got pig skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, fan on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color got pig skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, fan on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color got pig skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, fan on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color got pig skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, fan on the gridiron, got another head, no horse color got pig skin, roll out. tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'm a big ball in my name in the S-Star. Key up being left ain't nobody best off. Send a big man west with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fest off. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man, flowing this time. Ahead of my time, where the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no solo, boy. I want the goal. My flow don't silly like Jester. B tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'm a big ball in my name in the S-Star. Key up being left ain't nobody best off. Send a big man west with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fest off. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man, flowing this time. Ahead Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Force collar got pink skin. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Horse collar got pink skin. Out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back. Roll out. Horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pink skin. Roll out. Rush in. Drop back. Defend on the gridiron. Got leather head. No horse collar got pink skin. Roll out.